Chapter 1 Rebirth. Boom! A purple thunder was like a roaring dragon, suddenly tore open the sky, breaking the silence of the night. At that moment, within 10 miles, it was like day. Puff! The thunder turned into a ray of electric arc, and at a terrifying speed, it instantly landed on a young man in a dilapidated house in the back mountain of the Qin family. Ahem! The teenager lying on the bed coughed, and his pale complexion started to become ruddy. I saw him showing a bitter face, his muscles, and constantly twitching, as if he was experiencing a painful struggle. A ray of red blood gradually overflowed from the corner of his mouth, shockingly shocking. Finally, the boy's eyelids flicked, as if he was about to wake up. Laugh! Suddenly, the young man's eyelids flicked, and two sharp gleams shot out from his eyes like thunder. What a terrifying pupil that is, full of violent, arrogant, and killing. Like a peerless demon, he is unparalleled, so he dare not look straight. Boom! At this moment, the door of the house was severely kicked open, and 3 uninvited guests broke in. The first person glanced at the young man coldly. His face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. This trash actually woke up? Humph! It saves me from using true qi to heal my injuries. Qin Feng, Master Lin is broad-minded, regardless of your rudeness, specially ordered me to wait for the Lingyuan pill. It's really ridiculous, a mere rubbish, dare to challenge Master Lin. The other contemptuously mocked. Okay, let's go back to life. The leader waved his hand and turned away without looking back. When the 3 people walked out of the cabin, an incredible light burst into the eyes of the boy on the bed. I was born again when I was 16. See you in heaven. Qin Feng squeezed his fists, his face showed excitement. Before that, he broke into the ruins and was obliterated by the primordial formation. He never wanted to save a trace of his soul and rebirth his youth. It hurts. As he was about to get up, a sharp pain suddenly hit, as if his flesh and blood were torn apart. It took a long time before Qin Feng recovered a bit. Enduring the pain and unbuttoning the collar, I saw a red palm print on the heart, deeply appearing in front of my eyes, making my heart palpitations and fearful. Lin Su, your vicious heart. I remember this hatred. Qin Feng reluctantly got up and walked a few steps, poured a cup of tea into his abdomen. The warm tea made him feel more comfortable. Lying on the tattered wooden bed again, Qin Feng began to recall the past life. The Qin family is a big family in Tiangang City, with many family members. As the son of the Qin family patriarch, his status is naturally extraordinary, and he is respected and praised by countless people. However, since his father's bizarre disappearance at the age of 8, everything has changed drastically. His father disappeared, no one in the Qin family would protect him, and his mother had never appeared. As a big family, the Qin family cannot be presided over family affairs without someone, so everyone re-elected Qin Feng's grandfather Qin Shaodian as the head of the family. However, Qin Shaodian was in retreat, and the head of the family had to be replaced by Qin Feng's second uncle Qin Yunhai temporarily. After Qin Yunhai temporarily assumed the position of patriarch, he regarded Qin Feng as a threat and began to target the exclusion everywhere. Qin Feng's status was getting lower and lower, and finally, he became the object of wanton bullying by his tribe. In Tianwu continent, there are countless warriors, and the strong are respected. Qin Feng's aptitude is extraordinary, but his internal veins are inherently congested, causing him to progress very slowly while he is practicing. Coupled with Qin Yunhai's target, he refused to provide cultivation resources to Qin Feng, which caused his strength to lag far behind other tribesmen and was mocked as waste. The martial art realm can be divided into refining body realm, true spirit realm, Tongshan realm, Huayuan realm, Jiming realm, aspiring realm, Dharma image realm, and good fortune realm from low to high. Among them, each of the great realms is again classified as a small 9. Qin Feng has only 4 levels of body refining, let alone those elite tribesmen. Even some of the tribes who have just cultivated are stronger than him. Just ask, who would respect him as a little master? Since martial artists must cultivate a large amount of medicinal materials and spirit pills to nourish, the status of alchemists is very lofty. Lin Su, who wounded him, was the alchemist guest Qing invited by the Qin family, who was quite famous throughout the Tiangang city, and no one was disrespectful. However, this person's heart is too dirty, and a few days ago he had to forcibly insult a 12-year-old Qin's mate. Qin Feng was angrily stopped, but unexpectedly, he was hit hard by the opponent. Chapter 2 Swire Dragon Technique. In the previous life, I was tortured and humiliated by you because I was not strong enough. But in this life, I will definitely ask for advice from the previous life. Since you live a lifetime, you must live vigorously, brilliantly, and reach the top of martial arts. With the experience of the previous life, Qin Feng is completely confident to make this life no longer ordinary. However, the most important thing now is to heal the injury first. Realizing that his body is getting more and more painful and his breathing is slow, Qin Feng said to himself, "Today's body is very fragile, and if you do not deal with it, the foundation of martial arts will be more severely affected." In his previous life, he failed to heal his injuries in time, which limited his future achievements. Ling Yuan Dan. Recalling the words of the few people just now, Qin Feng's mouth raised a cold smile. Open the lid of the pill bottle. A faint fragrance came out, and there was a white pill in it. However, Qin Feng sniffed his nose, but frowned. Oomph! As expected, Lin Su moved his hands and feet in the Ling Yuan pill, intending to kill me secretly. In Qin Feng's tone, there was a chill of killing intent, which made people shudder. If it was replaced by someone else, it was impossible to distinguish the problem with this Ling Yuan pill. However, Qin Feng's last life, after escaping from the Qin family by chance, encountered an extraordinary alchemy master, Pill Emperor, and was accepted as a disciple. Qin Feng's alchemy level was naturally extraordinary if he could get the guidance of the Emperor pill. Just by smelling it, he could tell that this Ling Yuan pill was touched by Lin Su. In my last life, Lin Su's Ling Yuan pill damaged my foundation, so that I, who had a great chance, would be lost to ordinary people. In this life, I must make Lin Su pay a heavy price. Qin Feng's face showed an indifferent murderous aura, as if it could turn into a real murder. Ahem. The injury was accidentally lifted. Qin Feng coughed. His eyes fell on the Ling Yuan pill in his hand again. Ling Yuan pill, in the small place of Tiangang City, is a very high-end pill, and ordinary people are not qualified to get it. Even the geniuses of the Qin family can only get 10 at most per month, and ordinary people only have 1 in half a year. Hee. In order to kill me, I am willing to spend my money. Qin Feng smiled coldly. Since he was the young master of the patriarch, Lin Su didn't dare to kill him openly, so he added poison to the Ling Yuan pill. In order to be noticed by others, Lin Su put down very little poison, giving Ling Yuan pill again and again, gradually accumulating toxins. In the previous life, thanks to Qin Feng's timely escape from the Qin family, otherwise he would definitely be poisoned to death. Now I have no other choice but to use the medicinal power of Ling Yuan pill to treat the injury. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although this pill is poisonous, it will not die immediately. Based on my previous life experience, there will be ways to get rid of it in the future. With a cold smile, Qin Feng swallowed the Ling Yuan pill into his abdomen without hesitation. Boom. The power of the medicine suddenly turned into a warm current, which spread to all parts of the body instantly. Qin Feng wasn't boasting. He was known as the Pill King. In his previous life, his alchemy level was more than 100 times higher than Lin Su. It would be ridiculous if even this little poison can't be solved. Realizing that the meridians in his body are gradually being repaired and his injuries are gradually being restored, Qin Feng's face shows a hint of joy. Finally, you can practice Prince Ancient True Dragon Technique. Prince Ancient True Dragon Technique is the supreme technique of the primordial era, and countless powers must fight for it. Rumor has it that this exercise is the most overbearing method in the primordial era, and the Mahayana of cultivation can be transformed into a real dragon, watching the world. Chapter 3 Success. In his previous life, Qin Feng was lucky enough to obtain this faculty, but he could not practice at all. Because the practice age of this exercise must be 20 years old before the bones are fully developed. Obviously, he has the supreme divine skill, but he couldn't make it. This was the most regrettable thing Qin Feng had in his previous life. The Prince Ancient True Dragon Art is a technique for refining the body. Once practiced, The strength of the body will be increased terribly, which is more against the sky than any body refining technique in the world. It is said that if you cultivate to the extreme state, you can even become a real dragon. Every move contains the power of a real dragon, and the power is infinite. The dragon is the king of beasts, the ultimate representative of the power of the world. If you can achieve this skill and climb to the top of the martial arts, how difficult will it be? Qin Feng's expression became more and more excited, but his eyes were still clear, and he obviously did not lose himself because of this. Carefully memorize every word of Prince Ancient True Dragon Ju, and practice the exercises silently. Crunchy. When Qin Feng began to practice, the primordial True Dragon Ju, an unmatched aura seemed to burst from his body. Around his body, there seemed to be an invisible black hole, frantically devouring the aura of heaven and earth. In that instant, even the air seemed to freeze. Hum, hum, hum. A whirlpool of air currents spread out from him, expanding and growing, and instantly enveloped the entire room. Under the impact of this terrible airflow, no matter the table, stool, teacup, all were crushed into pieces. Prime True Dragon Art. Qin Feng roared. His eyes were like torches, and his sharp glow exploded. Immediately closing his eyes, the medicinal power of that Lingyuan pill was completely absorbed by refining. The Lingyuan pill contains a lot of spiritual power, which can refine the body and strengthen the qi and blood, which happens to be what Qin Feng urgently needs right now. A pill that is too low in level can't meet his needs, and a pill that is too high in level can't withstand that much power. Lin Su, you can't think of it. Your Lingyuan pill will make me Qin Feng. Qin Feng screamed in his heart, resisting his excitement, and running the prime true dragon technique with all his strength, absorbing the spiritual power in his body. Squeak. It seems that a long time has passed, and it seems to be a moment. Suddenly, Qin Feng made a sound in his body, the sound of bones moving, like a dragon roaring and roaring. This is the prime true dragon art, is tempering bones. I must hold on. The whole body was in terrible pain, but Qin Feng's complexion remained as before, and he continued to practice prime true dragon technique to temper his body. Pain. It hurts more and more. The pain in Qin Feng's body suddenly rose, as if a real dragon shuttled through his body, wantonly destroying all bones, flesh and blood, and meridians. That is an almost unimaginable pain. Puff. Qin Feng's face changed slightly, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. Because of the pain, his body trembled uncontrollably. Qin Feng's meridians have been generous and closed since he was a child, and ordinary exercises could not be dredged. However, Prince Ancient True Dragon Technique is the world's supreme mastery. With Qin Feng's practice, his meridians around his body were directly forcibly dredged. That feeling is as painful as tearing the body. The power of the primordial true dragon art became more and more majestic, and at this moment, the medicinal effect of the Lingyuan pill finally came into play. Condensation. With the sound of thunder, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened. Puff. Two lights burst out like lightning, like two dragon shadows passing by, fleeting. That is to say, at this moment of effort, all the meridians in Qin Feng's body were dredged by the Prince Ancient True Dragon art, perfect and wishful, without any hindrance. His meridians are naturally generous, and now that they are sparsely passed, they will be several times stronger than ordinary meridians. This means that Qin Feng's cultivation speed in the future will greatly surpass others. Chapter 4 Iran. Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of turbid, ink-colored blood. The smell was disgusting, and it was so stinky that it made a sting when it fell on the ground, corroding the floor. The terrifying Prince Ancient True Dragon Technique is indeed the supreme cultivation technique of the ancient times. Originally, I planned to slowly deploy the antidote to remove the poison after I recovered my body. I never thought that Prince Ancient True Dragon art was so powerful it would directly wipe out all the impurities and toxins in the body. Drink. Qin Feng blasted out with a punch, and the air roared with a hint of dragon chanting. At this time, Qin Feng felt full of power and strength, as if he could easily shatter the mountain with a punch. Is this the power of Prince Ancient True Dragon technique? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Only just after cultivating, he had already noticed the heaven-defying nature of this exercise. Infuriated, I just practiced once, and I broke through the bottleneck and reached the 5th level of body refining. Perceiving the wisps of true energy born in his body, Qin Feng was delighted. Only when it reaches the 5th level of body refining will the martial artist's body appear true Qi, and since then the combat power will be greatly enhanced, crushing any previous realm. However, this strength is still not enough. I still need more Lingyuan pill cultivation. Lin Su, don't let me wait too long. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng suddenly displayed a series of punches. His body was like a real dragon galloping, and every punch contained terrifying power. Prince Ancient True Dragon technique, a well-deserved supreme technique. My realm is only 5 levels of physical training, but the real combat power is far more than that. Crunch. While Qin Feng was amazed, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open. A petite figure quickly rushed into the room. She is Qin Feng's maid Linger, sweet-looking, simple-dressed, and her big eyes are very charming. She was panting, pretty blushing, and holding 2 steamed buns. After seeing Qin Feng, surprise suddenly appeared on her face. Young master, is your injury better? Linger. Qin Feng's heart trembled suddenly. His face also showed unconcealable excitement, and his body kept trembling. Linger is the maid Lin Su planned to humiliate the day before yesterday. She was taken in by Qin Feng's father since she was a child, and she has been with Qin Feng to take care of her. How could Qin Feng look at her and be defiled by Lin Su? Young master, great, you are really fine. Linger stepped forward and took a closer look at Qin Feng, and found that he had a good complexion and full of energy, and immediately laughed happily. Since 2 days ago, Qin Feng was severely injured by Lin Su and had been in a coma, which really worried her a lot. Qin Feng gently touched her pretty face, and there were scenes of warm scenes in his memory, which instantly appeared in his mind, and said softly, "Well, it's fine. Silly girl, in this life, I will never let anyone hurt you again." In the last life, he saved Linger once, but he couldn't save her twice. Linger chose to bite her tongue and kill herself in order to keep her innocence and not be defiled by Lin Su. In grief and self-blame, Qin Feng found a chance to escape from the family for revenge. Although he succeeded in avenging his revenge in the end, Linger never came back. This matter has always been the biggest demon of his previous life. Fortunately, see you in heaven. Give him another chance. Holding Linger in her arms, she is really still alive. With Qin Feng's determination, she couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Chapter 5: The One to Kill. Young master, you haven't eaten for 2 days. You must be very hungry. Eat some steamed buns. Linger said happily, with a bit of shame on her face. This is the first time the young master hugged her like this. Okay. Qin Feng nodded, and noticed Linger's exhausted expression, and understood in his heart that this girl must have been working overnight to make money last night. The monthly living expenses the Qin family gave to Qin Feng were simply not enough to make a living, and they depended on Linger to work hard to make some money. This time he was severely injured, and Linger was afraid that he would have suffered a lot. Gently holding Linger's thin hand, the clear scars on it were shocking, because there was no money to rub the ointment. The wound was a little red and swollen. Linger, don't work so hard in the future, Qin Feng said. It's okay, I can hold on. Linger replied with a chuckle. Qin Feng suffered such a serious injury, and her body was upright. She must make more money and buy some good supplements to support her. If you don't go, don't go. From now on, I have a way to make a lot of money. Qin Feng was serious. With the alchemy techniques of the previous life, money is nothing but a bunch of numbers to him. TSK Tusk, I didn't expect your kid's life to be very big. A cold voice suddenly sounded at this moment. The voice was Yin and Yang strange, and it sounded creepy. Qin Feng's heart shook slightly when he heard the words. He looked up at the door and saw a short old man in a gray robe, squinting at them. His gaze was like a sinister viper, and it was very disgusting to glance at it. Wang Shu. Qin Feng looked at him coldly, with a murderous intent in his heart. Wang Shu, one of Lin Su's pugs, had 8 levels of strength, a mean character, and a vicious attack. It was he who caught Linger and sent it to Lin Su. If Qin Feng hadn't appeared in time, Linger would have been defiled by Lin Su's beast. This person will kill. When Linger in her arms saw Wang Shu, her body trembled with fright. She hid in Qin Feng's arms and never dared to look at him again. Qin Feng held Linger tightly, caressed her back, looked at Wang Shu coldly, and said, "Are you looking for me? Boy, you're lucky. My lord doesn't care about the prejudice. Let me see how you are." Wang Shu said with a weird smile. After speaking, he took out a pill bottle. "This Lingyuan pill, you can use it to heal your wounds. Don't forget how well the adults treat you." Looking at this pill bottle, Qin Feng sneered in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Su planned to slowly poison him without knowing it, making people unable to find any abnormalities. "Qin Feng, you can do it yourself, huh?" After a cold and wild laugh, Wang Shu put down the pill bottle, turned and left. Strange. How could Lin Su kindly give you a pill to heal your injuries? Linger Qiao's face was full of worry. Probably because of fear. I am the young master of the Qin family after all. If he is really beaten to death, he will not be able to explain it. Qin Feng smiled easily. However, when he opened the pill bottle and sniffed it, the corners of his eyes showed a colder light. Sure enough, in a blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period of time, Qin Feng's crazy practice every day and night, Prince's ancient true dragon technique, did not disappoint him. In just half a month, his realm was completely consolidated and he reached a state of consummation. Moreover, after practicing Prince's ancient true dragon technique, his physical strength also reached a terrifying level. Although he has not yet fought with people, Qin Feng is very clear that he can definitely crush the six-layer martial artist. The ability to have such an exaggerated rate of progress is not only related to the diligence in cultivation, but also to the Lingyuan pill given by Lin Su. Because he was determined to poison Qin Feng, Lin Su asked Wang Shu to send a Lingyuan pill every day. With the help of the Lingyuan pill, Qin Feng's cultivation naturally became easier and easier. Puff! Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes. A cloud of ink-colored liquid was spit out from his mouth, and a sneer was raised at the corner of his mouth. "Lin Su, how can you think of it? The Prince's ancient true dragon technique can easily eliminate the toxins in the Lingyuan pill. After cultivating for so long, there are signs of a breakthrough in my realm, and I only have one step to enter the 6th level of body refining. However, the effect of the Lingyuan pill on me is much weaker." Looking at the 3 Lingyuan pills in the pill bottle next to him, Qin Feng suddenly had an idea. Chapter 6 deliberately make things difficult. Swallow 3 pills at the same time. The power of the medicine will be very terrifying. Ordinary exercises certainly cannot be refined, but the Prince's ancient true dragon technique should be fine. In order to have enough strength to protect Linger as soon as possible, I must fight at once. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. With a swish, all 3 Lingyuan pills were swallowed in the mouth. In the blink of an eye, 3 warm currents spread out from the abdomen. Puff! After a few breaths of effort, these 3 warm currents condensed together and turned into a scorching energy, like a rushing fire dragon, violently impacting Qin Feng's body meridians. This amazing power caused Qin Feng's face to change drastically in an instant, turning red like blood. Titicaca. At this moment, Qin Feng's body seemed to be torn apart, and countless ink-colored liquid objects were squeezed out of his body. That was the toxin of the Lingyuan pill and the impurities inside his body. At this time, Qin Feng was experiencing more severe pain, causing him to shrink involuntarily. This kind of pain is terrible. It's like the flesh and blood in the body is being squeezed, and even the soul is shaking. Prime true dragon art. Qin Feng was unyielding, bit his lip, endured the severe pain, roared, desperately running the prime true dragon art frantically. Boom, boom, boom. With the speed of the primordial true dragon art, Qin Feng's body hummed, as if a giant dragon roared in his body, suppressing all enemies. The Prince's ancient true dragon art is worthy of being the supreme technique of the ancient times. It only contained the power of the riot in an instant. Qin Feng's eyes are sharp, and if there is a dragon shadow running in his eyes, he is truly unparalleled. Refining. Qin Feng spoke harshly. In an instant, The medicinal power of Lingyuan pill was quickly absorbed by prime true dragon art. Qin Feng's faintly loose realm seemed to be about to break through. Only the last point. Roar. Suddenly, Qin Feng's mind was fully integrated into the prime true dragon art, and his soul consciousness was bright. At that moment, his soul seemed to have turned into a true primordial true dragon, sweeping the world, arrogant and unparalleled. At this moment, Qin Feng clearly felt that he suddenly had a peculiar sentiment, and this sentiment changed his whole person. Absorb. Refining. It's now. Qin Feng yelled in his heart. A majestic qi from the meridians around his body began to flow everywhere in his body. That kind of mysterious sentiment made his whole mind seem to have been transformed, and his state of mind increased several times. This day is a whole day. The next day, early in the morning, when the soft brilliance of the morning sun fell on Qin Feng's body shook slightly. What? Only 5 taels of silver? Aunt Li, don't you forget it? I work on time every day. It should be 10 taels. How could it be so? Linger's pretty face was full of puzzlement, and she stared at an obese woman in front of her with a little timidity in her eyes, her voice very quiet. And from time to time, she cast a look of asking for help to the maids beside her. It's a pity that the maids didn't pay attention to her at all, and instead smiled sarcastically. Hee, you idiots still want 10 taels? Even if you give half of it to you, even if it's an old lady. I'm kind, so get the money and get out. Aunt Li scoffed with a sharp voice, full of contempt. Little bitch, it's not bad for Aunt Li to give you so much money. Want more? Don't look at your identity. Don't say that. She is the young master's maid anyway, and her identity is much more noble than us. Oh, it's a pity to be a waste young master. Ha! A group of maids began to laugh. You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Young master is not a waste. Being ridiculed by these maids, Linger blushed and gritted his teeth and retorted. To shut up, Aunt Li yelled coldly, glaring at Linger and sneered. Is he a waste? Do you still use us to say? You can get the money and get out. To tell you the truth, the old lady just sees you not pleasing to your eyes and deliberately only gives you half of your salary and bites me unconvinced. Aunt Li was full of playfulness and a domineering attitude. Chapter 7. Who gives you the courage? You. How can you do this? I rush to work every day and night just to make more money. Linger couldn't help shed tears, Li Hua said with rain. Cry. You are paralyzed. You are noisy. Aunt Li's fat, disgusting face showed a trace of hideousness, lifted his right hand, and threw it towards Linger's pretty face. Inside the broken wooden house, Qin Feng ran the technique extremely fast. The true energy flowing in the body suddenly paused, and immediately a stronger true energy burst out. Drink. Qin Feng opened his eyes suddenly. Ripples appeared in the void before him, and then slowly dissipated. Sixth body refining. Slowly raising his hands, Qin Feng could feel that his strength was several times stronger than before. The Prince Ancient True Dragon technique is really powerful. In less than a month, I have improved 2 levels in a row, and I have been expelled from all the impurities in my body. 6 body refining is not so powerful, but it is definitely not ordinary. What's more, the primordial true dragon technique has also raised Qin Feng's physical strength to a terrifying level. Ah no, a scream suddenly came from outside. This is Linger's voice. Qin Feng's face changed suddenly, and he rushed to open the door without hesitation. When he went out, he just saw Aunt Li wave his right hand, full of energy, about to hit Linger's immature face. Roar! Qin Feng's eyes were like a demon, and the true energy in his body suddenly exploded. A fierce aura appeared with a cold voice like a demon. Dare to be smart. You are looking for death. Seeing Aunt Li's right hand, she was about to hit Linger's face. This force was definitely enough to break Linger's teeth. Qin Feng's killing intent is even stronger. Piss off. A roar like a dragon, accompanied by a jealous aura, instantly suppressed Aunt Li's body. Aunt Li, who was planning to teach Linger, suddenly changed her complexion, like white paper. This aura was too terrifying. Ask her to change direction quickly and slap a palm to her side. Boom. Aunt Li tried to resist this terrible momentum. However, the opponent's overbearing power, like a peerless spear, instantly penetrated her resistance, smashing the bones of her right hand, and the power surpassed her righteous heart. Puff! With a bang, Aunt Lee flew out more than 20 meters, fell to the ground, and spewed a mouthful of blood. During the period, her body bones were broken by this huge force. Qin Feng. Aunt Lee spurted blood mouth by mouth. Her eyes widened like bull's eyes. She looked at the boy in front of her in disbelief, and she didn't dare to imagine that Qin Feng would do it. Little Lord. Linger's teary eyes showed surprise and a hint of excitement. She never dreamed that Qin Feng was so powerful. The surrounding group of maids also opened their mouths wide, as if they could squeeze 10 eggs with their faces full of horror. How is it possible? You are obviously a waste. Why are you so strong? Aunt Lee's face was as gray as death, and Qin Feng's strength had always been mediocre. When did he have such an amazing combat power? Humph. Qin Feng stepped forward, directly transnational other people, came to Aunt Lee, and stared at the vicious fat woman coldly. Bitch, you are so brave. Dare to do something to my people. Qin Feng, what do you want to do? I warn you not to mess around. My cousin is in charge of the Qin family. If something goes wrong with me, you will definitely die. When I remembered that Qin Feng was the targeted waste young master, Aunt Lee suddenly clamored, with a rampant attitude. Definitely. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Aunt Lee was about to answer, but saw Qin Feng stepped on her left hand with one foot, and her pain made her scream like a pig. A humble servant dare to be so arrogant. Boom. It kicked her abdomen again. Who gave you the courage to hurt Linger? Boom. Kick again. Dare to threaten me when I die. Boom. Still a kick. Qin Feng's expression was cold. There was no pity in his eyes. He stepped on Aunt Lee's abdomen with one foot connected to the other. His strength was so powerful that he directly kicked Aunt Lee so much that he kept vomiting blood, and even the screams were too late to shout. Such a crazy and cruel method made the other maids tremble and took a breath. Is this still that waste young master? Qin Feng, don't stop me. At this moment, an angry shout rang out, and only a middle-aged man in a black robe with an iron complexion came galloping. Chapter 8. Shocked. Surrender. The face of the visitor was cold and severe, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a faint glowing light, and the long breath on the body was a manifestation of the spread of true energy. 5 levels of refining. With the domineering power of Prince Ancient True Dragon technique, Qin Feng could see through this person's realm at a glance. Cousin, kill this for me. Seeing this person appear, Aunt Lee's face showed unconcealable joy. The fat face full of blood became more and more ferocious, and the eyes of a poisonous snake exuded a spiteful color. Kill. In any case, this kid must be killed. As the manager of the Qin family, Lu Xianqing saw that his cousin was so miserable, his face was instantly angry, but when he looked at Qin Feng, he changed his face again. Standing there, Qin Feng stood there with a natural demeanor, and his aura was as powerful as a mountain, which made him feel the oppression. How is it possible? The realm of this waste is even higher than me. Lu Xuanqing's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body began to tremble. It was not that he was afraid, but Qin Feng's aura suppressed him. As long as he dares to move, he will definitely usher in Qin Feng's attack. How can it be so strong? Is it possible that this kid has been acting, pretending to be waste? Lu Xianqing was inexplicably horrified, and the thoughts were lingering together. Qin Feng's momentum increased again. Boom! With a terrifying aura, Lu Xuanqing's face was like a blank sheet of paper instantly. He seemed to see a divine dragon, roaring and roaring at him. The momentum of shaking the sky shocked his mind, and almost lost his mind. Lu Xianqing even clearly felt that the surrounding air began to slow down, and breathing became more and more difficult. Thump! Lu Xianqing was sweating profusely and couldn't hold on anymore, kneeling on both legs. Little Lu Xianqing, see young master. So horrible. Too scary. Lu Xianqing couldn't resist Qin Feng's aura at all. He was like an ant in front of Qin Feng, covering his hands for destruction. He can only choose to yield. Hiss! Seeing Lu Xianqing kneeling and bowing, everyone opened their eyes again and stared at him incredible. And Aunt Lee was even more shocked, screaming frantically, "Cousin, are you crazy? Knocking your head with this trash? He hit me. You want revenge for me. This bitch. Hearing what Aunt Lee said, Lu Xianqing scolded in her heart. Aunt Lee is just a distant cousin who usually acts arrogantly by relying on his name. But Lu Xianqing never expected that this idiot was so mindless. Lu Xianqing. Qin Feng called out coldly. Little lord. Hearing Qin Feng calling himself, Lu Xianqing shuddered, and his hair was horrified, and Qin Feng's momentum on him became stronger. Tell me, who is the master of the Qin family? A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, but that smile was like a flower from the other side of the underworld, which made people shudder. When of course it's you. How did Lu Xianqing not understand Qin Feng's thoughts, and suddenly glanced at Aunt Lee? Yes, you seem to be a smart person. Qin Feng grinned, but his smile was a little weird and scary. Linger, let's go. Qin Feng waved his hand. Okay. Linger blinked, and she hasn't slowed down yet, but still obediently follows Qin Feng. Lu Xianqing, are you sick? Why did you let that waste go? He dared to beat me. Why didn't you kill him? Seeing Qin Feng leave safe and sound, Aunt Lee was so angry that he spouted blood continuously and roared hideously. Lu Xianqing didn't speak, but just glanced at this idiot coldly. If it hadn't been for this woman, he wouldn't have gotten into Qin Feng. Click! Lu Xianqing shot like lightning, pinched Aunt Lee's neck, severely broken. What? Amidst the screams of the maids, Aunt Lee stared at Lu Xianqing in disbelief, weakly lying on the ground. Be quiet for Lao Tzu. Lu Xianqing's face was sullen and stern. He still felt frightened when he recalled Qin Feng's momentum. Everyone thinks Qin Feng is a waste, but no one knows. He has been forbearing, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The true cultivation base of this kid is at least the 6th level of body refining. Without the support of family resources, he can reach this level. What is his talent? Lu Xianqing took a deep breath and slowly looked at the maids. Chapter 9. Honor yours. Today's matter, who dares to divulge a little bit? She is your fate. Sweeping by those cold eyes, the maids shuddered for a while, and they dared to refute not it. Wow, young master, when are you getting better? Even Lu Xianqing is afraid of you. Linger looked at Qin Feng joyfully, her pretty eyes full of worship. Silly girl, didn't I tell you not to rush to work? I have a way to make money. Qin Feng touched her head with a distressed look. Well, I know. Linger narrowed her eyes and nodded, enjoying Qin Feng's touch very much. Lu Xianqing is a smart person, and I will definitely not reveal my secrets. According to the poison in Lin Su's pill, there are almost 2 months left, and the accumulated toxin is deadly enough. If I was fine at that time, Lin Su would definitely doubt it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and he felt a hint of urgency. Lin Su's strength is not bad. He possesses the 9 levels of body refining and ranks high in the entire Qin family. So, within these 2 months, I must set foot in the 8th stage of body refining to be able to protect myself. Qin Feng kept thinking about the next step, and now there is not much time left for him. Every step must be carefully arranged. What he lacks most now is time. As long as there is enough time, it will be no problem to crush everyone in the Qin family. Linger seemed to be in a good mood, humming a little song all the way. After returning to the wooden house, he hurried to wash Qin Feng's clothes. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, silently spinning up the Prince Ancient True Dragon art, and practiced again. Qin Feng could fully feel that every time he performed the exercise, his body would be strengthened by the Jinqi tempering. The true energy of the primordial true dragon Ju is like a divine dragon, constantly wandering through the flesh, meridians, and bones of his body, enhancing his physical strength. After practicing for a long time, Qin Feng exhaled a breath of exhaust gas. I saw this exhaust gas jetting out, like a dragon shadow, ripples in the void. Boom! There was a knock on the door, and then Lu Xianqing's voice came. Young master, are you here? I am Lu Xianqing. Humph! This guy really came. Qin Feng smiled appreciatively, and said indifferently, Come in. Squeak. The cabin door was pushed open, and Lu Xianqing walked in with a complex expression and looked at Qin Feng closely with a jealous look. What's up? Qin Feng faintly swept Lu Xianqing. Lu Xianqing gritted her teeth, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes, and immediately fell to her knees and said respectfully, Young master, Forgive me for not knowing Mount Tai. Please punish you. The cultivation resources of the clansmen were indeed distributed by him, but Qin Feng's resources were less than one-tenth of others, which was caused by his deliberate deduction. Huh. Lu Xianqing, I really deserve to punish you severely. But after you repented in time, my position is unstable now. I can give you a chance to apologize. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you, young master, for his kindness. From now on, Lu Xianqing will be wholeheartedly loyal to young master and will never give up. Qin Feng nodded slightly, but he was disdainful of Lu Xuanqing's words. How could a character like Lu Xianqing dig his heart out and be loyal to someone? Even if the limelight changes, he will immediately betray. However, this guy must not dare to be unhappy now. Very well, you are indeed very smart. You must report to me as soon as possible any big movements in the future, especially Lin Su. As long as I do well, Qin Feng will never treat you badly. Subordinates understand. Lu Xianqing bowed respectfully. After that, he took out a large stack of banknotes from his body and handed them to Qin Feng. Young master, these banknotes are for your subordinates to honor you. Please accept them. Qin Feng glanced at the banknote. At least tens of thousands of taels. This guy was quite willing. It is good. Qin Feng accepted the banknote directly. He is in urgent need of medicinal material cultivation, and he can quickly improve his cultivation level. It is when he is short of money that he is naturally not polite. Young master, then I will go back first. Lu Xianqing respectfully bowed, then retreated. The money came in time. Looking at the banknote in his hand, Qin Feng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 10 Alchemy. In the days that followed, with Lu Xuanqing's dark game, Qin Feng's life was nourished a lot, and Linger no longer had to endure hardships and work hard. During the day, Qin Feng acted low-key and meditated. In the middle of the night, Qin Feng went to the back mountain and practiced hard. Now, his strength is not enough. He must be cautious. Otherwise, if Lin Su notices it, the trouble will be big. It is fine for him to protect himself, but Linger's safety may not be able to take care of it. In the middle of the night, Qin's house on. Qin Feng's face was solemn, and wisps of true energy filled his body, like a real dragon galloping. In front of him, under a big pot, a billowing firewood was burning. Inside the cauldron, a cloud of aquamarine mushy liquid was constantly bubbling, emitting a wisp of herb smell. With Lu Xuanqing's funds, Qin Feng secretly purchased a lot of medicinal materials, and today he finally bought all the medicinal materials he needed. Qin Feng currently does not have the ability to refine high-grade pills, so he must have a stronger strength. Otherwise, he will not be able to maintain the true energy consumption during alchemy. Zhenyuan pill. This is the most suitable pill that Qin Feng currently refines. This kind of pill will not be invented until 7 years later, and it is more than 10 times more powerful than Lingyuan pill. Now the entire alchemy world, I am afraid that Qin Feng also knows how to refine the Zhenyuan pill. Bah! As Qin Feng pinched his hands and started the alchemy technique, the mushy liquid in the cauldron instantly flowed, and the essence was tempered little by little. Ba ba ba. Finally, after a strange noise in the cauldron, it suddenly fell apart and shattered. Several ash-free pills lay in the pile of firewood. The quality of these pills is really bad. I'm afraid I have to buy a furnace. Picking up the pill on the ground, Qin Feng looked depressed. In terms of quality, this batch of medicinal pills is simply too bad, but the effect should be stronger than Lingyuan pill. Try it first. Time is too tight. Without saying a word, Qin Feng threw the Zhenyuan pill into his mouth, and suddenly a bitter taste of herbal medicine fell down his throat into his abdomen. No response. After eating this grain of Zhenyuan pill, Qin Feng blinked in a daze. His body seemed to have not changed at all. Could it be that the refining failed? I rely on it. The reaction is too exaggerated. Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. A violent energy diffused from his abdomen in an instant, like an erupting volcano, violent and violent. The vigorous medicinal power began to flow frantically to various meridians and flesh and blood, and after a circle, it returned to the abdomen dantian again, and so on. Drink. The strength of the medicine was so strong that Qin Feng couldn't help but open his mouth, roaring loudly, and the air around him was shaking constantly. At this time, Under the impact of Zhenyuan Pill's medicinal power, his whole body seemed to have doubled, his face flushed, and his blue veins were revealed. Prime true dragon art, refine it for me. Qin Feng immediately crossed his knees and quickly revolved the primordial true dragon art, forcibly controlling the power of the violent pills in his body. The Taiku true dragon technique is extremely powerful. Perceiving the situation in Qin Feng's body, he immediately followed Qin Feng's mind and tried his best to refine and absorb it. Puff puff. Qin Feng's flesh and blood and meridians made strange noises, and the clothes on his body were blasted to pieces by the infuriating true energy. It's worthy of being a Zhenyuan pill. The effect is more than 10 times higher than that of a Lingyuan pill. Under the refining of the primordial true dragon art, Qin Feng's situation gradually improved, and he was very satisfied with the effect of the Zhenyuan pill. If the pill furnace was used for refining just now, Qin Feng is absolutely sure that the medicine power of Zhenyuan pill will be much stronger. Roar. As if a real dragon roared, Qin Feng hurriedly manipulated his body's Zhen Qi to move around through his mind. Before long, Qin Feng was surprised to find that somewhere in his body, a peculiar energy was gradually condensing. This thing is. Chapter 11 Practice Martial Arts. Perceiving this peculiar energy, Qin Feng was startled and quickly focused his attention. Roar. The sound of the dragon roared, like a true ancient dragon, roaming the sky, looking at all directions. Is this scale? Finally, Qin Feng saw the true face of that ray of energy clearly. It was a looming scale, from which a trace of dragon's majesty was exuded. Great! My primordial true dragon art. The first scale will be condensed immediately. Excited expression appeared on Qin Feng's face. This primordial true dragon art is the supreme technique of the primordial era, and it would be impossible for Qin Feng to obtain it without good luck. In Prince Ancient True Dragon technique, the body of the true dragon is cultivated. From the very beginning, the first scales are condensed, and until the cultivation reaches the Mahayana, you can become a true dragon. What a powerful existence is a true dragon. Even if only one scale is condensed, it is enough to make the strength of the martial artist's physical body crush the ordinary ones. Unfortunately, this first scale is just a rudimentary form, not really condensed. If you can't condense the dragon scales, you can't improve it. After Qin Feng calmed down, he raised his eyebrows and sighed secretly. A mundane body. If you want to incarnate into a true dragon body, it is very unlikely that you can rely solely on your own practice. But Qin Feng's eyes looked at the distant mountain range. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This place is the back mountain of the Qin family, but not all belong to the Qin family, because the back mountain is connected with a large mountain range, endless, steep, countless monsters, and dangerous. So far, in the entire Tiangang city, there is no force that can control all this mountain range. According to the memory of my previous life, in the depths of this mountain range, that thing should help me successfully condense my scales. Thinking of the strength of the true dragon body, Qin Feng felt a little eager to move. However, he didn't get dazzled, but forced his inner excitement and let his mind gradually calm down. Although Swire True Dragon Art is temporarily unable to break through, but I can still use martial arts to improve combat power. In martial arts is the main method, followed by martial arts. A powerful martial skill can often enable the warrior to exert more amazing combat power, and it is not a problem to fight leapfrog. In his previous life, Qin Feng traveled to the mainland with his master, and he had experienced more martial arts and techniques. Unfortunately, at that time, his meridians were all damaged, and he could no longer practice, so he could only sigh with excitement about these martial arts. Just choose it. Qin Feng thought of a martial skill earth-splitting fist. This martial art is ordinary, not so powerful, but Qin Feng knows its true power. Strictly speaking, Fist of the Earth Splitting should be called Fist of the Earth Splitting. Only by cultivating Earth-Splitting Fist to the ultimate state can we comprehend the mystery of Earth-Splitting Fist. However, for countless years, most people have looked down on this martial skill, only treating it as an ordinary thing, and didn't practice it wholeheartedly at all. If it hadn't been reminded by the previous master, Qin Feng wouldn't have liked this martial skill. With my current level of cultivation, practicing earth-breaking fist is the most suitable. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he quickly transferred the formula of fisting the ground to his heart. It didn't take long for him to smile at the corner of his mouth, and he took a step forward, and his body began to move. Boom, boom. Splitting fist has heavy moves, but it can maximize its power. Every punch can lift the air and make a violent noise, as if it can split the ground. Chapter 12, She is Coming. One night, in a flash, when the first ray of sunlight appeared in the early morning, a clear roar came from the back mountain of Qin's house. Drink. A vigorous and agile figure quickly shuttled through the dense jungle. The dense branches and grass did not affect him at all. Accompanied by this stern shout, he stopped abruptly and stopped on a huge rock. Broken. Qin Feng bends down slightly. His infuriating energy circulates in his right hand, turning into horror fist in vain, and slams against the stone under him. Fisting the ground. Boom. With the loud sound, I saw Qin Feng's fist, actually punching this huge rock through a deep hole. Come again. With another stern shout, Qin Feng's hands speeded up, and they turned into countless afterimages, falling like raindrops on the huge rock. Boom. With a sound of shaking the sky, there were spiderweb-like cracks on the boulder, which immediately fell apart and turned into debris. Earth-splitting fist looks ordinary, but in fact it is infinitely powerful. As long as you practice harder, you will never lose to those advanced martial arts. Qin Feng nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face. Furthermore, once you have cultivated to the extreme state, after the earth-splitting fist evolves, its power may be even more against the sky. With my current strength, it is enough to deal with the 7th-layer martial artist. If you train the earth-splitting fist to the extreme and reach the threshold of practicing the earth-splitting divine fist, I am afraid that a martial artist with 8 levels of body refinement, I will also be able to defeat it. However, Qin Feng still did not dare to relax. Lin Su has been in retreat for this period of time, trying to break through to the true spiritual realm. If he really breaks through, all plans will be completely disrupted. Although there is only a line between the body-refining realm and the true spirit realm, their combat power is far from each other, one in the sky and the other on the ground. I have to work harder. Qin Feng secretly squeezed his fist, his eyes flashed with determination. Time passed in a hurry. Qin Feng's cultivation became more and more diligent, and he became more and more ruthless, even using waterfalls to temper his body. However, on the 9th day, Qin Feng did not continue to practice because Lu Xianxing brought him an important news. Inside the dilapidated wooden house, Lu Xianxing looked at Qin Feng respectfully, but he was shocked, as if he was overwhelmed. Qin Feng's cultivation is still the 6th level of body refining, but the aura he reveals is more vast and vigorous, like an unattainable mountain. His strength has improved than before. Lu Xianxing was secretly shocked, admiring his choice more wisely. Come on, what's the matter? Qin Feng asked calmly. Young master, this matter is closely related to you. A trace of awe flashed in Lu Xianxing's eyes. Oh. Qin Feng raised his brows and motioned Lu Xianxing to continue. Young master, you should know that when you were young, the patriarch ordered a baby kiss, and the other party was Miss Lin family from Yunкong City, Lin Shiru. Following Lu Xianxing's answer, Qin Feng suddenly realized that it was this woman. In the last life, he only met Lin Shiru once, but this time, he lost his face and completely became the laughingstock of the Qin family. Is she finally here? The next day, it was just getting bright. The whole Qin family was in a hurry, and the maid from Jiading was busy coming and going with the wine and food. Such a grand situation almost appeared, and even Qin Feng, who had always been ignored, was invited to the living room for a banquet. Chapter 13, The Proud Girl of Heaven. The living room of Qin's family is very large. When Qin Feng appeared, it was already full of people. Sitting at the front was a middle-aged man with a square face and a burly figure. After seeing Qin Feng, a cold color flashed with that smiling face. This person is the temporary patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yunhai. At the left side of Qin Yunhai's side, all the people sitting were members of his family. Sitting on the right is a group of face-to-face men and women, Their dresses are very different from those of the Qin family. Among this group of people, a young girl about 16 years old looked extraordinary. Her expression was indifferent, and her bright eyes showed a proud, cold color, making every man want to conquer her. Lin Xueru, looking at this beautiful girl again, a wave of waves appeared in Qin Feng's heart. Even though his state of mind is already very high, he has to admit that this woman's appearance is indeed dazzling and overwhelming. Standing at the back of the living room, it is difficult for Qin Feng to be noticed, but his special identity still prevents some people from ignoring him. Among them, a 20-year-old youth is one of them. When he saw Qin Feng appearing, a flash of provocation flashed in his eyes. "Oh, isn't this trash Qin Feng? Really have the face to come here?" Hearing this ironic voice, Qin Feng smiled coldly in his heart. His eyes swept towards the young man like electric lights. "Even if you, Qin Shan, can come, why can't I, as the young master of the Qin family, come?" Qin Shan, Qin Yunhai's son, relying on his father as the acting head of the family, claimed to be the new young head of the Qin family, delusional to outlaw Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng so indifferent, Qin Shan was taken aback for a moment. Why isn't this kid angry? But soon he got angry. "Bastard! Qin Feng, are you still daydreaming? I am the new young master of the Qin family. You are a trash. Where's the courage to talk to me like this?" As he spoke, Qin Shan's eyes became indifferent like a snake. Qin Shan's voice was loud, and it instantly caught everyone's attention. When I saw Qin Feng, Lin Xueru, who had always been indifferent, showed a curve in the corner of her mouth inadvertently. "Hee, niece Lin, I haven't met in more than 10 years. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." After Qin Yunhai stared at Qin Shan fiercely, he calmly continued to Lin Xueru. "Uncle Qin praised." Lin Xueru said flatly. Her voice was very cold, but very nice. Qin Yunhai's expression was stagnant. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Xueru to have such a cold tone. He felt unhappy, but he didn't dare to show it, and continued to pretend to be gentle and smiled. "I heard that niece Lin was fortunate to visit the sect. I wonder if this is true." As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar in the hall. Many senior Qin parents' expressions changed drastically, with shock in their eyes. Different from the family, the sect is the real gathering place of the strong on the mainland, and its background is more than 1,000 times larger than the family. "Yes, 3 months ago, I worshipped the Songhai sect." Lin Xueru had just finished speaking, and everyone looked at her in unimaginable expressions. Songhai sect? Could it be that Songhai sect, one of the 5 forces? It's terrible. Many people can't even enter the ordinary sect. She can actually worship the Azure Sea sect. Songhai sect will only recruit disciples with outstanding talents. This Lin Xueru must be a peerless genius. Her talent is indeed very enchanting. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Feng secretly sighed in his heart that the 5 forces are not so easy to enter. Congratulations to niece Lin. Qin Yunhai's expression was particularly stagnant, and his tone became much humble. This Lin Xueru was able to worship the Azure Sea sect, and his identity was destined to be extraordinary, so how could he dare to neglect? "Today, I came mainly for an old thing." Lin Xueru spoke again, and immediately looked at Qin Feng. Chapter 14 Refuse. Seeing this, Qin Yunhai moved slightly in his heart, and quickly said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, come here, uncle." It is hard to imagine that Qin Yunhai, who has always been indifferent to Qin Feng, would use such a cordial tone. "I want to talk to him alone." Lin Xueru got up. Her voice was like ice and snow, with an indisputable tone. Qin Yunhai didn't dare to refuse, and quickly nodded and smiled. "No problem, Xiaofeng. Lin's niece is a distinguished guest. You have to treat me well." Inside a pavilion of Qin's house, Lin Xueru looked at Qin Feng and said indifferently, "You should understand why I am looking for you." Qin Feng smiled lightly. "Well, I understand. You are planning to cancel the engagement." His heart was cut like a knife in the previous life, but his heart has no waves in this life. This is the transformation of his mood. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lin Xueru was slightly surprised and obviously did not expect Qin Feng to be so calm. "Aren't you angry? Don't you hate me?" Seeing Qin Feng, her jade face couldn't help showing a hint of curiosity, Her high-cold temperament softened a lot. Why should I be angry? Men's and women's affairs depend on fate. If you have no chance, then forget it. And you didn't raise this matter in front of everyone in order to save me some face. I have to thank you. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at this peerless beauty deeply. His eyes were as clear as water, without any distractions. Lin Shuaru is indeed beautiful, but it is nothing more than that, and can't disturb his mood at all. Do you really think so? Lin Shuaru's eyes widened. Before coming to Qin's house, she had considered that such a retiring would have a great impact on Qin Feng. She even thought about her excuses to comfort Qin Feng. But she didn't expect that Qin Feng's reaction was so calm that she was a little at a loss. At this moment, Lin Shuaru was more curious about Qin Feng in her heart. She is amazing. Even though he was pregnant with Prince Ancient True Dragon technique, he was destined to achieve extraordinary achievements in the future, but Qin Feng couldn't help being amazed by Lin Shuaru's talent. She is only 16 years old, but her cultivation base has reached the real spiritual realm. How many people in the world can compare with her? Then, after the two chatted with each other for a while, Lin Shuaru returned to the Qin's living room. These pills are given to you. I hope they can help you go further. In the living room, Lin Shuaru took out a brocade box and said to Qin Feng, 20 crystal clear spirit pills were placed inside the brocade box. My God, this is Guyuan pill. Everyone in the Qin family stared at the brocade box with wide-eyed eyes, with incredible faces. The pill is white, mellow and delicate, and exudes a wisp of fragrance. Just smelling it makes people full of energy. Guyuan pill, a high-level pill, has a huge effect on the warriors of the real spirit realm, not to mention the refining realm. A Guyuan pill worth 20,000 gold. 20 full. Compared with Qin Feng's calm complexion, Qin Shan looked particularly excited. In his opinion, Qin Feng is just a waste. Even if Qin Feng obtains these Guyuan pills, they must be handed over in the end. Now, he is already the 6th layer of body refining. If he takes these pills, he is absolutely sure to set foot on the 9th layer of body refining. 9 body refining, in the entire Tiangang city, is already among the best masters. Xiaofeng, don't you want to accept the pill? Thanks Shuaru very much. Qin Yunhai suddenly became anxious when he saw that Qin Feng did not respond for a long time. This Guyuan pill is a good thing. One is enough to make all the warriors in Tiangang City fight frantically, let alone 20. He is now the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refining, and he is only one step away from reaching the true spirit realm. If he takes a few Guyuan pills, he will have a greater chance of breaking through. In short, these 20 Guyuan pills are a great opportunity for him and Qin Shan. The pill is unnecessary. A smile overflowed from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth and said lightly, What? When these words came out, everyone present was shocked, and even Lin Shuaru was shocked. Chapter 15 Chase. Qin Feng, you are so crazy. This is Shuaru's intention, so you don't want it. Qin Shan couldn't help but yelled. His expression on his face was crazy, and he wanted to go up and grab the Guyuan pill. Okay. Lin Shuaru was so smart. She could see the reason at once, and she couldn't help secretly regretting it. Qin Feng didn't seem to be treated much, and when he knew that he should be in the pavilion, he gave him the Guyuan pill. Well, if you need help in the future, just come to the Azure Sea sect to find me. Lin Shuaru directly collected the pill and said to Qin Feng, with a hint of concern in her tone. Hateful. Qin Shan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flushed, wishing to swallow Qin Feng alive. This waste actually broke his chance. Qin Yunhai's expression was also blue and white. If Lin Shuaru hadn't been there, he would definitely take a shot and severely teach this idiot to waste. I'm going back first, please. Qin Feng coldly glanced at Qin Yunhai and his son, then turned and left the hall. Lu Xinqing, I will leave Qin's house for about 2 months. You must protect Linger and tell the public that she will return to her hometown to save her parents. Back at the wooden house, Qin Feng asked Lu Xinqing to tell him. What happened? Lu Xuanqing's eyes flickered and asked without knowing it. Although he is not qualified to go to the living room, he can still guess some things. Lu Xinqing, my Qin Feng is destined to have an extraordinary future. If you seize the opportunity, your future will be bright. Qin Feng said slowly. Lu Xinqing was shocked, thought quickly, and finally made a choice. Young master, rest assured, I, Lu Xianqing, will definitely protect Linger and live up to your request. Qin Feng nodded, and after telling Linger to pay attention to safety, he hurriedly left Qin's house. Faster! Hurry up! Qin Feng's body is fast, and his whole person is like a bolt of lightning, swiftly shuttled through the mountains and forests. He must escape from Qin's house as soon as possible. Qin Yunhai and Qin Shan now hate him so much that they will definitely attack him. As an alchemist, he knows the value of Guiyuan Dan better than anyone. Refusing 20 Guiyuan pills at once, how could Qin Yunhai easily bypass him? As long as Lin Shuuru walked out of Qin's house, Qin Yunhai would send someone to look for him. As predicted, not long after Qin Feng left, Qin Shan led 10 people with a gloomy face and murderously rushed to Qin Feng's broken wooden house. Chao Te, let this waste run away. Looking at the empty, dilapidated wooden house, Qin Shan's facial muscles were fierce, roaring like a lunatic. Chase me desperately. This must be heading towards the back mountain. It can't go far. You must catch it for me. I must torture this rubbish. Qin Shan became more and more mad as he thought about it, and he lost his 20 Guiyuan pills in vain. How could he spare Qin Feng lightly? Yes. A group of henchmen responded in unison. These 10 people were full of real energy, and there were vague sounds of beasts. 9 of them have 6 levels of cultivation, and 1 has 7 levels. These 10 are Qin Shan's capable officers, who were sent to Qin Shan by Qin Yunhai to help Qin Shan gain a firm foundation. Wow! In the mountains and forests, Qin Feng's body was like a sharp arrow, swiftly fleeing towards the distance. If you pay close attention, you will find that his figure is constantly flickering, becoming more and more blurred, as if it is secluded and strange. Phantom step. This is a smart method that Qin Feng has mastered. After practicing, the body is as fast as a gust of wind, strange as a charm, looming and elusive. You must hurry up, then Qin Shan will never give up easily if he didn't catch me. Qin Feng thought secretly. His body skills were quicker. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was an astonishing noise behind him, only to see tall trees crashing to the ground under the impact of infuriating energy. Chapter 16, Dangerous Place. Catch it. Qin Feng smiled coldly. A secluded bush next to it was carefully hidden. Although the phantom step is exquisite, it consumes too much true energy. If the true energy is not enough when being caught up, it will not take a second. Boom! A cold light flashed by, severely cutting off a big tree, only to see a middle-aged man, holding a sharp sword, chasing after him with a cold expression. In addition to this person, there are 9 men following behind them, releasing their powerful innocence, expressing the intention of killing and killing. Qin Yuan. Qin Feng swept everyone away, and finally focused on Qin Yuan. This Qin Yuan is the strongest person under Qin Shan, with 7 levels of body refining, and his strength should not be underestimated. With my current strength, it is not difficult to deal with Qin Yuan alone, but if 10 people join forces, I will definitely lose. Cannot fight. Qin Feng thought slightly, his figure suddenly flashed, and once again fled into the forest. He's over there. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, the 10 people immediately chased after him with a fierce momentum. Huh. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal. A sword light quickly landed, and the sharp sword energy instantly cut the big tree beside Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng dodged and avoided easily, only to see Qin Yuan showing a vicious face and rushing with his sword. Boy, don't bother, you can't escape. Obediently confess your mistakes to the young master. Maybe you can save your life. Qin Yuan shouted loudly, trying to influence Qin Feng's mind. Idiot. Qin Feng smiled coldly. The phantom stepped in vain and rushed towards the distant mountains and forests. That place is his destination, barren Feather Mountain Forest. Whizzing. In the shocked eyes of the 10 people, Qin Feng's body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Damn, this kid broke into the barren Feather Mountain Forest. Seeing Qin Feng disappear instantly, the 10 people looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Brother Yuan, shall we go in? Everyone looked at Qin Yuan, waiting for his decision. Idiot, that is the barren Feather Mountain Forest. There are a lot of fierce beasts in it. We can't deal with the beasts with our strength. This waste daring to break in will only be a dead end. However, in order to prevent him from returning, we have to wait a few days around here. Fierce beasts are powerful monsters in the Tianwu continent. They are weird in size and possess various terrifying abilities, such as thunder and lightning at the mouth, manipulation of water and fire, confusing magic. Most of these fierce beasts are fierce in character and like to kill. The powerful fierce beast can transform into a human form, possessing earth-shaking abilities, comparable to the power of a human warrior. This barren feather mountain forest, adjacent to the back mountain of the Qin family, is a dangerous place that most people dare not set foot in. Qin Feng dared to break in with a waste, it would definitely become food for the beast. In fact, Qin Feng had already planned to enter the barren feather mountain forest, because there was a chance that belonged to him. He must come to this place if he wants to truly condense the body of the true dragon and transform the first scale. Because in the depths of the barren feather mountain forest, there is a real dragon energy. Qin Feng learned about this matter in his previous life. Otherwise, he would never easily set foot in the wild feather mountain forest. Ferocious beasts, most of them are murderous, brutal, and violent. I hope they won't be met by me. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. The fierce beasts are divided into 9 stages according to their level of strength. Among them, the first stage is the weakest and the 9th stage is the most powerful. It is said that there are rare Imperial and Emperor stages. Didn't they catch up? It seems that they also know the dangers of the barren feather mountain forest, so they dare not set foot in it. Realizing that no one was chasing after him, Qin Feng slowly let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he began to look around vigilantly. In this barren feather mountain forest, there was obviously a strange breath, cold, bloody, chilling. What a strong smell of blood. It really is a dangerous place. Qin Feng thought secretly. Chapter 17 Green Sky Snake. While running the prime true dragon technique, he walked forward cautiously. After half a day, Qin Feng had already walked for more than 30 miles, and the deeper he went into the forests of Huangyu Mountain, the more cold the surrounding breath, giving people a sense of potential crisis. Obviously it was noon, but the whole mountain forest was extremely groggy. Qin Feng only knew that there was dragon spirit in the Huangyu Mountain forest, but he needed to find out where it was. Wow! Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a sound of water, and his voice was clear and thick, like a roar of a mighty tiger. It should be a waterfall. Qin Feng muttered to himself and hurriedly walked along the direction of the voice. Boom! After almost 10 minutes, Qin Feng finally came to the waterfall. When he looked up, the water was winding, like a real dragon entrenched. Gurulu. Qin Feng couldn't help taking a few sips of water, sweet and refreshing, but his spirit recovered a lot. After washing his face again, Qin Feng began to observe the surroundings. This place has beautiful scenery, quiet, with lush plants growing, and it looks like an abundance. Wrong. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Qin Feng suddenly woke up and frowned. This place looks very good, but there is a touch of weirdness. It's too quiet. This kind of silence made Qin Feng more and more vigilant, and a cold chill rose in vein from behind. Hiss! A strange voice rang from behind Qin Feng, as if being stared at by something vicious. Phantom walk. Qin Feng didn't have time to think about it, and directly ran his true energy away. Bah! Just as he stepped away, a cyan light with a strong stench and the sound of air friction quickly hit the rock on which Qin Feng was sitting. Squeak! The stone was actually corroded into a pothole, and thick blue smoke continued to spread. What a terrible poison! Wow! Seeing the venom attack missed, a figure instantly rushed out from behind the waterfall and appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision. This is a terrible giant snake with a length of 10 feet and a whole body of cyan. The scarlet letter is constantly spitting out from its big mouth, which is chilling. Ferocious beast. Qin Feng's face changed suddenly, and he turned and ran without hesitation. This fierce beast, named Qingyan Tianjing snake, is a tier 1, powerful, highly poisonous, and a drop of it is enough to make people fall. And this guy's snake skin is extremely tough. Unless it is a warrior in the real spirit realm, it is impossible to defeat it at all. Thinking of the power of the Qingyan Tianjing snake, Qin Feng pushed the phantom step even harder. The green flame sky crystal snake showed fierce light, kept spitting out snake venom, and pursued it quickly, as if it did not intend to let Qin Feng go easily. Whizzing, a stream of venom splashed around Qin Feng's body, and everything he touched was corroded, and billowing blue smoke appeared. Boom! At this moment, a large tree next to it was corroded by the venom, and it snapped and blocked Qin Feng's path. The Qingyan Tianjing snake took advantage of the fire and robbed it, and its huge head opened its blood basin and opened its mouth and bit it towards Qin Feng. Inevitable. A cruel color flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and the true energy in his body was surging like a tide. He stepped on the right foot and shook the ground, splitting the ground, and slammed a punch. Ground fist. Boom. With a punch, the air exploded, curling up a stagnant airflow, and the momentum was huge. Snake and hit 7 inches, don't break it. Qin Feng used the phantom step to avoid the fatal blow, found the Qi Cun of the Qingyan Tianjing snake, and smashed it down fiercely. Wow! The powerful fist strength, through the outer skin of the Qingyan Tianjing snake, penetrated into its body, making it scream and scream. However, before Qin Feng was happy, the tail of the Qingyan sky crystal snake swept away fiercely and flung it on his body. Puff! The huge force like a mountain caused Qin Feng to vomit blood, and his body was like a huge boulder, flying horizontally. Boom bang bang. Qin Feng's body knocked down a large tree, flying out more than 30 meters before crashing to the ground. Ahem. Qin Feng coughed, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Chapter 18 Martial Skills Improvement. The strength of the body is still poor. If a scale is transformed, I can definitely kill it easily. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. The Qingyan Tianjing snake recovered, raised his head and roared, and rushed at him again fiercely. 7 inches of it must be hit. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and ran the prime true dragon technique, frantically, and his pain was relieved a lot. Wow! The phantom step was used again, and Qin Feng seemed to have turned into an afterimage, and he actually took the initiative to attack. Call. Snake's tail swept, approaching Qin Feng, fisting the ground. That is to say, Qin Feng pushed the ground, as if there was a mighty force under his feet, making his body quickly vacated. With another punch, the hammer hit the Qingyan Tianjing snake 7 inches accurately. Hiss! Qingyan Tianjing snake, Qi Cun, was injured again, and the pain made it scream frantically, spraying venom in its mouth. Vaguely visible, a punch hole appeared in its 7-inch position. With a scream, the Qingyan Tianjing snake looked at Qin Feng's gaze, revealing a trace of fear, and desperately ran back. Too dangerous. Qin Feng exhaled heavily, sweating all over his body. Fortunately, the Qingyan sky crystal snake had a fatal weakness, otherwise he would not escape. After all, he was just a martial artist with 6 levels of body refining, and he was far behind the fierce beast in the true spirit realm. Suddenly, before Qin Feng was relieved, a terrible shout came. Kill me. Boom. At this moment, the sword light filled the sky, like a dragon and a snake. However, after a few breaths of effort, the fleeing Qingyan Tianjing snake was actually torn into countless pieces of meat. Immediately afterwards, a group of 5 people appeared one after another. The leader is a young man of about 20 years old, holding a cyan snake-like long sword. His eyes are cold, his complexion is like ice, and a serpentine mark is engraved on the center of his brow, revealing a trace of evil spirit. The other people are in their 40s, standing behind the young man, looking like a man, full of vitality and extraordinary strength. There are outsiders in this place. Go and kill him. Never let outsiders know my fate. The young man also noticed Qin Feng. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Then he closed his eyes slightly, revealing his killing intent. Yes. The 2 people standing behind him responded in unison, and when they moved, they rushed towards Qin Feng. This group of people should come from the Heavenly Snake Palace. Looking at the marks on the eyebrows of several people, Qin Feng guessed their identities and turned around without hesitation and fled. The Heavenly Snake Palace is a sect that has been handed down for thousands of years. It is extremely powerful and has had enmity with the master of Qin Feng's previous life. This heavenly snake palace has always been and cruel, but it is an evil sect. Many people want to get rid of it quickly. The sword in the young man's hand just now has a powerful sword light and full of power. I am afraid it is the treasure of the heavenly snake palace, the heavenly snake sword. So that young man. In Qin Feng's heart, he thought of a person. In the previous life, a demon Tianjiao appeared in Tianxi Palace, named Lin Kai. This Lin Kai has an extraordinary talent, and he set foot in the real spirit realm at a young age. Later, his strength skyrocketed and his opportunities continued, and he eventually became a distinguished person. It is said that the reason why Lin Kai is so enchanting is precisely because he received a ray of precious dragon energy when he was 20. From then on, the snake turned into a dragon, soaring into the sky. This kid should be Lin Kai, the young master of the heavenly snake palace. Qin Feng thought secretly, if what is expected is not bad, this Lin Kai should know where the dragon is, and I must follow him closely. Boy, where to escape? While thinking, there was a cold drink from behind Qin Feng. The cold voice made people shudder. Chapter 19 Mingwu. Qin Feng looked back and saw two human figures. True Qi emerged from his body and turned into an illusory snake shadow to kill him strangely, very fast. If you want to follow Lin Kai, you have to kill these two guys who are getting in the way. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, his heart moved, but his figure rushed towards the dense forest. Damn, this kid is too weird. He looks like a ghost. We are chasing in two ways. In the wild Feather Mountain forest, there is a great opportunity for the young master. It is of great importance. We must not let outsiders reveal it. One of them shouted in a deep voice. Yes, this kid can't be let go. He must be killed. The other person nodded, apparently knowing the severity of the matter. The two separated instantly, moving towards Qin Feng from the left and right sides. Qin Feng's speed was getting faster and faster. Vaguely, the whole person seemed to be transformed into an afterimage. In the dense forest, it was better than a stroll in the courtyard, and he actually left these two people behind. However, Qin Feng knew that the strength of these two people was much stronger than himself, and would catch up with him sooner or later. One journey of martial arts is doomed to be difficult, and blindly retreating will only obliterate the heart of martial arts, and it will be more difficult to practice in the future. I don't choose to fight directly. How can I grow up? These two people are indeed very strong, but if I fight alone, I may not have no chance of winning. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The thought was born suddenly, and his mind suddenly became clear. Hey kid, can't escape. Suddenly, a sullen laughter was close at hand. I saw a person appearing beside Qin Feng with a sneer on his face, his body lingering in real energy, like a heavenly snake, staring at Qin Feng ferociously. Escape? Why should I escape? As soon as the voice fell, Qin Feng didn't retreat, but instead rushed towards the opponent. Hee, a small trash with 6 levels of body refining. Dare to provoke me. It's really looking for death. Seeing Qin Feng being so bold and daring to offend himself, the face of the middle-aged man became even more cold. Turning his right hand over, the snake-shaped Jinshi rolled towards Qin Feng. Hiss! A piercing sound of snakes filled the entire jungle, and the terrible true energy surged out, raising dust and smoke within 100 meters. Fisting the ground, Qin Feng no longer shrinks. His heart is like a rock, his will is firm, and his heart is fearless and fearless. Earth-splitting boxing was originally an ordinary martial skill, but when it was displayed in Qin Feng's hands, it was powerful and invincible. Boom boom. The two fought quickly. In the smoke and dust, the two figures separated and merged, erupting a powerful sound of air waves, diffused true energy, and shattered a large number of trees around. The body refining stage eightfold is really powerful. My current strength is quite reluctant to deal with. Perceiving the tingling sensation from his hands, Qin Feng secretly said with emotion. However, there was no timidity in his heart. With the fight, the cracking fist seemed to have reached a limit state, and there was a will to regain a new life, rippling in Qin Feng's heart. Boy, you, a 6-tiered martial artist, can stand in a stalemate with me for so long. It's really extraordinary. If you continue to grow, I am afraid that the future is boundless. It's a pity that you met me. The middle-aged man sneered, His hands quickly formed marks, and his eyes were cruel. Boy, it's over. Boom. The middle-aged man runs infuriating energy, and two huge imaginary snake shadows are condensed in the blink of an eye. They are lifelike and hideous and terrifying. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man flashed quickly, like a long snake running around, with a shocking momentum. Obviously, he was completely motivated to kill Qin Feng in one fell swoop. At this moment, Qin Feng only felt a pressure, covering him. However, under this pressure, his mood was exceptionally transparent and calm. The formula of the cracking fist began to appear in his mind word by word, as if there was a natural rhyme that made him realize instantly. Go to hell. The middle-aged man smiled triumphantly, as if he had seen Qin Feng, crushed by his serpentine chi into a shattered scene. However, seeing that the snake-shaped innocence was about to approach Qin Feng opened his eyes abruptly. Two sharp rays of light shot out of his eyes. Chapter 20 Chop. Haha, I finally understand. Qin Feng laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder rolling. In that moment, his aura changed in vain. Earth-splitting fist. Break. This is impossible. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically in an instant. He didn't understand why this ant-like young man could explode with such an astonishing aura. Boom. The momentum is like a mountain, shaking the sky. A shadow of a fist soaring into the sky, with majestic power, appeared in the sight of the middle-aged man. It's indeed over. In Qin Feng's tone, there was a hint of indifference, an invincible aura that broke out again. This imposing momentum actually set off a strong air current, as if there was a strong man from the ancient times, punching through the earth. Those two snake-shaped, infuriating energy, like thin paper, were blown to death by the punch. Immediately after, in the middle-aged man's horrified eyes, a domineering fist slammed at an unreacted speed. Boom! The shocking blast made ripples in the air. No, it's impossible. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Feng in disbelief with round eyes and bloodshot streaks. His lips moved, but he didn't have the energy to speak. On his chest, a huge hole of blood was bleeding continuously. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't stop the passing of life. Only in panic and despair, he fell to the ground slowly, without any movement. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this time, he could fully feel the change in his body, which was a fundamental change. Every inch of the body's muscles contains power, and this power is mixed with a vast aura. This momentum should be intended. Meaning is a mysterious thing. The way of martial arts is to inspire the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice and fight, and the so-called intention is to make the martial artist more extreme use. Divided by type, there are different meanings in the world such as knives, spears, sticks, fists, palms, etc. Qin Feng's understanding just now belongs to Quan Yi. The meaning of the divine fist is a kind of arrogant and domineering, with the strongest force, directly crushing the opponent and destroying everything. The intent of the divine fist is really terrifying. I just realized a little bit of fur, and my strength has improved a lot. Qin Feng showed joy in his eyes, and he even more looked forward to the power of the divine fist. In the gloomy, barren Feather Mountain forest, there is a desolate and corrupt atmosphere everywhere, especially after the breeze blows. The smell is even more unpleasant. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a figure quickly passed through, as fast as lightning, a step of 10 meters, full of true energy, and the condensed true energy shattered all the trees. Little bastard, come out if you have a seed. The man yelled up to the sky. His voice was full of madness, and his eyes were cruelly gleaming. At first glance, he was not kind. He is another middle-aged man who chased Qin Feng. At this moment, he no longer dared to be careless, but there was a trace of horror and fear on his face. In just half a day, he realized the power of this sixth-tier junior. Qin Feng's amazing body, powerful body, keen perception, all made him jealous. What kind of technique did this kid cultivate? Why is his body so strong? And that terrible boxing technique. Every move reveals domineering aura. The middle-aged man kept thinking in his heart, and his inner fear grew stronger. On the Tianwu continent, Everyone believed that a small gap in the realm would lead to huge differences in strength. But now, the middle-aged man has great doubts about this statement. The 6th level of body refining state and the 8th level of body refining state are two small realms. Logically speaking, he should be able to sweep Qin Feng. But this is not the case. No, I must return as soon as possible and report to young Master Lin Kai. If the great opportunity of young Master is broken, I will not be able to please. Then the kid is too enchanting. Thinking like this in his heart, this person's killing intent also began to dissipate. His body flashed, and he fled in another direction. Boom! Just as the middle-aged man left, a burst of energy suddenly appeared and galloped towards him. The strong vigor shocked the middle-aged man's heart. Looking back, he saw a young man rising into the air, waving his fist. There was a cold chill in the boy's eyes. It's not Qin Feng. Who will it be? Hateful. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and dared not try hard, and hurriedly dodged behind. Boy. After evading the blow, the middle-aged man stepped on his feet, his true energy condensed into an illusory, poisonous snake, facing Qin Feng. Humph! Qin Feng hummed coldly, and instead of dodge, he rushed towards the middle-aged man with a more swift attitude. Earth-splitting fist. Before the vigor, the fist came first. That amazing boxing power seemed to be able to shatter the earth, powerful and majestic. Such a terrifying coercion immediately made the body of the middle-aged man froze slightly, and his movements slowed down by half a beat. Fighting warriors, cautious step by step. If there is a slight flaw, the opponent will seize the opportunity. Broken! Qin Feng screamed. The vast fist turned into infinite strength and came out. Chapter 21 Lin Kai. In a moment, the middle-aged man had no resistance at all, and Qin Feng smashed his head abruptly, splashing blood. Kill another person, including Lin Kai. There are only 3 left. Qin Feng looked at the corpse at his feet indifferently, without any emotion on his face. He took out a pill of Jingyuan pill from his arms and threw it into his mouth. The pill quickly turned into a warm current to restore the true energy in the body. Jingyuan pill has been eaten, but the cultivation base is still in the 6th level of body refining. Originally, I thought that by comprehending the divine fist of earth splitting, I could take the opportunity to set foot on the 7th body refining. Now it seems that I am afraid that it is necessary to complete the dragon transformation of the prime true dragon technique to break through the bottleneck. Qin Feng's brows frowned slightly. He still underestimated the overbearing power of prime true dragon technique. If you want to truly learn the Prince Ancient True Dragon art, you must be assisted by Dragon Qi, otherwise you will be stuck in the 6th level of body refining throughout your life. This was something Qin Feng hadn't expected. After all, no one had practiced Prince Ancient True Dragon art for countless years, and it was normal that no one paid much attention to dragon energy. In the previous life, the Dragon Qi was acquired by Lin Kai. I don't know its location, so I can only go to Lin Kai. Lin Kai, don't let me down. There was a flash of light in Qin Feng's eyes, and he raised his head to look in a certain direction. There were 3 majestic fluctuations of true energy looming over there. It was Lin Kai's trio. Lin Kai's realm should be the 9th level of body refinement. My divine fist of earth splitting has just been realized. It is probably very difficult to defeat Lin Kai head-on, not to mention that Lin Kai still has the heavenly snake sword in his hand. Qin Feng pondered slowly, but his body didn't stop, and he quickly moved in the direction of Lin Kai's trio. It didn't take long before Qin Feng discovered Lin Kai's trio. At this moment, they are standing in front of a cave. The entrance of the cave is very small. If it were not for eradicating the nearby bushes and vines, no one would have found it. According to reliable sources, a real dragon once came to this place, leaving behind a dragon gas. As long as I swallow this dragon energy, my strength will advance by leaps and bounds, and the future is destined to be extraordinary. Looking at the dark cave, Lin Kai's facial muscles were constantly twitching because they were too excited. What? This chance turned out to be Dragon Qi. The faces of the 2 middle-aged men next to him changed drastically. Although they knew there was a great opportunity in it, they didn't expect it to be such an amazing thing. Dragon Qi, this is the supreme treasure. Especially for the warriors of their heavenly snake palace. They are things that change their lives against the sky and can make them become dragons. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying the future would be if Lin Kai swallowed the dragon energy. Young Master, Li Fei and the others haven't come back yet. Should we wait for them? One of them suggested. Humph, against a six-fold body-refining ant, they still have such ink stains. There are many dreams in the night. I will go in alone, and you can guard outside. Lin Kai was so excited that he was willing to wait any longer. After coldly instructing the two of them, he stepped into the cave. It turns out to be in this place. It is really hidden. I don't know how Lin Kai learned about it. I have to find a way to get in, otherwise the dragon Qi will be swallowed by Lin Kai, which is not good. Looking at the two men guarding outside the cave, Qin Feng frowned slightly. These two people are the eighth body refining. Even if I can kill, I will still attract Lin Kai's attention. Qin Feng kept thinking about it. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the light blue plants next to him, and his face suddenly showed joy. It's actually this thing? Chapter 22 Kill Again. This time, the young master is really lucky. I didn't expect to get a dragon energy. From now on, the young master will be able to cultivate the techniques of the heavenly snake palace to the top. The one standing outside the cave said quite enviously, "Yeah, how rare and rare is dragon Qi. Even a small amount of it can make a leap. The next palace lord of the heavenly snake palace is destined to be the young lord." The other person nodded in agreement and continued excitedly. "We are the confidant of the young master. If he takes over the position of the palace master, our status will also improve." The two became more and more excited and began to imagine the future in the heavenly snake palace, which was admired by thousands of disciples. But they did not notice that a puff of light blue gas was gradually spreading towards them. The gas is very weak, but it seems to contain spirituality, surrounding the two people a little bit. What's the matter? Why do I feel dizzy and want to sleep? Suddenly, one of them shook his head and noticed something was wrong. Me too. I seem to be boring all over. Not good. The two finally reacted. Puff. Just at this moment, a burst of air-braking force burst out, rushing through all the shackles and quickly across their necks. In an instant, a blood stain appeared on their necks, blood gushing out like a fountain, and their bodies slumped to the ground weakly. Why could it be you? The two of them stared at the teenager next to them in disbelief, looking at them with a sneer, who could not be Qin Feng. Why are you still not dead? They couldn't believe that the two masters of the heavenly snake palace teamed up and failed to kill a mere six-layered ant. Disappointed? Qin Feng chuckled lightly, making a move for the two of them in seconds. This result made him very satisfied. The light blue grass he had just discovered was named misty grass. Most people don't know the effect of this herb, but Qin Feng was the king of Pill in his previous life, so he knew the medicinal effects of mist grass. Miscellaneous grass is a kind of strong phantom medicine. The phantom medicine trained with a variety of materials is enough to make a true spiritual realm master hit. Although Qin Feng currently has no way to refine this phantom medicine, relying solely on the mist grass can also make these two eightfold refining martial artists lose their combat effectiveness. We must hurry. Seeing that the two on the ground had lost their breath, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. An array of cold light flashed across and quickly entered the dark cave. From the outside, the entrance of the cave looked only half a meter in size, but when Qin Feng came in, he found that there was a special cave inside. The space inside the cave is very wide and dark, and nothing can be seen clearly. However, after the martial artist reaches the 5th level of body refining, his eyesight will be greatly improved, and this darkness will not affect Qin Feng. The temperature inside the cave is slightly colder and very humid. You can feel the temperature and humidity of the mountain wall when you touch it. Okay. After traveling several hundred meters, Qin Feng's hair suddenly stood up, and a chill suddenly emerged, and a warning sign emerged from his heart. Wow! Phantom step. Qin Feng did not hesitate, and directly used the body technique to dodge. Hiss! A cold voice sounded. Qin Feng followed his reputation and finally saw the sneak attacker. At the location where he was just now, a monster the size of a wash basin was staring at him with a hideous face, and his mouth kept making harsh sounds. White jade spider. Qin Feng frowned. This monster is a white jade spider. Its whole body is white, like jade. Its eyes are dark and fierce, its fangs are prominent, and greedy saliva flows out. Chapter 23, Close at Hand. Although the white jade spider is not strong in attack power, it is extremely fast, has amazing defenses, and is good at group attacks. Even if it is a beast, it will not be afraid. White jade spiders like to live in groups. Why are they alone? Qin Feng glanced carefully, but found that there were countless corpses of white jade spiders lying under the white jade spider. Their wounds were very neat, and they were obviously injured by magic weapons. It seems that he was killed by Lin Kai. Qin Feng nodded secretly. I can't stop the defense of the white jade spider. You can see the power of the snake sword. How extraordinary. Qin Feng blasted out with a punch, and the divine fist of earth splitting soared into the sky, smashing the white jade spider into flesh, and immediately accelerated his pace. Wow! Qin Feng moved the phantom step at a speed as fast as lightning. About 10 minutes later, Qin Feng stopped abruptly. It wasn't that he took the initiative to stop. It was because a shock of weather fell from the sky, and Qin Feng's body was instantly suppressed extremely strongly. It was like falling down like a waterfall, and the momentum was like a mighty force. Even with Qin Feng's powerful body, it was also affected by this force. Thanks to Qin Feng's quick response and crazy operation of prime true dragon art, he stabilized his figure. What's the situation? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel horrified. Where does this terrifying coercion come from? Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the cave. The sound shook the mountain wall, and the air hummed. This is the roar of a real dragon. So arrogant, so invincible, carrying an aura of disdain for the common people. Unbeatable. As this true dragon roar sounded, Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. Prince's ancient true dragon art seemed to be stimulated, running faster than usual, several times faster, to resolve the oppression of the dragon on his body. I understand. This is the power of dragon energy. Although Qin Feng had never seen dragon energy, the changes in Prince's ancient true dragon Ju made him realize instantly. Only the breath of a true dragon possesses such a domineering coercion, and can it arouse the resonance of Swire true dragon art. Boom! Qin Feng slammed his feet on the ground vigorously, like a hurricane, displayed a phantom step, and ran forward with all his strength. Roar! 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 The fierce dragon roar, with great momentum, constantly echoed in the cave, causing the air to continue to condense ripples. Qin Feng's heart became more shocked. Just the sound he made had such power. One can imagine how terrifying the power of this dragon energy is. With the resonance of Prince's ancient true dragon technique, Qin Feng's body style was several times faster than before. It's just the time of thinking. It actually flew thousands of meters away. Ha ha! This is the breath of the true dragon. It is worthy of the power of the supreme beast. Haughty, invincible, and watching all living beings. With this thing, Lin Kai is destined to be famous all over the world. In front of Qin Feng, Lin Kai held the heavenly snake sword, blushing and raising his head and laughing, as strong as mad. The laughter is full of pride and infinite fantasy. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng quickly converged his own breath fluctuations, hiding in the dark, carefully observing, and preparing to move forward. In the void in front of Lin Kai, a golden light that was as thick as an arm roared continuously. The golden light seemed faint, less than half a meter long, but the coercion revealed was extremely terrifying. Around the golden light, everything was trembling, and even the void was born with cracks. It's such a powerful force. The closer you get to the dragon chi, the more your body's strength will be. The more amazing the speed of Prince's ancient true dragon art is. However, how did Lin Kai practice Prince's ancient true dragon technique? Withstand the pressure of dragon energy? Chapter 24 Long Way cannot be committed. Qin Feng clearly noticed that, instead of being under pressure, Lin Kai looked vigorous. I understand. It should be because of the Heavenly Snake Palace Heart technique. The technique of the Heavenly Snake Palace Heavenly Snake God Art. The snake has the form of a dragon and can transform into a flood or a dragon with practice. The profound meaning of the Heavenly Snake God Ju is to practice snake skills, continuously improve, and finally evolve into a dragon. Qin Feng has no way of knowing whether this exercise technique can truly transform the dragon, but it shouldn't be difficult to resist part of Long Wei's suppression. Looking at Lin Kai, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The heavenly snake divine Ju is extremely powerful and can condense the true energy of snake venom. After practicing Mahayana, a single blow will be more corrosive. Putting aside these things first, Qin Feng had to take it seriously just because of Lin Kai's 9th level of refining body. Never make a rash move, otherwise the consequences are unpredictable. My body's defenses are very strong. Even if the snake sword is sharp, at least 2 consecutive attacks are required. The arrogant fist of the divine fist of the earth splitting is a very powerful killer move. With the help of the speed of the phantom step, it should be able to kill Lin Kai. However, there is only one chance. You must find the right time. At this time, Lin Kai had recovered his composure, his eyes were fixed on Dragon Qi, and his face was smiling. Fate against the heavens will be my Lin gains. One day, I will turn a snake into a real dragon and become the supreme power. Thinking of this, Lin Kai couldn't bear it anymore. Swallow! Lin Kai shouted loudly, and the true energy in his body quickly surged, transforming into a virtual snake shadow. The snake shadow was several feet in size, lifelike, and spitting the snake's letter, firmly locking the dragon energy in front of him. As soon as the snake shadow came out, the temperature in the entire cave seemed to drop a lot, and an keen and evil aura spread out, making the heart palpitations and fearful. Roar! The golden light suddenly let out a roar, as if a real dragon roared, sending out an earth-shaking coercion. Obviously, this dragon energy sensed the intention of the snake shadow. Even if it was just a ray of dragon energy, it also had the arrogance of a real dragon. The mere snakes are still qualified to compete with real dragons? Long Wei, do not commit. Lin Kai's face changed drastically when he noticed Dragon Qi's anger. A powerful coercion enveloped him, making him very painful, and the condensed snake shadow was instantly shattered. Puff! Lin Kai's body was bounced away, spouting a big mouthful of blood. It's now. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. His body was like lightning. He smashed the stone under his feet and rushed forward like crazy. Who? Lin Kai, who was shocked, changed his face suddenly and shouted frantically. This dragon aura is his chance to become the supreme power. No one wants to take it away. Phantom walk. Qin Feng urged the phantom step with all his strength. The speed was terrifying. The closer you get to this dragon spirit, the more enthusiastic the reaction of Prince Ancient True Dragon technique is, as if a wanderer is returning home. Under this circumstance, Qin Feng's physical strength has actually increased a bit. Just getting close to it can strengthen my body. If I refine it, how much will I improve? Qin Feng took a breath, surprised and happy in his heart. Suddenly, at this critical juncture, Qin Feng's steps stagnated and his figure slowed down. It turns out that the phantom step consumes too much, and the true energy cannot be maintained. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing Qin Feng stopped, Lin Kai immediately swung the heavenly snake sword and slammed towards Qin Feng with the momentum of thunder. Chapter 25 Seize Opportunity. Wow! Snake shadow sword energy, speed like electricity, fierce and poisonous. Boom! This sword aura hit Qin Feng fiercely. At the same time, Qin Feng's right hand had already touched that group of dragon energy. Roar! A real dragon roared, originally intending to shake Qin Feng away, but when he sensed the fluctuations of the Prince Ancient True Dragon art in Qin Feng's body, he actually actively got into Qin Feng's body. Ahem! Being struck by Lin Kai's sword Qin Feng only felt that his back muscles were about to split, and his internal organs felt like a heavy hammer. The pain made him cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, this blow did not cause life threats. Finally got it. At the moment when he obtained the Dragon Qi, an unconcealable surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. With this thing, he would definitely be able to complete the first step of transforming the dragon. Little bastard, give me the dragon's spirit. Lin Kai grinned and was furious. He didn't expect that the opportunity he worked hard to find would actually make a wedding dress for others. How does this make him not angry? How to bear it? Little bastard, dare to take my chance. I want you to be broken into pieces. Seeing Lin Kai's murderous look, Qin Feng didn't have the slightest fear and sneered at Lin Kai. Want to kill me? Then do you have this skill? As soon as the voice fell, Qin Feng used the phantom step and ran away quickly. Little bastard, stop for me. Lin Kai yelled furiously. Real energy burst out of his body, and the illusory snake shadow instantly wrapped around his body, chasing him at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the illusory snake shadow passes, rocks are flying, smoke and dust are everywhere. Perceiving the movement behind him, Qin Feng couldn't help but secretly marvel. This Lin Kai's true strength is probably stronger than the ordinary 9-layer body refining. If he fights head-on, it is absolutely impossible for him to take the dragon energy. Qin Feng understood. Lin Kai pursued so hard, not only because he snatched the dragon chi, but also because it took a certain amount of time to refine the dragon chi. As long as it was not completely refined, he could still be deprived of it. Humph. Other people will spend a lot of time refining dragon energy, but for me, it's just a breeze. Swish swish. Qin Feng Phantom's steps were very strange, as if it didn't touch the ground. It took more than 10 meters in one step. Little bastard, where to run? Seeing Qin Feng fleeing faster, Lin Kai's face was blue with anger, and he slammed the technique, instructing Snake Shadow's true chi to kill Qin Feng at a faster speed. The Snake Shadow's true energy is powerful and terrifying, whizzing through the air and even tens of meters away from several breaths. No, this is too fast. Qin Feng was shocked in his heart, desperately urging Phantom Walk, and his body moved away from the side at the most incredible angle. Boom! In the cave, there was a violent shaking off countless rubble. The place Qin Feng was just now showed a huge pothole, emitting black toxin gas. What a domineering force! If it is hit, even with the strength of my body, it is impossible to withstand it. Qin Feng was shocked again in his heart, and continued to run outside the cave without hesitation. Not dead. Seeing Qin Feng avoiding this killer move, Lin Kai's face showed a touch of surprise, but it was more furious than just now. Promote the true energy again, transform the snake shadow, and attack wildly. Rumble. As soon as Qin Feng rushed out of the cave, a thunderous explosion sounded around him, as if a mountain torrent burst a bank and the sea was high tide. Endless rubble flew in the cave like thousands of flying swords, tearing everything around. What a terrible guy. Qin Feng's face became particularly solemn. The current situation is very dangerous, and you will lose your life if you are careless. With my current strength, if I fight against him, there is no chance of winning. I must find a place to refine the dragon energy first, otherwise I will not escape. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's figure is like a charm, and he rushes away quickly in a certain direction. Little bastard, dare to take advantage of my Lin Kai. Even if you run to the end of the world, I will chase you down. I will not only kill you, but also your relatives and friends, and destroy your whole family. I will regret everything you did. Lin Kai is the young master of the Heavenly Snake Palace. He has never suffered such a big loss, and his face is almost deformed with anger. Do you have that ability? Qin Feng's sneer came from afar, his tone full of disdain. Chapter 26 Refining. Ho ho ho. A dragon roar uttered from Qin Feng's body, like a real dragon descending, shouting and struggling. Although Qin Feng cultivated the Prince Ancient True Dragon technique, he was not a true dragon after all. This dragon spirit would resist, struggle, and be unwilling to be refined, which made sense. Humph. Feeling the vitality in his body, rushing violently, Qin Feng couldn't help but snorted, and a thread of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Originally, Qin Feng's body was severely injured, but now he is struggling with dragon energy. If he can't be successfully refined, the consequences may be disastrous. Relying on the power of the phantom step, Qin Feng ran swiftly, avoiding Lin Kai's chase, and at the same time, he split his mind and suppressed the violent dragon energy. No, I have to find a quiet place to refine the dragon energy. Feeling that behind him, a strong killing intent was gradually approaching, Qin Feng began to calculate in his heart. Where to? Suddenly, Qin Feng's inspiration flashed, and he thought of a place. The Qingyan Tianjing snake used to hide behind the waterfall. If it hadn't appeared on its own initiative, no one would have noticed it. Moreover, its size is so huge, which shows that the space behind the waterfall is still very vast. Thinking of this, Qin Feng accelerated his body technique, and his whole body rushed to the location of the waterfall like lightning. At this time, Qin Feng's primordial true dragon technique began to slowly merge and refine the dragon energy, but the effect of refining it by itself was too weak, and he still had to rely on him to guide it. Here, this is it. Looking at the surging waterfall, Qin Feng's heart was excited. The figure slammed like a sharp arrow, and the body was subjected to a burst of icy cold. In the next moment, Qin Feng's body was hidden behind the waterfall. The waterfall is rushing, like a silver dragon, humming endlessly, hiding all traces of Qin Feng. There was a rustling sound. Not long after Qin Feng hid in the waterfall, the majestic serpentine spirit rushed towards him. Lin Kai's face was murderous, his eyes were scarlet like a demon, and he madly bombarded the surrounding trees. Damn it! Damn little bastard! Where did you go? He chased him here, but Qin Feng suddenly disappeared. What's the matter? Humph! This little must have not traveled far. When I catch him, I must cramp and strip him. Lin Kai's face was evil and terrible. Dragon Qi is too strong. Even if he goes to refine it, it will take about half a month. So although he was angry in his heart, he knew that as long as he could find Qin Feng within half a month, the chance would still belong to him. Inside the waterfall, Qin Feng sat in the cave, his eyes closed slightly. Practicing the primordial true dragon art, using dragon energy as the guide to construct the body of a true dragon. Breathe in and inhale. Move smoothly. The dragon body is great. When the sun and the moon are moved, the mountains are moved, and the sea is filled. The mental formula of the primordial true dragon Ju did not echo in Qin Feng's mind. Every time Qin Feng's understanding of the primordial true dragon secret art was used, Qin Feng's understanding of the primordial true dragon art was improved and became clearer. In the previous life, he had a powerful master who had encountered countless exercises, but none of them was as enchanting as the primordial true dragon art. The body of the real dragon, unparalleled in the ages, how domineering it is to move mountains and reclaim the sea. Thinking of the power of the primordial true dragon art, Qin Feng looked forward to it and practiced this technique. Gradually, Qin Feng began to refine that dragon energy wholeheartedly. At this time, the dragon Qi was obviously much more peaceful, and along with the operation of the primordial true dragon art, it began to be refined and merged bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to truly practice the Taiku true dragon art. But Qin Feng is different. This time he has obtained the dragon energy. He can easily condense the scales and truly practice the first step of the primordial true dragon art transforming scales. Chapter 27 Refined. In the blink of an eye, a huge change occurred in Qin Feng's body. Inside his body, a huge dragon shadow was screaming with an imposing momentum. With a move of Qin Feng's mind, he continued to run the exercises, refining step by step. Dragon Qi is a rare and precious treasure, possessing power against the sky. Ordinary warriors can get infinite benefits when they get a trace, not to mention the huge amount of dragon energy. Gradually, as Qin Feng's mind and dragon became more and more closely connected, a strange feeling was born at the same time. This is an indescribable feeling, just like returning to the embrace of a mother. Any action is so comfortable. Call. Take a breath. Qin Feng seemed to have turned into a real dragon, and the communication with the world was extremely easy. Pumpy. Qin Feng could truly feel that every inch of his body's muscles contained amazing power, constantly emitting powerful fluctuations of power. At the same time, the bones and meridians are also like dry earth encountering the long-awaited nectar, constantly absorbing the power of dragon energy. In addition, the internal organs that had been severely damaged by Lin Kai began to repair quickly, and they were even stronger than before. The sound of dragon chants echoed in Qin Feng's body. His muscles twitched, and the sharp pain caused by the forcibly tempered dragon Qi made him almost roar. Qin Feng endured the pain, and big beads of sweat kept coming out of his body like raindrops. Although this primordial true dragon art is overbearing and tyrannical, it is also extremely painful to cultivate. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and screamed wildly in his heart. In order to become a strong man, I, Qin Feng, must persevere. Qin Feng, don't be weak anymore. It seems that after hearing Qin Feng's heartfelt voice, the dragon Qi, which was still rebellious, suddenly stopped making any resistance. It turned into golden streamer and completely integrated into Qin Feng's body. Boom! At this moment, a powerful force broke out completely. The almost endless power of the true dragon rushed through Qin Feng's body, constantly tearing, repairing, and strengthening his muscles and bones. At this moment, in the entire space, an invisible energy seemed to be born, spreading towards the surroundings. At the same time, the speed of Qin Feng's primordial true dragon art has reached a limit. Boom! A huge figure is actually condensed. It was a figure, surprisingly a giant dragon. It raised its head and roared, golden light lingering, and the dragon mighty. Unparalleled, invincible. Real dragon. This is the ghost of the real dragon. Qin Feng secretly marveled in his heart. Gradually, Qin Feng's mind began to sink in, allowing the primordial true dragon art to rotate on its own. 2 days. For 2 days, Qin Feng's mind and body were constantly being tempered, as if he was reborn from nirvana. Whoosh! Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light like sharp swords flashed past, as if they could tear the sky. Power. Amazing power. Qin Feng only felt that his body was filled with unprecedented power, and every inch of flesh and bones contained incredible power. And what excites him most is that inside the body, there are 2 dragon scales exuding crystal light, incomparable. These 2 dragon scales, but the size of the palm of the hand, exude endless aura. If you look carefully, you will be surprised to find that 2 phantom dragon shadows appear on the dragon scales. Unexpectedly this time, it condensed into 2 scales. A smile was raised from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. However, it was also at this time that the murderous Lin Kai was more than 10 miles away from the waterfall, his eyes suddenly cold, and he swept away in a certain direction. Fluctuating dragon Qi. Little bastard, this time, I see where else you can escape. An icy smile gradually emerged from his face, revealing an unconcealable hatred. Chapter 28 Fight Again. Now, I have broken through to the 8th level of body refining. Although I have only improved 2 levels, my strength is far from before, even stronger than the ordinary 8th level of body refining. Feeling the power contained in every inch of muscle, Qin Feng nodded secretly. The Jinqi in his body now rushes like a river, which is different from before. Although the strength of the body is amazing, the power of the 2 scales is even more terrifying. The primordial true dragon art can refine 36,000 scales, each of which contains extremely strong power, just like a trace of real dragon. Boom! Qin Feng waved a fist, and the 2 scales in his body gleamed, as if a vast expanse of power erupted from it, instantly spreading to his arm. Boom! Fist bursts through the body, and the entire space seems to be rippled. Afterwards, with unparalleled punching power, he just smashed the rock wall into a huge hole. The power of a punch can actually shake the air. One can imagine how overbearing and terrifying this punch would be on a warrior. Qin Feng did not expect that the power of a casual punch would become so amazing. If the estimate is not bad, even if the martial artist of the 9th layer of body refining continues with this punch, there is no way to catch it. I haven't fought against anyone. I don't know how strong I really am, but at least I should be able to compete against the warriors of the real spirit realm. It was at this time that Qin Feng truly realized the power of the primordial true dragon art. This is definitely an enchanting technique of leapfrog battle. In the entire Tianwu continent, the technique of refining the body is more rare than the ordinary technique, because the technique of refining the body is stronger. And this primordial true dragon art is undoubtedly the king in the art of refining the body. When he thought of this, Qin Feng was agitated and began to be cautious again. As it is said that the man is not guilty and guilty of his crime, we must not let outsiders know that he has practiced the Prince Ancient True Dragon technique. This time of cultivation not only allowed me to be promoted 2 levels in a row, but it also gave me a deeper understanding of the divine fist of earth splitting. Split divine fist is not only a boxing technique, but also a tempering technique of boxing. Unfortunately, its fist is not suitable for my character. I have to choose again. The growth of the primordial true dragon Ju made Qin Feng more aware of the way of martial arts, and at a glance understood his own limitations. Okay. At this moment, Qin Feng's heartbeat speeded up suddenly. His hair on his body was erected, his eyes condensed slightly, like a sharp sword. Boom! The waterfall flow suddenly split into two. A sharp sword aura whizzed towards Qin Feng's body fiercely. At the same time, a figure was like a snake's shadow, breaking into the cave with unparalleled speed. Little bastard, I see where else you can escape. Lin Kai's voice was filled with monstrous hatred, and he saw his face full of madness and his facial muscles were hideously twisted, really terrifying. Without saying a word, he frantically danced the sword of the sky snake. The sky full of sword light turned into a snake shadow and instantly enveloped Qin Feng's whole body. This time, Lin Kai obviously used all his strength, intending to kill Qin Feng with a single move to avoid nights and dreams. Run? You are the one who should run. Qin Feng smiled faintly, shook his head, and murmured. Boom! He didn't see any movements. A sudden rushing force broke out in his body, and his right fist blasted heavily. Earth-splitting God's fist is breaking the earth. In a word, Qin Feng's body seemed like flying feathers, and in an instant he shot countless dense shadows of fists. Boom boom. After encountering Qin Feng's fist strength, the sword energy that was like a heavenly snake was destroyed in an instant and suddenly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, the powerful punching force smashed Lin Kai's defense without hindrance and slammed into his chest with his horrified eyes. Boom! With a sound of shaking the sky, Lin Kai was slammed into the air by this punch. Chapter 29 Kill. Humph! Qin Feng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, without stopping for a moment, directly rushing through the waterfall at the entrance of the cave, chasing Lin Kai in midair and stepping on it fiercely. Crunch! What? Along with the sound of broken bones, Lin Kai wailed in midair. Boom! Just like this, Qin Feng stepped on Lin Kai's body and fell fiercely to the ground, shaking the ground terribly. At this moment, the dust was flying, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread out. A gust of breeze hits, and the two figures gradually become clear. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Kai opened his mouth and kept coughing up blood. There was an incredible expression on his face. His pupils kept shrinking, staring at Qin Feng like a demon. At this time, he was stomped on the ground severely by Qin Feng, like a humble ant, suppressed by the emperor above him. There was no way to move. How is this possible? How can you become so strong? You obviously only have the 6th level of body refining. What? This is impossible. How can you break through to the 8th level of body refining? In that instant, Lin Kai's face suddenly changed, as white paper. Only 2 days have passed. This guy has been promoted to 2 levels in a row. No matter how enchanting Tianjiao, no matter how talented he is, it can't be so earth-shattering, right? Have you completely refined and swallowed the dragon energy? There was a hint of horror in Lin Kai's voice, as well as a hint of hatred and jealousy. Except for this reason, he really can't think of other reasons. And this dragon gas should have been obtained for him. Just ask, how is Lin Kai not angry or jealous? Nonsense so much. Qin Feng faintly swept Lin Kai. A ray of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Hee, I didn't expect that you could complete refining and devouring so quickly. Boy, I have to admit, you are indeed not easy, but you should not provoke me. Do you know who I am, Lin Kai? I am the 3rd young master of the Heavenly Snake Palace. If you dare to kill me, the Heavenly Snake Palace will definitely not let you go. Lin Kai said loudly that he sensed Qin Feng's killing intent and could only use the Heavenly Snake Palace to frighten him in order to save his life. As long as he can go back alive, he vowed to take revenge. How could Qin Feng couldn't guess Lin Kai's mind? He took away his chance, and if he left him alone, he would surely usher in revenge from the Heavenly Snake Palace. How? If you are willing to let me go, I will never embarrass you. If you have to kill me, the Heavenly Snake Palace will definitely not let you and your family and relatives go. Seeing that Qin Feng did not respond, a sneer appeared on Lin Kai's face. This kid really hesitated. After all, the Heavenly Snake Palace is a superpower. How can ordinary people have the courage to provoke? Haha. Qin Feng smiled playfully, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and slowly raised his right foot. Boom. Step on this foot like a mountain landing. What? The mournful wailing instantly enveloped the entire barren feather mountain forest, arousing the tremors of countless birds and beasts. Qin Feng's feet completely crushed Lin Kai's chest, and blood gushed out like a column of water. Boy, how dare you kill me? Lin Kai's eyes were filled with fear and incomprehension. He obviously didn't expect Qin Feng. He knew his background, but he dared to kill him. Isn't this kid afraid of Heavenly Snake Palace's revenge? What about killing you? Qin Feng said with a sneer, and stepped on Lin Kai's head again. Little bastard, Heavenly Snake Palace will never give up. Along with Lin Kai's last roar, a horrible, innocent aura struck, completely cutting off his vitality. Heavenly Snake Palace. Come if you have a seed. Qin Feng scanned Lin Kai's body coldly, and said disdainfully. In his previous life, he had encountered countless strong men, and there was only one Heavenly Snake Palace, so he wouldn't be messed up. Idiot. After a cold snort, Qin Feng bent down and searched Lin Kai. This guy is the young master of the Heavenly Snake Palace, and there must be a lot of good things on him. This thing. Suddenly, the chi of the primordial true dragon art in Qin Feng's body suddenly moved. In the next moment, he had an extra thing in his hand. What is this? Qin Feng's mind trembled inexplicably. Chapter 30: The Battle of Artistic Conception. Looking intently, this is a picture scroll. After Qin Feng opened it, he suddenly found a landscape picture painted on it. Green mountains, green water, flowers and plants, birds and beasts. Judging from the scene of the picture alone, there is nothing special, but Qin Feng's brows frowned involuntarily. Because this painting looks sparse and ordinary, Lin Kai took it with him. What's more, his aggressive attack power just now didn't make this painting a little worn out. It can be seen that this painting is definitely not as simple as it seems. There must be a secret in this painting. Qin Feng was a man of 2 generations. His intuition was very keen, and he was 100% sure that this painting was not ordinary. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's gaze began to look carefully at the image on the painting. Green mountains and green waters, flowers, birds and beasts. Suddenly, in an instant, Qin Feng's complexion changed drastically, and the true energy in his body burst into the air like a frightening dragon. Next moment, his body trembled slightly, and a stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Shocking. At this time, this landscape painting has long changed its appearance. The original green mountains and green waters, flowers, plants, birds and beasts, as if they were endowed with spirituality, were actually so realistic and substantive. Sword. Countless sword shadows. At that moment, the sword shadows all over the sky burst out, like the sword formation that the 9 heavens Milky Way fell, and suppressed incomparably overbearing. Ho! Seeing such a dangerous scene, Qin Feng let out a few sighs and quickly closed his eyes, his face pale and colorless. Even if he closed his eyes, he could feel that the Jinqi in his body was still in a state of riot, which was very dangerous. Hateful. Qin Feng finally understood the meaning of the phrase, curiosity killed the cat. In this picture, there is a horrible sword intent, and it is even more terrifying than the fist intent he comprehended by practicing the divine fist. He just had a quick glance just now, and his mind had encountered this sword intent attack. Even if he closed his eyes in time, he was still affected by the sword intent. No, can't go on like this. My body can withstand the attack of the sword intent, but the soul cannot withstand it. Qin Feng could fully feel that the sword intent was hurting him more and more, and his face became paler. Especially the soul will, like being torn apart by 10,000 swords, is constantly being destroyed, impacted, and painful. This sword intent is too terrifying. Unless I can understand it, otherwise, I will be completely swallowed by this sword intent. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, sweating profusely, his body already sitting on the ground. Wow! Qin Feng endured the severe pain, put the scroll on the ground flat, then opened his eyes and looked directly at the picture on the scroll without evasiveness. The sword is the king of 100 soldiers, and the king of weapons. The sword can be as domineering as a lion, as soft as flowing water, as light as a fallen leaf, and as heavy as a mountain. It can be called an elephant that encompasses everything. Split divine fist intent is certainly strong, but it is not suitable for my personality. Only in the sword intent that encompasses thousands of artistic states, I can find the ideal state that suits me. Looking at the picture in front of him, Qin Feng muttered to himself. The sword is his favorite weapon. The horror sword intent contained in this picture is an aggressive and unforgiving sword intent. Although it is extraordinary, it is also not suitable for me. I must find my sword intent. Perceiving that the fierce sword intent exuding in this painting is getting stronger and stronger, making the entire soul seem to be about to collapse, Qin Feng's heart has become particularly peaceful. One way of martial arts, courageous and fearless, surpassing oneself, and the crisis experienced during the period, how can there be one or two times? If there is no calm heart in the face of trouble, how can we talk about the world? If I can't conquer even this little difficulty, what can I do to surpass myself? Qin Feng's voice was vigorous and confident, with inexplicable arrogance. Break it for me. Looking at the scroll on the ground, Qin Feng let out a sharp shout. Boom! The picture scroll suddenly changed, and it was suspended in the air. After that, Qin Feng's vision changed in an instant, as if all the sights had completely disappeared, except for the green mountains and waters, flowers, birds and beasts, and sword shadows all over the sky. Boom! Qin Feng's comprehension of fist intent, as if he had sensed a trace of provocation, burst out and rushed out of Qin Feng's body. At this moment, Fist and Jinni began to fight each other. You are fighting for me. The two artistic conceptions are rare in the world, and both appear in front of Qin Feng at the moment, showing their respective characteristics to the fullest. Seeing these two invisible battles of artistic conception, Qin Feng's soul seems to have a clear understanding, crazy understanding and fusion. Thousands of roads, I only need one. Chapter 31 Invincible Sword Intent. The sword intent of this painting and the fist intent of the divine fist of the earth are all top-notch artistic conceptions, almost indifferent. However, I, Qin Feng, don't want to be at the same level as them. I want my artistic conception to crush them and be above them. My Qin Feng sword intent must be extraordinary, no one can match. Let the world's princes and thousands of great avenues be under me. Qin Feng's eyes moved suddenly, and the light from his eyes was as bright as stars. He conscientiously stared at the two moods in the void, and his mind became clearer and clearer. He slowly gestured with his fingers as a sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the swing of Qin Feng's finger sword, the void actually released a wave of invisible sword energy. The sword is the king of 100 soldiers, and takes over the artistic conception of Yin-Tian. My divine fist of the earth splitting, stressing courage and fearlessness, as calm as a mountain. The sword intent in the painting is a fierce and vicious, unending mood. And I, Qin Feng, want a sword intent that crushes countless moods, invincible to all moods. Under normal circumstances, I am invincible. I am honored. Qin Feng's voice became louder and louder. His finger sword swung more quickly, and in the end, afterimages formed. Suddenly, on Qin Feng's finger sword, there was a sound of sword singing. With the appearance of this sword sound, in the environment around Qin Feng's body, everything seemed to be still, paused, and silent. The fist and sword intent that had originally fought each other stopped fighting. At this moment, whether it is time or space, it seems to be solidified by a force. At this time, a very strange green light slowly drifted out of Lin Kai's body. This green light flickered indefinitely, as if full of spirituality. After realizing Qin Feng, it broke into Qin Feng's eyebrows at lightning speed. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Qin Feng seemed to realize something in his heart, but it was a little near and far away, but it was a little short of distance. No matter how he understands it, it is difficult to truly understand. I don't know when, the void suddenly becomes dark. Clouds hovered above the void. Boom! The next moment, a powerful thunder and lightning erupted, shining incomparable light above the dim sky. The thunder roars, the lightning is rushing, as if to shock the world and crush everything. It is this moment. Qin Feng's soul trembled, his eyes revealed unconcealed surprise and clarity, and a sense of invigoration enveloped his body. Right, that's how it feels. Qin Feng roared with excitement. Swish! Boom boom! The original solidified fist intent and sword intent seemed to be very threatening to Qin Feng's comprehension of the artistic conception, and they surged at the same time, and jointly killed Qin Feng. Invincible! Qin Feng let out a sharp shout. OM! A vast and proud sword intent burst out from him. This sword intent seemed to stun everything, shattering the world, and all enemies standing in front of him could be wiped out. Invincible sword intent. Invincible in the world, but I dominate. What is invincible? It's not arrogance, not jealousy, but a transcendent mentality. No matter how powerful an opponent is, he will always have the confidence to defeat the opponent. Small bugs. Seeing the two artistic conceptions that came from the surprise attack, Qin Feng smiled lightly, without any fear or surprise. That is, just a light wave. Boom! An invincible sword intent instantly swallowed and melted the fearless fist and fierce sword intent. Afterwards, the invincible sword intent whispered and returned to Qin Feng's body again. Invincible. This is my Qin Feng's sword intent. Feeling the invincible sword intent he had realized in his body, Qin Feng showed a trace of confidence on his face. From now on, he will have his own artistic conception. Once he uses his sword intent, his combat power will increase several times. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, I actually realized my sword intent. This trip to the barren feather mountains and forests is not a loss. Qin Feng raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 32, Qijua Swordsmanship. The forest of Huanyu Mountain was misty and weird. In the depths of the jungle, the occasional breeze gave a bit of chill. Wow! Suddenly a miserable wolf howl sounded, and then a wolf shadow quickly ran away from the forest, speed as fast as lightning. Wow! A fierce sword shadow broke through the air and screamed. Like a peerless thunder, it turned into the most terrifying streamer and shrouded its head toward the giant wolf. Wow! Seeing this terrible sword aura, the body of the giant wolf suddenly trembled, and there was a look of astonishment in its eyes. Under the illumination of the sword light, the fearful expression of the giant wolf appeared. This giant wolf is huge, like a camel, with drops of blood overflowing from the corner of its mouth. This is so, it can't cover up the sulky aura from the dozens of barbs on its back. If there are warriors here, they will scream loudly. Because this giant wolf is not simple, it is a fierce beast, and it is also a wind shadow wolf that has reached the second level. The fierce beast of the second level, it is extremely terrifying existence. If ordinary people see it, they will definitely be frightened and shake their bodies, and they won't even have the idea of resistance. Because the wind shadow wolf is cruel and devoured by nature, and the speed is as fast as lightning, it is almost difficult to escape from it. Even some warriors in the true spirit realm are quite tricky to deal with it. However, it was such a powerful beast, wind shadow wolf, whose gaze at this moment no longer had the violent and unrestrainedness of the past. Instead, it was fear and horror. Puff! The sword chi was like a front, lifted up the dust all over the ground, and slammed into foaming wolf's body fiercely. Suddenly, the blood, like spring water, shot quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it stained the surrounding ground red. Kill with one sword. After a while, a young figure walked out slowly. He was thin, holding a long sword, seemingly weak, but the sharp light in his eyes was dare not to provoke him. This is not Qin Feng. Who would it be? At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were more cold and decisive than before, and the overall appearance was more domineering and mature. Seeing foaming wolf split in two on the ground, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. It's still short of shortcomings, but as long as I practice slowly, with my 7-Ju killing sword art and invincible sword intent, My combat power can definitely crush countless warriors of the same rank. One sword killed a tier 2 fierce beast, and Qin Feng was not even satisfied. If someone else is there, you can't help but roll your eyes, and even want to beat this guy. Qiju, a sword art of killing gods, is a sword art from Qin Feng's past life, and it is extremely powerful. Especially with the invincible sword intent he comprehend, it is possible to perfectly display the essence of this sword technique. In this barren Feather Mountain forest, Qin Feng has stayed for a month and a half, fighting each monster beast to consolidate his own strength and realm. Although only a month and a half have passed, Qin Feng is undoubtedly stronger than before. It's a pity that this sword is too common. I have to find another good sword. Looking at the notch on the long sword in his hand, Qin Feng gently shook his head. This long sword was found in the jungle. It was of ordinary quality and would soon be scrapped after using it a few times. After more than a month of cultivation, my strength is completely enough to contend with the true spirit realm. Facts have proved that hard work will indeed yield. Feeling a little hungry, Qin Feng cut a piece of meat from Fengying Wolf and started to roast it. Before long, a scent of meat came in. At the same time, in the outskirts of Huangyu Mountain Forest, a figure was fleeing in embarrassment. Escape. Must escape into the barren Feather Mountain Forest. Lu Xianqing was covered with scars. His clothes were torn, blood-stained, and his eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 33. Did you ask me? Lu Xianqing ran away desperately, looking back at him from time to time, as if he was afraid of something. Swish! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Afterwards, 7 figures appeared, blocking Lu Xianqing's path. The leader of the 7, holding a long sword, was murderous, looking down Lu Xianqing with contempt, and his eyes were full of pride. It was like Lu Xianqing standing in front of him, just an ant. This person is Qin Shan's subordinate Qin Yuan, and the other 6 warriors are also Qin Shan's henchmen. Seeing the appearance of these 7 people, Lu Xianqing's face instantly turned pale, her body lost strength, and she collapsed to the ground, her body trembling lightly, indescribable shock and panic. Keep running. Why did you stop? Qin Yuan said with a sneer. I didn't expect that a small manager would dare to oppose our young Master Qin Shan. Lu Xianqing, you are so brave. Young Master Qin Shan has been investigating the news of Qin Feng's personal maid, but you deliberately helped him to conceal it. Who gave you the courage? Qin Yuan continued to snort coldly, and his murderous aura became stronger. Yeah, what is the young master of Qin Shan? Only Qin Feng is the real young master of this promising Qin family. Qin Yunhai has always been afraid of losing his status and desperately suppressing young Master Qin Feng. Don't you running dogs, aren't afraid that Patriarch Qin will be angry after he leaves the customs? Lu Xianqing seemed to understand that Qin Yuan would not let him go, but he also inspired a trace of blood and shouted at Qin Yuan. Presumptuous. Qin Yuan's face was as cold as ice for an instant, and he shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand locked Lu Xianqing. Lu Xianqing, now kneel down and kowtow to me and please me like a dog. Maybe I will give you a happy one. Otherwise, I will torture you well, so that you will die. Qin Yuan looked down at Lu Xianqing proudly, with a cold expression at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that this idiot would choose to support Qin Feng's trash and conceal the whereabouts of the maid. It's so stupid. However, I finally found it. The maid looks really watery, and even I can't help it. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that you and I can only watch the woman that Master Lin Su likes, where we dare to covet. Even the young master must give up. Hey, how dangerous the barren Feather Mountain Forest is, Qin Feng's trash. I am afraid it has long been reduced to the belly of the beast. Several people around were talking with hippie smiles. They were very happy when they saw Lu Xianqing's horrified expression. Qin Yuan's face also showed a ferocious smile, as if he saw Lu Xianqing kneeling on the ground, kowtow to him begging for mercy. This kind of superiority, controlling the taste of his life and death, really made him enjoy. In my life, Lu Xianqing, although not a good guy, but I have never regretted supporting young Master Qin Feng. You won't be mad for long. Young Master will kill him back to Qin's house sooner or later to avenge me. Lu Xianqing actually stood up, straightened her back, with an unyielding expression on her face, staring coldly at the 7 people in front of her. Instead of declining, his momentum has gradually become stronger. The mere ants, talk to me like that. Lu Xuanqing's words made everyone's complexion slightly changed, especially Qin Yuan's complexion, which became very gloomy and indifferent. Qin Yuan suddenly swung the long sword in his hand and slashed it mercilessly at Lu Xuanqing. This sword, with a fierce momentum and a sword aura like a waterfall, blocked Lu Xuanqing's retreat. That terrifying sword aura and aggressiveness made Lu Xuanqing completely unable to resist. Seeing this sword approaching his body, a touch of despair appeared on Lu Xuanqing's face. At this moment, he had nothing to do. Suddenly, at the most critical moment, "Those who want to kill me, have you asked me if you have?" A cold voice sounded like a demon descending. Lu Xuanqing's body trembled suddenly, and the despair on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. What replaced it was surprise. Chapter 34 Qin Feng appeared. This voice, like a coming from the 9 heavens, made people shudder. Even a warrior with a strength such as Qin Yuan could not help but shudder, and his long sword whispered slightly. "Who?" The group of people clenched their weapons and shouted loudly. "Rustle." Accompanied by the sound of leaves falling, a figure slowly walked out of the barren feather mountain forest. Slightly thin body, dashing long hair, indifferent coldness on his calm face. This look, this temperament. Who else would it be if it wasn't Qin Feng? "Oh, it's you. Qin Feng, are you still alive?" When they saw Qin Feng's appearance, Qin Yuan and his party were shocked and couldn't help getting excited. A frantic smile appeared on Qin Yuan's face. "Okay, great. I didn't expect you to be alive. As long as you are taken back, the young master will definitely reward me with a big reward. Qin Feng, why don't you knelt down and beg for mercy and abandon your cultivation? Maybe I can make you suffer less." Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feng with a sneer, as if he were looking at an ant. "Young master, don't come out. Go back to the forest of Huangyu Mountain." Lu Xuanqing shouted to Qin Feng. Although he was very excited when he saw Qin Feng appear, he did not think that Qin Feng had the strength to defeat the Qin Yuan 7. "Go back? Can I still go back? I didn't expect to hunt down this running dog this time and find the owner of this dog. God opened my eyes." With a wave of Qin Yuan's right hand, several of his subordinates surrounded Qin Feng with bad eyes. "Lu Xuanqing, can you still hold it?" Qin Feng didn't care about the actions of Qin Yuan and others at all. On the contrary, Lu Xuanqing's performance made him quite admired and satisfied. This person is not as ruthless and unrighteous as imagined. "Young master, Lu Xuanqing shouted, but was instantly suppressed by Qin Yuan's aura, unable to speak anymore. "Well, you don't have to answer. Your behavior makes me very satisfied. I will let you understand that choosing to follow me is the most correct thing in your life." "Hara, Qin Feng, your mind is pretty funny, right? Following you is the most correct thing? It's funny. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow? Believe it or not, this uncle will abandon your hands and feet." A person behind Qin Feng shouted loudly. At the same time, a wave of true energy was urged, and a palm hit Qin Feng's back instantly. This person's true energy is pure to the extreme, clearly belonging to the general generation among the 6 levels of body refining. This palm was cruel and malicious, and if he was kicked with a palm, Qin Feng would definitely be seriously injured. Humph! Qin Feng let out a cold snort. His body moved suddenly. Boom! In the body, a terrifying aura quickly condensed. This aura is strong enough to destroy everything, crushing the world and all creatures. No one can stop. What? This turned out to be the artistic conception of kendo. As a swordsman, Qin Yuan will naturally understand the artistic conception of swordsmanship, but it is a pity that it is too difficult to comprehend sword intent. Even the sword he had cultivated for decades hadn't touched the threshold. Qin Feng, a brat boy, realized that. Qin Yuan's pupils condensed violently, looking directly at Qin Feng like a beam of light, as if he could not believe that Qin Feng, a trash ant, was so enchanting. That's sword intent. Qin Feng's performance completely exceeded his imagination. Puff, puff. Suddenly, the person who attacked Qin Feng just now spit out a big mouthful of blood, and his body was limp to the ground. Not only him, but also the other people around him, the same fate. Their faces all revealed horror and fear. Chapter 35: The Power of Sword Intent. Scared, horrified, lost. Many negative emotions filled their hearts in an instant. But it is more of a kind incredible. How is it possible? How can you comprehend the sword intent? What kind of sword intent is this? Why can't I compete at all? Qin Yuan held the sword in one hand, desperately resisting Qin Feng's sword attack. Ridiculous. Qin Feng snorted in a low voice, but the sound was like thunder, exploding in Qin Yuan's ears, causing his soul to tremble and tremble. Exit. With a flick of his finger, Qin Feng spit out another word again. As soon as the voice fell, a sharp sword aura struck out from his fingertips, instantly killing Qin Yuan. Puff! The terrible sword aura passed by Qin Yuan in a flash. Just like this, Qin Yuan's eyes were as big as bull's eyes. An array of blood slowly appeared from the center of his eyebrows, expanding continuously. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yuan's body was completely divided into two halves. Blood is like spring water. With a bang, the long sword in Qin Yuan's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Run! Run away! The 6 people lying on the ground, seeing the most powerful Qin Yuan, were all killed by Qin Feng with a single move. They suddenly yelled in horror and tried to escape. Leave it to me. Qin Feng's eyes were cold and severe, and he shouted. Boom! Invincible sword intent broke out again. This invincible sword intent condenses the invincible momentum of all things. How fierce and domineering is that? Although Qin Feng was only a first glimpse of the doorway and was unable to exert his true power, it was definitely not something these 6 people could resist. Puff puff. The bodies of the 6 trembled, and their souls were instantly wiped out and turned into nothing, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. No more vitality. Okay, so scary. Lu Xianqing, who was almost desperate, saw this scene. His eyes were filled with shock and dullness, and his pupils widened in disbelief. 7 martial artists with a body refining level of 6 or more were all killed in seconds. What an amazing power is this? When Qin Feng sucked with his right palm, and the long sword that Qin Yuan dropped to the ground was suddenly sucked by an invisible force. Fingers flicked the sword body, and a crisp sound rang, as if the ethereal current of a valley passed by, making people feel refreshed. This sword is not bad. Qin Feng nodded, quite satisfied. Lu Xianqing, are you okay now? Putting the long sword away, Qin Feng looked at Lu Xianqing. Young master, I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. At this time, Lu Xianqing finally recovered and shouted in surprise. Well, this time in the barren Feather Mountain Forest, I have gained a lot, so my strength has improved a lot. By the way, Lu Xianqing, how could you be chased by Qin Shan's subordinates so far? Qin Feng suddenly moved in his heart and asked a little uneasy. What? Young master, it's the whereabouts of girl Linger, which was exposed somehow. Qin Shan brought people to my residence today and forcibly snatched Miss Linger away. I heard that Lin Su is about to leave the customs, and Qin Shan will probably give him Linger girl to please him. Young master, you. Boom. Before Lu Xianqing finished speaking, a terrible aura burst out of Qin Feng's body, like a demon descending, full of evil spirits. Under the cover of this terrifying aura, Lu Xianqing's face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, it seemed that even the surrounding air had completely solidified, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Qin Shan, you are so bold. With a fierce shout, it was as shocking as a thunder. Lu Xianqing only felt a vague lightning flashing across, and Qin Feng disappeared before his eyes. Chapter 36: I Must Be Killed. Qin Feng's phantom step rushed to the limit. He frowned, as if condensed infinitely terrifying killing intent, and his pair of eyes were red. He kept blaming himself secretly in his heart, and he blamed himself for being careless. Let Linger hide in Lu Xianqing's place. Although it can temporarily protect Linger's comprehensiveness, but Qin Shan has so many eyes that it is impossible to hide forever. Although Linger is only his personal maid, in Qin Feng's heart, she is no different from his family, and is one of his most important people. In her previous life, she committed suicide because of Qin Feng. In this life, in any case, he must protect her for life. Qin Shan, Lin Su, if Linger is wronged, I, Qin Feng, will definitely let you try the most cruel method in the world. Wow. With a charming figure, Qin Feng increased his body speed again. The Qin family is the second largest family in the entire Tiangang city. In a residence of the Qin family, a tall palace resembling a royal palace looks so different. This large hall has an extraordinary momentum. The surrounding flowers, trees, pools, and rocks are all designed by famous artists, and they look very delicate. And outside the hall, Yiming's guards were walking back and forth with weapons. Every once in a while, they will change a group of people and conduct inspections on strict precautions. Judging from the fluctuations in the aura emitted by this group of guards, their strength is also the 5th level of body refining. There are 7 people in the team each time, and now there are almost 3 teams changed. This means that there are at least 21 warriors who have reached the 5th level of body refining. In the Qin family, there will be so many people protected by experts. Except for Qin Shan, there will be no other people at all. Young Master, Qin Feng's maid has already called someone to deliver it. Once Master Lin Su leaves the customs, he will be very satisfied with your gift. In Qin Shan's residence, several of his subordinates knelt on the ground and smiled at Qin Shan with expressions of intent. Huh, that maid looks watery. Of course he will be very satisfied. Maybe he will reward me with some good pills for it. It's a pity that Qin Feng, a little bastard, died too easily. If it hadn't been for him to reject Lin Shuru's pill, I would have broken through to the 9th level of body refining. Qin Feng, you are really brave. Dare to break into the barren Feather Mountain Forest. However, the barren Feather Mountain Forest is extremely dangerous. You probably have no bones long ago. Hey, even if you die, I will let you die. If you care about your maid so much, then send her to Lin Su to insult and torture me, so as to vent my hatred. Such a vicious and cruel voice caused the few people who were Qin Shan's subordinates to give birth to a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Then did Lu Xianqing catch it? Looking at his kneeling subordinates, Qin Shan asked in a cold tone. Report to the young master, there is no news yet. However, please don't worry. Lu Xianqing only has 5 levels of body refining. How can he compete with Qin Yuan and others? It is more than enough to catch him. A bunch of idiots. Let Lu Xianqing, the ant, hide people for so long. What's the point of keeping you by my side? This time, if it weren't for someone to whisper the news, I'm afraid this young master doesn't know it now. At this point, the expression on Qin Shan's face became more and more indifferent. Please forgive me for waiting. Seeing that Qin Shan's expression was so wrong, several subordinates felt a panic of fear in their hearts, and they hurriedly asked for mercy. At this moment, a figure rushed over at the periphery of the Qin family. The guards who were patrolling the surrounding area immediately yelled on alert when they saw someone breaking in. Who? I dare to trespass into my Qin family. Not hurry. The speaking guard has not finished speaking yet. A terrible sword aura whistled, and in a burst of air turbulence, it split his body in half, blood gushing. The figure that broke in, holding a long sword. The sword aura is like a waterfall, and countless sword intents are drawn wherever it passes, and it is almost invincible. This person's body is fast. Every time he makes a shot, he kills his opponent with a single sword. He is domineering, terrifying, and unstoppable. No, the comber is the enemy. Everyone, protect the young master. Brothers, stop him. Suddenly, the killing sounded, and the momentum filled the sky. However, the person who came was not at all afraid of it. Looking at the group of guards who rushed over, there was an increasingly cold, killing intent in the red eyes. Good job. The more people there are, the happier he can kill. Today, he wants everyone in the Qin family to understand that if he annoys him, Qin Feng will have to pay the heaviest price. Whoever offends me will kill him. Chapter 37 Massacre. What are these idiots doing outside? Qin Shan in the room frowned and scolded when he heard the noise of fighting outside. Young master, the big thing is not good. An enemy has been killed, and the strength is terrifying. It has already killed many of us. A security guard rushed into the house and reported with fear. How is it possible? The Qin family is heavily guarded, so how can they let outsiders break in silently? Qin Shan's face was surprised. Afterwards, he slapped the table with his right hand, walked out of the room, and said indifferently, "I want to see who dares to be so bold and dare to come to my Qin's house to make trouble. Where is he? Kill." Outside the main hall, the killing sound shook the sky, dozens of guards armed with weapons, threatening to encircle Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his long sword. His long hair moved with the wind, and there was no mercy in his eyes. He shouted coldly in his mouth, "Seven Jew killing god sword technique, the first sword." This voice, like a breeze blowing on his face, did not make any waves, and seemed to be a lover whispering in his ear. With a long sword, with a light stroke, the sword energy quietly gathered, emitting the softest rippling light pattern. Qi Ju sword art of killing god. This is the first time Qin Feng used to kill a warrior. There are only 7 swords in this swordsmanship, and the power of each sword is beyond the ordinary. Wow! Suddenly, the sword aura suddenly dispersed, breaking the original tranquility in an instant. For a time, the sword aura crisscrossed and gushed out like a tide. Puff! The fierce and domineering sword energy directly killed several guards in seconds and took away their vitality. It's not good, it's amazing and up. Upon seeing this, a guard at the back immediately yelled, panicking, "Yes, hurry up." The rest of the guards reacted one after another. The pace changed, and more than 20 people were grouped together to form a formation according to their respective positions. The formation method can unite the power of everyone. Once it is condensed, it can often release incredible power, extremely powerful. Kill. As the leading guard shouted loudly, the bodies of the other guards also began to change, and a powerful murderous intent enveloped Qin Feng. As soon as the word kill came out, everyone shot at the same moment, without any hesitation. Although the identity of the person who came is not clear, but the opponent's fierce combat power alone is enough to make them go all out and dare not careless. Boom! Bang bang bang. More than 20 people took up their weapons at the same time and fought together. For an instant, Qin Feng was surrounded by countless rays of light, and saw that he was holding a long sword, running true qi to resist. Boom! The combination of more than 20 people was indeed extremely powerful, and Qin Feng's body was immediately suppressed. Qin Feng stepped on the ground, stepping into winding cracks. "Hurry up and kill him. This guy was suppressed by me." Seeing that Qin Feng was at a disadvantage, the guards were immediately excited. However, they hadn't been happy for long. Qin Feng's cold voice sounded again. "Qijua sword art, the second sword." Puff. Boom. Sword Qi Guanghan 19 continents. Under the sky full of sword anger, a group of guards only felt intense pain from their bodies, and the whole person was knocked out by a distance in the next moment. Patter. Qin Shan, who had just rushed out of the room, was stunned by the picture in front of him. "I saw a corpse that was divided into 2 parts, and it fluttered straight forward and fell in front of him." Chapter 38. How can you be so strong? What? How is this possible? There are more than 30 guards protecting him, but now there are only a few left. Almost nothing. You must know that his guards have the lowest cultivation base of 5 levels of body refining. All of them were his father, Qin Yanhai, who deliberately trained and selected the elites, and each of them was capable of fighting well. "Who is your excellency? Why do you want to slaughter my Qin family like this? Is it because you plan to be an enemy of my Qin family?" Qin Shan clenched his teeth, full of anger, and shouted at the blood-covered figure. "Huh." Qin Feng slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Qin Shan. There was a cold, killing intent in the pair of scarlet pupils. "It's actually you?" After seeing Qin Feng's face clearly, Qin Shan's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but scream. For this blood-filled face, others may not be able to know. Qin Shan is particularly clear because he does not want to get rid of this thorny eye all the time. "Qin Feng, how is it possible? You are still alive. All this is too weird." Qin Shan couldn't believe that this person turned out to be Qin Feng. Such terrifying combat power and such indifferent eyes are completely different from the trash Qin Feng in his memory. "Sorry, Qin Shan, are you disappointed?" There was a bit of chill in Qin Feng's voice, which made people's hair creepy. "Huh, what if you didn't die? You really surprised me. I didn't expect to enter the barren Feather Mountain forest without being killed by the beast. It's just that all of this is okay. Although it's not clear what chance you got, and why you became so strong. But father and the others will come over soon, and today you are doomed to escape. Qin Feng, I would like to advise you. Hurry up and confess your guilt obediently, and get caught, waiting for the family's punishment. Although he was shocked by Qin Feng's combat power, Qin Shan was not afraid. Because the entire Qin family is under Qin Yunhai's control, no matter how enchanting Qin Feng is, it is impossible to compete with the entire Qin family. Punishment. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Seeing Qin Feng's response like this, Qin Shan suddenly became more rampant. That's right. Qin Feng, you killed so many Qin family guards, and you will be severely punished by your clan for a heinous crime. It's not just you, it's related to you. Boom. Qin Shan hadn't finished speaking, but Qin Feng's figure flickered, so fast that he could not respond. The next moment, his abdomen was severely hit by an unimaginable terrifying force. Puff! Under such an astonishing force, Qin Shan spit out blood suddenly, his body trembled crazily, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. The pain of this kind of collapse made him unable to even cry. Humph! Qin Feng grabbed his right hand, pinched Qin Shan's neck hard, and scanned him coldly. Stop! Qin Feng, what are you doing? You are so bold and bold enough to be so disrespectful to the young master. Qin Feng's movements are too fast, so that at this time, his subordinates reacted and roared together. To shut up, Qin Feng pinched Qin Shan's neck, slightly hard, making him howl in pain, then coldly glanced around and screamed. The look like a demon instantly caused everyone to tremble, and a layer of goosebumps formed all over their bodies. Qin Feng, how could you be so powerful? This is absolutely impossible. I am a martial artist with the 7th body refinement. Qin Shan's mouth was closed one by one, with a painful expression on his face, and he roared unwillingly. Chapter 39 Discard. Qin Feng's movements are too fast and agile. Even a martial artist like him, with 7 levels of body refining, has no reaction time. However, Qin Feng has always been a waste. Why is it so terrifying suddenly? Qin Shan couldn't understand it. Boom! Qin Feng raised his right foot and hit Qin Shan's abdomen fiercely with his knee, causing him to cry wildly again. Where is Linger? Qin Feng didn't want to waste time and shouted sharply. Linga? Your personal maid? Ha! This chick is really good. You don't know how delicate her skin is, and how beautiful her voice is when she yells, Puff! Qin Feng's eyes were gloomy, and he raised his fist, just smashing it down. His physical strength is very strong, especially after being tempered by the primordial true dragon art. His strength is not worse than that of a warrior in the real spirit realm. How can Qin Shan withstand such terrible power? Boom! Another punch. Boom! Punch again. Qin Feng's fist kept shaking, and the hitting Qin Shan kept vomiting blood, wailing and screaming, his face almost swollen and deformed. Qin Feng, you are so courageous, the patriarch will not let you go. The guards around, seeing cold sweat from behind, although they shouted and yelled, they didn't dare to step forward to stop it. Don't tell me yet. Qin Feng sneered fiercely, his true energy circulated, and he threw his fist down again. I said, please stop and stop hitting me. Boom! Qin Feng didn't hesitate. This punch still fell, and with the increase in true qi, it was even more powerful than before. Cough, cough, cough. Under this domineering attack, Qin Shan actually coughed up blood continuously, his face pale as white paper. Qin Feng, why don't you stop? At this time, Qin Shan only felt that his consciousness was about to be blurred, and couldn't help but shouted sternly. Who told you to answer late? Let's continue. Qin Feng raised his fist again and said indifferently. Don't. Qin Feng. No, Brother Feng, Master Feng, I'll tell you everything. Please don't fight. Linger was just given by me to Master Lin Su. She was not with me. Whoosh. Before Qin Shan finished speaking, a sword air swept across. My hand. After cutting off one of Qin Shan's arms, Qin Feng's face was gloomy, and he threw Qin Shan away without hesitation and ran towards Lin Su's direction. Young master, are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng finally left, everyone wiped their foreheads with cold sweat, hurriedly went forward and asked with concern. Oh, you are paralyzed. Hurry up and call my father. I must kill this little bastard. Qin Shan had a hideous face, roaring like a madman. Qin Feng's figure flickered like a charm, and his face was filled with anxiety. Damn. In the last life, Linger, in order to prevent Lin Su from being defiled, bit her tongue and committed suicide. This life God has given me a chance to start again. How can I let her lose her life again? Lin Su. You bastard, it's better to give Lao Tzu peace. Lin Su is a pharmacist recruited by the Qin family. When Qin Feng's father did not disappear, his status was average. But since his father disappeared, and Qin Yunhai temporarily took over as the head of the family, Lin Su's status has increased crazily. Now, Lin Su doesn't even care about Qin Yunhai, as if the entire Qin family belongs to him. On weekdays, Lin Shuyao used his power to deceive others, and many members of the Qin family were full of resentment. However, Lin Su's medicine refining technique was indispensable to the Qin family, and the Qin family could only compromise. Chapter 40. Kill 3 people. Before long, a tall palace appeared in front of Qin Feng. This palace is taller than Qin Shan's and belongs to the most prosperous one in the Qin family. Although there are no guards around, there are 3 men in armor guarding the gate of the temple. Each of these 3 men possessed the 7-fold strength of body refining, which was quite powerful. They stood at the gate of Lin Su, with unconcealable arrogance on their faces, walking around from time to time. Qin Feng naturally knew these 3 men. They were originally members of the Qin family, but they were willing to become Lin Su's doglegs. Although they were only about 30 years old, their strength was amazing. Obviously, they relied on Lin Su's pill to achieve this. No wonder they were willing to submit to Lin Su. Boy, this is the resting place for Master Lin Su. Who asked you to come over? Don't hurry away. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to enter the door, the 3 men shouted and stopped Qin Feng from going. Hey, who did I think it was? It turned out to be young Master Waste. What brought you here today? One of the men, recognizing Qin Feng, couldn't help but mockingly mocked. Something's wrong. There is a lot of blood on him. Suddenly, the other 2 noticed the blood on Qin Feng's body, and their complexions changed suddenly. The first sword. Qin Feng's response was with a long sword in his hand. The sword aura was like a waterfall, and the first sword technique was cast instantly. Puff. Do not. These 3 warriors had no time to resist, and they were instantly swallowed by sword energy. A drop of blood, like raindrops, stained the ground in the blink of an eye, eye-catching and shocking. Qin Feng was able to kill the martial artist of the 8th layer of body refining when he understood and enlightened the divine fist of earth splitting. Now that his strength has soared, how difficult is it to kill these 3 guys in seconds? Bold, who dares to be so rampant? An angry shout came out, and a huge palm of true qi transformed into a huge palm, slammed down towards Qin Feng. This handprint is very powerful, and the palm looks very lifelike. Obviously, the strength of the shooter is very superb. With the appearance of this huge handprint, the surrounding air made a violent rubbing sound, extremely powerful. Roll! Qin Feng let out a cold snort, neither dodge nor hide, and greeted him with a punch in his backhand. Although he didn't intend to use the intent of the Patian Shenquan as his main mood, it was okay to use it occasionally against the enemy. The power of this punch is equally terrifying. Boom! With the increase of Qin Feng's true qi, the strong fist mark slammed into the huge handprint like an Optimus Prime. Boom! The 2 clashed abruptly, and there was a loud noise that frightened the soul, and within a radius of 50 meters, a violent current was set off, which was powerful. Layers of soil were lifted by Julie, flying all over the sky. Boom boom. The person who shot did not expect Qin Feng's strength to be so powerful. After being beaten by the power of boxing power, he retreated steadily and stepped on more than a dozen big pits on the ground to stabilize his figure. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he stepped forward again. The qi machine locked in the person in front of him, and he did not intend to let him go. Because this guy is his mortal Wang Shu. At this time, Wang Shu stared at Qin Feng in shock, as if he had seen something incredible. In particular, his palm kept trembling, and there was vaguely severe pain, which made him completely unable to believe that the horrible punch just now would come from the hand of this ant waste. Chapter 41. More than enough to defeat you. Hi, how is this possible? You didn't die in the desolate Feather Mountain forest? Your strength has become so powerful. Wang Shu's pupils widened and couldn't help but exclaim. Regardless of how Qin Feng returned from the hands of the fierce beast in the wild Feather Mountain forest, he came back alive without any problems. The poison in those Lingyuan pills alone was enough to kill Qin Feng. Calculated by time, the toxicity of the poison should have completely erupted at this time, right? But now, Qin Feng not only has nothing to do, he can actually explode such exaggerated combat power. Little bastard, you are really unexpected. Wang Shu stared at Qin Feng coldly, gritted his teeth, and said, "There is so much nonsense. Don't give up, linger soon." Qin Feng exuded a strong suffocation. His tone was very cold. "Lingyu, you're close mate. She should be lying under Master Lin Su right now, enjoying the most wonderful grace, right?" As soon as this remark came out, Qin Feng's mind trembled suddenly, his expression extremely ugly. Isn't he still unable to change Linger's ending in this life? Ha, little waste die. Seeing Qin Feng's loss of consciousness, Wang Shu was overjoyed, stretched out his thin palms, turned into domineering claws, and quickly grabbed Qin Feng's face. Above his sharp claws, a black innocence exuded, like the hand of a devil, vicious and terrifying. Devil hand. This move of a demon hand is the most powerful martial skill of Wang Shu. Once an opponent is attacked, his true energy will erode the opponent's meridians, and his power is amazing. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to be caught by himself, a sinister sneer appeared at the corner of Wang Shu's mouth. However, at this most critical moment, a terrifying aura suddenly broke out from Qin Feng. The majestic and vast Zhen Qi rushed, as if it had turned into substance, releasing the dazzling light of sword energy. The vigor of Wang Shu's demon hand was swallowed and melted by the invincible sword intent before it even touched the surface of Qin Feng's body. "Break it for me." With Qin Feng's cold drink, Wang Shu's face suddenly changed. In front of him, an invincible sword aura suddenly fell down and turned into a supreme sword shadow, beheaded. Boom! This force was too much against the sky. Wang Shu was directly suppressed and fell to the ground. He tried his best to raise his arm and tried his last resistance. It's a pity that at that moment, his arm was cut off by sword chi, and along with his screams and wailing, large swaths of blood fell on the ground like rain. My hands. Wang Shu tried his best to scream. His whole body collapsed and rolled on the ground, howling desperately. Seeing the enemy's miserable situation, Qin Feng's face was full of cheerful sneers. He stepped forward again, like a king high above, stomping heavily on Wang Shu's body, looking down at Wang Shu. At this time, Wang Shu looked terrified and inexplicable, as if he had seen the most terrifying killing god. So horrible. Too frightening. In his eyes, this kid was originally just a trash, but now he has become so powerful. In less than 2 months, this trash ant was reborn, so powerful that he couldn't compete. How could I lose to you? Wang Shu was not reconciled. Beat you? More than enough. Qin Feng sneered contemptuously. At the same time, accompanied by a wave of air surging, Qin Feng raised his fist again, condensing a strong fist momentum. At the moment when Qin Feng was about to obliterate Wang Shu, a violent roar came out of the hall. "Boy, you dare." Chapter 42. Meet your enemies. The voice of those who came, like Hong Zhong Dalu, was actually full of strong pressure. In the void, ripples spread out at the same time, as if to swallow everything. Broken. Finally, a figure seemed to burst out of the void, appearing strangely in front of Qin Feng, as fast as lightning. This is a slender young man dressed in expensive clothes. He is about 30 years old. He is very handsome and has a torch-like gaze. He is truly extraordinary. The young man's eyes were filled with surprise and disgust. When he looked at Qin Feng, he was as if looking at a tiny ant, extremely arrogant. This person is Lin Su, the only alchemy guest of the Qin family, and the most hated enemy in Qin Feng's previous life. Lin Su's body exudes a powerful aura, and the terrible real aura lingers around, making people afraid to look down upon it. Fortunately, Qin Feng noticed Lin Su's strength, did not set foot in the true spiritual realm, and was still the 9th body refining. and the martial artist of the 9th level of body refining. It is impossible to be his opponent at all. Qin Feng, it seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect a humble ant to have such a big wave. Really careless. If I am not in retreat, I will definitely kill you in advance. Lin Su carried his hands on his back, like Mu Qin Feng, as if he didn't care about Qin Feng at all. That attitude seemed to pinch Qin Feng to death at any time. Hee, you are just a dog raised by the Qin family, so don't think about turning into an adult. Standing in place, Qin Feng stepped on Wang Shu fiercely and said with cold eyes, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Qin Feng, you are such a brave dog. How dare you call Master Lin Su a dog? Don't you hurry up and beg for mercy, and beg the Lord to spare you a dog. When Wang Shu saw Lin Su appear, his face couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Although Qin Feng stepped on his body, he thought that Qin Feng no longer dared to kill him. Yes, Qin Feng, you immediately released Wang Shu for me, then kowtowed to apologize. Otherwise, even if you are the young master of the Qin family, I can kill you by offending me. Is it? A smile was raised at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, but the smile was icy and murderous. Upon seeing this, Lin Su remained calm, with his hands behind his back, completely indifferent. In his opinion, no matter how powerful this Qin Feng was, he definitely had no guts to disobey him. Because he is the only alchemy guest of the Qin family, if he is angered, the Qin family's pill will be interrupted and the overall strength will decline. Qin Feng, don't hesitate to give up his arm and kneel down to me. Boom! Before Lin Su had finished speaking, Qin Feng suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Wang Shu's head, cutting off his vitality. Seeing this scene, Lin Su suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at Qin Feng with a gloomy expression. How dare you? He did not expect that Qin Feng was so decisive and determined that he dared to kill Wang Shu in front of him. Qin Feng, you are so brave. Even Qin Yanhai has to give me 3 points. If you are so presumptuous, then don't blame me for being polite. While talking, Lin Su snapped his right hand. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn away, becoming extremely heavy, and it was too heavy for people to breathe. Boom! A phantom palm of one hand, like a mountain, actually wanted to suppress Qin Feng. Lin Su deserves to be a warrior who is about to set foot in the true spirit realm. However, the power of his tricks is undoubtedly the difference from what Qin Feng is now. Roll! Qin Feng roared and screamed. His voice was thunderous, and the phantom step was released instantly. Chapter 43 Hanging. Boom! A powerful fist shadow burst out, shining like the sun, shattering Lin Su's palm print. At the same time, Yu's prestige hit Lin Su's hands unabated. Crunch! What? The terrifying power instantly broke Lin Su's arm, causing the latter to scream like a pig. However, Qin Feng didn't stop because of this. He grabbed Lin Su's arm and forced it into the air. Qin Feng's power was terrifying, especially when he thought that Linger might be killed. His heart was even more furious. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng picked up Lin Su and repeatedly smashed it to the ground. Every collision made a huge noise. Then Lin Su couldn't stop it at all. He couldn't imagine himself in front of Qin Feng this rubbish. There was no resistance to it. Soon, Lin Su didn't want to think about it, because his body was about to collapse and tear. Qin Feng's movements became faster and faster, and his strength became stronger and stronger, slinging Lin Su like a dog. At this moment, Qin Feng's hatred and unwillingness from the previous life was completely erupted and vented. Puff! Lin Su kept spitting blood out of his mouth, and his expensive clothes had long been torn and dripping with blood, like a beggar, and it was horrible. I really can't believe that this will be a noble alchemist. Hurry up! Just as Qin Feng was teaching Lin Su, a rush of shouts came. Qin Feng, what's your idiot? Don't stop it. The voice of the comber was loud and deafening. I saw Qin Yunhai's face full of anger and a gloomy look, leading a team of men and horses to break in. When he saw the scene before him, he was stunned. Qin Yunhai, you dare to humiliate me like this? How dare you? Lin Su's eyes were full of resentment, staring at Qin Yunhai fiercely and roaring fiercely. I am a noble alchemy master, and there are countless forces that flatter me. You are actually treating me like this now. Master Lin Su, you put down the fire. There must be some misunderstanding. Qin Yunhai suddenly became anxious. We must know that if a family wants to grow, it cannot lack medicine. Once Lin Su is offended, even he will have a very headache. However, seeing this scene in front of him, Qin Yunhai was shocked in his heart. He had no idea that Qin Feng and Lin Su could defeat it. Qin Shan, who was beaten in pain by Qin Feng, probably because his father was by his side, his confidence increased a lot, and he yelled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you idiot. Don't hurry up and let down Master Lin Su. Qin Feng, did you hear that? If it weren't for your father, I would have expelled you from the Qin family a long time ago. So why don't you knelt down and apologize to Master Lin Su? Qin Yunhai also shouted sharply. Lin Su, where is Ling? Qin Feng ignored Qin Yunhai and others, staring at Lin Su indifferently, and slowly asked. At this time, his murderous aura is strong. His eyes are like thousands of sharp swords, with an astonishing aura, as if he can tear everything at any time. That bitch, Puff. Before Lin Su had finished speaking, Qin Feng kicked his chest. Presumptuous. Catch him for me. Qin Yunhai's face was as cold as ice, extremely gloomy. This Qin Feng was so rude to Lin Su, undoubtedly pushing the Qin family down the abyss. How dare he let it go? However, Qin Yunhai was also very puzzled in his heart. Qin Feng was originally just a waste, and there was no pill to provide him. Why did he become so powerful? Could it be that? What great treasure is in him? Or, he has been hiding his strength and deceiving everyone? No, it's impossible. No matter how he hides it, it's impossible to make it undetectable. So, there is only one reason. This kid got a big opportunity. After catching him, be sure to ask. Qin Yunhai felt excited when he thought that Qin Feng might have a huge secret hidden in him. Chapter 44. The Lord is here. Young master? Suddenly, a soft voice sounded. At that moment, the anger on Qin Feng's face paused slightly, and his eyes suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. Only seeing it there, Linger rushed out of a room with tears in her eyes. Her face was full of tears, her beautiful eyes were red and swollen, and she was obviously aggrieved. Fortunately, judging from her complete clothes, she has not been defiled by Lin Su. This relieved Qin Feng a lot. Linger. Qin Feng kicked Lin Su directly. His figure shook, and he hugged Linger tightly. Sniffing the breath on her body, Qin Feng was completely relieved. Linger, how are you? Looking at Linger's face, there was still a bit of panic. Qin Feng asked with distress and concern. I'm fine, young master. It's great that you're fine. Seeing Qin Feng, Linger cared more about Qin Feng instead of herself. This made Qin Feng couldn't help feeling sour. Really a silly girl. Come here, don't hesitate to catch this daring rebellion. If there is resistance, kill it. The group lifted up Lin Su and looked at the miserable appearance of Lin Su lingering and panting. Qin Yunhai immediately roared in madness. Yes. A group of Qin family guards took out their weapons and rushed towards Qin Feng. Linger, hide behind me. Qin Feng protected Linger behind him, holding the long sword firmly in his hand, and said calmly. At this time, it's time for them to see the real power. Call. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. His invincible sword intent was about to burst out. As long as Linger is okay, even if he leaves the Qin family, he has no sense of belonging to the current Qin family. Seeing a terrifying battle is about to break out. Suddenly, a loud laughter came from the outside. Ha! Qin Yunhai, what are you doing for such a big move? This voice was loud and loud, as if a tiger was talking, with an astonishing power that shocked the mind. Afterwards, a group of guards wearing armor, surrounded by a middle-aged man, walked slowly towards this side. The visitor was grandiose, dignified, tall and straight, like a spear. Although he was 40 or 50 years old, his spirit was not inferior to the young guy. After seeing this person appear, Qin Feng's heart moved slightly and slowly put down the long sword in his hand, calmly protecting Linger. My lord, why are you here? After seeing the middle-aged man, Qin Yunhai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly bowed in a panic. The lord of the city came here uninvited, and I hope Patriarch Qin will not be offended, but I have to come here too. Lord said to Qin Yunhai with a smile on his face, but his pair of eyes kept watching Qin Feng. Yi Tian is the lord of Tiangang City. Qin Feng knew him naturally, and Yi Tian was also his father's best friend and acquaintance of Babai. In the previous life, after he escaped from the Qin family, he also heard that Yi Tian had sent someone to the Qin family to ask for an explanation and asked Qin Yunhai to hand him over. Therefore, Qin Feng was very grateful to the city Lord Yi Tian. What the Lord Mayor said, it's just a coincidence that today, I have to catch Qin Feng's rebellion first, and I will host a banquet for Lord Mayor later. Haha. Qin Yunhai, do you really do not understand, or do you pretend that you do not understand? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth raised, and he looked at Qin Yunhai with a smile, obviously having a purpose. My lord, what do you mean by this? Qin Yunhai felt guilty in his heart, barely squeezing a smile on his face, and asked. Chapter 45 Strong Yi Tian. I, Yi Tian, came to Qin's house today to protect my nephew Qin Feng. My brother Qin Yunfei disappeared strangely for no reason. Naturally, I want to take care of his child. I originally planned to take a moment to take a look, but I didn't expect to encounter such a scene when I came here today. Speaking of the last time, Yi Tian's tone became particularly indifferent, and his eyes contained killing intent. My brother Qin Yunfei is the head of your Qin family. As the young head of the Qin family, Qin Feng, how dare you treat him like this? Qin Yunhai, Qin Yunfei is your real brother. You are too unkind to act like this. The more he speaks, the sharper Yi Tian's tone becomes. My lord, this is my Qin family affair. Even if you are the lord of a city, there is no reason to intervene, right? Qin Yunhai's face changed, and his tone was also unhappy. Huh, no reason to intervene? Qin Yunhai, the city lord really intervened today. Qin Feng, follow me. Let me see who dares to stop you. Of course, Qin Feng trusts Yi Tian very much. He can feel that the other party is not a false concern, but from the heart. So Qin Feng directly took Linger's thin hand and walked over. Qin Feng, you. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to slip away, Qin Shan couldn't help but want to yell at him. Humph. Yi Tian let out a cold snort and stared at Qin Shan in an instant. The gaze was like two sharp swords, as if it could tear all the momentum, so that Qin Shan immediately closed his mouth in fright. His body trembled constantly, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. It wasn't until Qin Feng left that Qin Shan looked at Qin Yunhai in fear and said, Father, is it just going to let Qin Feng go? Hey, what else can I do? Yi Tian is a real spirit martial artist, and he is in charge of so many forces in Tiangang City. Our Qin family is not qualified to challenge him. What? He is a true spiritual realm. Qin Shan's pupils shrank slightly. With a look of disbelief, he exclaimed loudly. Otherwise, how would I allow Qin Feng to leave easily? If Yi Tian was too strong, would I be willing to succumb? I blame the Qin Feng. If he didn't reject Lin Shuru's Guyuan pill, I would have set foot in the true spiritual realm. Why not worry about Yi Tian? Qin Yunhai gritted his teeth and said, The real spirit realm is a realm beyond the body refining realm. This kind of martial artist can almost run wild in Tiangang City, completely fearless. A strong man in the true spirit realm. Even the entire Qin family must be treated with care, not to mention that Yi Tian still has many subordinates. As soon as you enter the true spirit, you are extraordinary. Why would such a strong person be willing to subdue to a city lord? Even if he is a king, he is qualified. There is also Qin Feng, obviously a waste. Why has his strength suddenly become so terrifying? Qin Yunhai's eyes flickered, with a little haze, unable to see what he was thinking. Thank you, uncle, for showing up to help. Otherwise, Qin Feng still doesn't know what to do. Qin Feng respectfully thanked Yi Tian. Do you usually live in such a place? Looking at the dilapidated wooden house in front of him, Yi Tian's expression gradually became gloomy. Since my father's bizarre disappearance, Qin Yunhai has regarded me as a thorn in my eye and has been suppressing me in every possible way, so. Qin Feng explained calmly. Hey, Xiaofeng, my uncle is really ashamed. In the past few years, I have been out of town, so I only recently learned about you. But I never thought that your situation would be so difficult. Your father and I are good friends, but I failed to take care of his son. When talking about this, the guilt on Yi Tian's face grew more and more. Uncle Yi, You don't have to be so guilty. These things are not caused by you. Qin Feng said with a smile. Xiaofeng, would you like to live in my mansion? No one dares to come to the city lord mansion to trouble you. Qin Feng smiled, shook his head and refused. Don't bother you anymore. I am an outsider to your house. After all, it is a little troublesome. In fact, the reason why Qin Feng refused is not so. The most hated Lin Su has not died yet, and Qin Yunhai and Qin Shan are still making waves in the Qin family. How could he leave like this? Well, if there is a need for me, remember to come to the city lord's mansion to find me. Yi Tian nodded, not reluctantly. By the way, Uncle Yi, do you know the reason for my father's disappearance? Chapter 46 News. After hesitating for a while, Qin Feng finally asked the question he wanted to ask. In his previous life, he had also investigated the news of his father, but there was no clue. It was as if it had been wiped out. No one knew. I know very little about this matter. Moreover, when brother Qin Yunfei disappeared, I was in another place. However, if I guess correctly, his disappearance is probably related to your mother. Related to mother? Qin Feng's brows frowned slightly. The news about his mother seemed more mysterious than Qin Yunfei's disappearance. Whether it is past or present, he knows very little about his mother. Because since he was a child, he has never seen his mother, or even knows her name. Your mother's identity is mysterious, and I have never even met her. But I can tell you for sure that she is extremely strong and has an unimaginable background. She is absolutely extraordinary. After Yi Tian pondered for a while, he said lightly. Just as the two were talking, Qin Yunhai sat on the house with a gloomy expression, squeezing his right fist to death. Father, what half of it now? Then Lin Su said, if he doesn't kill Qin Feng, he will leave the Qin family. Qin Shan said angrily. An outsider, Qin, was so presumptuous in the Qin family, but they had no other way, which made him naturally unhappy. This is really getting better and better. It's just a dog raised, and he dares to go so far. Qin Yunhai slapped the table fiercely and roared angrily. And you? Didn't you mean that Qin Feng's cultivation only has 4 levels of body refining? Why isn't even Lin Su his opponent? Then Lin Su is a 9-fold body refining. Even if I make a shot, it may not be 100% better than him. Thinking of Qin Feng's strength, Qin Yunhai's brow furrowed even tighter. Father, I'm quite puzzled about this. What is Qin Feng's talent? You have seen it before. It is obviously a waste. Even I can easily kill him. Who knew that this kid went to the barren Feather Mountain Forest, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds? And I found out that he also practiced bodybuilding techniques. Body training exercises? As soon as this remark came out, Qin Yunhai's eyes flashed with a gleam of spirit. Body training exercises are stronger than ordinary exercises. Even the worst type is invaluable. Where does this kid get it? When talking about this, Qin Yunhai's eyes clearly exuded a hot and greedy color. No wonder he was so excited. After all, the Qin family is just a small family. Although it is deeply rooted in Tiangang City, it is obviously far behind the real big power. It's impossible to have exercises of body refining. And his martial arts, even more terrifying. I can't resist it at all. It's very mysterious. I suspect that this kid's martial arts may have reached the rank level. Achieving the grade? Qin Yunhai's eyes were as wide as a cow, and he hurriedly asked, You quickly tell me what happened today. In this Tianmu continent, martial arts are divided into levels. From low to high, there are 3 great realms: human rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. Each great realm can be divided into 3 pieces: upper, middle, and lower. But whether it is the worst human-level martial arts or the rumored heaven-level martial arts, they are not something they can touch. The martial arts cultivated by everyone in the Qin family are not ranked at all. If you really want to give a ranking, it can only be regarded as a common grade, not worth mentioning. Chapter 47 Status Promotion. If a family can possess a martial skill that reaches the level, it can definitely be passed on as a writer's treasure. Only those big families that have passed on for thousands of years will have it. Under normal circumstances, if you want to obtain a martial skill that reaches the level, you have to worship the sect. This is why Qin Yunhai would be so excited. Although the martial arts are fierce and simple, and seem to have nothing subtle, but I can feel an invisible force suppressing me. Qin Shan still felt a lingering fear at the thought of being severely taught by Qin Feng. It is absolutely impossible. Even if the entire Tiangang city does not necessarily exist with martial skills that reach the level, where does this kid get it? Qin Yunhai still shook his head and said, if Qin Feng knew the conversation between the two, he would definitely shake his head and sneer. His groundbreaking fist moves were originally not gorgeous, and coupled with the increase in fist intent, the power is naturally not trivial, but it has nothing to do with whether it reaches the rank. Check it out for me quickly. I would rather trust it to have something than to trust it to have nothing. If Qin Feng does possess that level of martial skills, no matter how Yi Tian blocks it, we must grab it. Moreover, I heard that Yi Tian is about to leave Tiangang City again. By then, even if we kill Qin Feng, he can't help us. Qin Yunhai finally made a decision and ordered Qin Shan. Tiangang City, within the Qin family. This is a big yard, with flowers, ponds, rockery, etc., everything. Young master, is this place really for us? Linger looked at Qin Feng with excitement and asked. She couldn't tell her happiness. This place was dozens of times better than the broken wooden house I lived in before. Well, we will live here in the future. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, but he was secretly more vigilant in his heart. Looking at the housekeepers and maids around him, an undetectable sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. These people are all martial artists. Although their strength is not very strong, Qin Feng understands that their purpose is to monitor himself. Last time, he severely wounded Lin Su and Qin Shan, and with Qin Yunhai's character, he would definitely retaliate. However, until now, he has not taken any action, obviously intending to find out his roots before starting. In addition to my strength that makes him jealous, there is also the identity of Uncle Yi. Yi Tian is the city lord of Tiangang City after all. No matter how powerful the Qin family is, he has no confidence to compete with him. My current cultivation base is body refining eightfold. However, I have realized the invincible sword intent. Once it is displayed, even the ninth body refining warrior can kill in seconds. If I cooperate with my primordial true dragon art, even if it is a warrior in the true spirit realm, I will be afraid of 3 points. In the face of absolute strength, Qin Yunhai would never want to make waves no matter how much he calculated. Qin Feng slowly squeezed his fist, made a creak, and walked quickly towards a certain place. Boom, boom. The sound like thunder came out endlessly. I saw a turbulent waterfall, like the water of the Milky Way, hanging down heavily, rushing towards the figure below. Drink, drink, drink. Qin Feng stood under the waterfall with a red fruit on his upper body, bearing the impact of the current. He stepped on the boulder with his feet. No matter how fierce the waterfall was, he couldn't move him half a point. The strength is a bit weak. Feeling the impact of the current, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. His primordial true dragon art is the supreme body refining technique. With his current cultivation realm, the impact of this waterfall can no longer allow his body to be tempered. Chapter 48 Home. It seems that I have to find another way. Qin Feng condensed his eyes and sighed softly. The sword is coming. Qin Feng suddenly stretched out his right hand. A dragon chant sounded, and then a white streamer quickly appeared on his hand. Qi Yulong's sword. Sword intent surges. Wow! Qin Feng clenched his long sword, fiercely splitting a sword gas, and slashed towards the waterfall. 7 Ju killing god sword technique 5th sword. Boom! The momentum is like a mountain. The sword is like a rainbow. The 5 surging vigors converged in an instant, exuding a vast and unpredictable power. Boom! The overbearing sword energy, like a rotating roulette, turned the waterfall back. But Qin Feng was in this state, relying solely on the flow of true energy, and used the Qijua divine killing sword art. One sword was more powerful than one sword. 6th sword. Qin Feng's sharp shout sounded abruptly again. Boom! At this moment, the sword energy he released had reached a length of 100 meters, as if it had turned into a substantial sword, cutting off the entire waterfall. Click! There was a cracking sound. Immediately, the waterfall screamed wildly, and the turbulent waterfall was actually divided into 2 parts. Moreover, the sword momentum was not reduced by half. Directly and arrogantly cut off the source of the waterfall. Boom! In the void, there was a humming sound, and countless mountains and rocks rolled down like fallen leaves. Qijue's swordsmanship, indeed domineering. Qin Feng sighed with emotion in his heart. He was quite satisfied with this swordsmanship. Unfortunately, because he couldn't practice in his previous life, although he had seen a lot of martial arts, he didn't even remember it. And this sword art of 7 Jew killing gods is actually only an ordinary level, not up to the level at all. If I had known that I could be reborn, I should watch more martial arts. You must know that Master even has a lot of martial arts in the ground. Qin Feng muttered to himself, somewhat depressed. However, Qin Feng was not discouraged. Although these Qijue's swordsmanship did not reach the rank, it was definitely not inferior to the general lower rank martial arts. Because this swordsmanship has a special ability, it can continuously stack sword power. A sword is stronger than a sword. Once stacked to the final 7th sword, the power is simply unimaginable. Laugh. A burst of sound appeared suddenly. Immediately following a figure, he came to Qin Feng's back, knelt to the ground all of a sudden, and respectfully shouted, "Young master." Qin Feng's face was calm, as if he had expected the other party to appear long ago, and turned to look, only to see Lu Xianqing kneeling to the ground respectfully. "Get up first." "Thank young master." Lu Xianqing stood up respectfully and looked at Qin Feng, with surprises from time to time. Splitting waterfalls and shattering rocks. Such terrible attacks made Lu Xianqing incredible. Even if it is a martial artist of the 9 layers of body refining, there is no way to do this, right? Before she knew it, Lu Xianqing became more respectful to Qin Feng, secretly rejoicing in her heart that she had chosen to submit to Qin Feng. Not bad, breaking through to the 6th level of body refining so quickly. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Xianqing and nodded in praise. Thanks to the young master's gift of pill, Lu Xianqing's cultivation level can go further. Lu Xianqing expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He was very old and talented. If it hadn't been for Qin Feng to give him a pill for cultivation, it would be hard for him to break through. This is just the beginning. As long as you do things for me faithfully, there will be more benefits in the future. However, if you let me find that you are thinking badly, then don't blame me for not remembering old feelings. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xianqing indifferently. Lu Xianqing swears here that he will never betray the young master in this life. Lu Xianqing knelt on the ground with a thump and said loudly, Chapter 49 Practice Sword. He is not an idiot. Although Qin Feng only gave him a first-grade Lingyuan pill, the quality was many times better than the one issued by the Qin family. Moreover, Qin Feng made a bold move and gave him 10 of them. This made Lu Xianqing had a terrifying guess in her heart. That is, behind Qin Feng, there must be a powerful alchemist to help. The alchemist's status on the mainland is extremely lofty, as can be seen from Lin Su's status in the Qin family. The so-called alchemist is divided into 9 levels, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, and can refine pill from 1 to 9 in turn. Alchemists are too rare. In the entire Tiangang city, there has never even been a 2-star alchemist. That Lin Su is just a lowest-level alchemist, who can be so arrogant in the Qin family. It is hard to imagine how powerful the one behind Qin Feng is. This guess made Lu Xianqing more determined to follow Qin Feng. However, he might not even dream of thinking that Qin Feng did not have an alchemy master to help him, but that he could make alchemy himself. It's no wonder Lu Xianqing didn't think of Qin Feng. After all, the conditions for becoming an alchemist were too harsh. Must have certain qualifications. What's more, Qin Feng has never been taught by an alchemist, so how did he learn to make alchemy? Very well, tell me the news you have. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then asked lightly. Yes. Young master, your status in the family has improved a lot now. The people who supported you before also intend to support you again. On the surface, Qin Yunhai no longer suppresses you. But in fact, the servants and maids around you are all eyeliners sent by him to monitor your every move. Also, Lin Su used to heal his injuries as an excuse to stop refining pills. Lu Xianqing told all the news he knew. Qin Feng nodded slightly and kept learning the valuable news. Unexpectedly, there are still people in the Qin family who support me. Qin Feng let out a sallow breath, his eyes flickering. Yes, and the subordinates also inquired about an important news. Lu Xinqing said suddenly. What news? According to your subordinates, one of the tribes who support you is your third uncle. Huh? Third uncle? Qin Feng was slightly surprised. This so-called third uncle, he naturally knew that grandfather Qin Shaodian had 3 children in total. Except for his father and Qin Yun overseas, it was third uncle Qin Yong. However, Qin Yong has always been too low-key, almost never showing up, and has no ambitions for the position of the patriarch of the family. In his previous life, Qin Feng only met Qin Yong a few times, but he didn't expect him to support himself. Yeah, and I heard that he supports you very much. He handled the dangerous things you encountered before. These words of Lu Xinqing shocked Qin Feng. Now that I think about it carefully, if it wasn't for Qin Yong's secret help, he would have been murdered by Qin Yunhai long ago. This news is great. Qin Feng nodded and said quite complimentingly. A bright moon rises, and a faint brilliance shines on the earth, dyeing the scene silver. Under this bright moon, one person is holding a long sword and displaying a series of sword auras. The sword auras crisscross, and the aura is magnificent. It covers 100 meters range and tears everything in it. Swish swish. Sword chi is dense. Strong sword intent. At this moment, it seems that the whole world has become a sword. Also somewhere in the woods outside this terrifying sword aura, a total of 4 figures were secretly hiding their figures. Chapter 50, Strongly Beheaded. This kid is obviously a waste that everyone can step on. Why is it so powerful now? Yes, Qin Feng's natural resources are mediocre, and he doesn't have a lot of resources to practice. How could his strength be so terrifying? Look at that sword aura. It's almost going to materialize. There are not a few people in Tiangang City at this level of strength. Does this kid really get a big chance? This matter must be reported back as soon as possible. It is really hateful. We have been hiding in the Qin family for so long, and we have no idea about it. If the patriarch knew about it, he would definitely scold us. These 4 figures talked cautiously, with a trace of fear in their eyes from time to time. Call. Qin Feng slowly closed his move, laying the sword flat in front of him, and exhaling a heavy breath, but there was no sweat on his face. Qijua Divine Killing Sword Technique. Finally practiced the 7th sword. Even if I understand the intent of the sword and practice swordsmanship with less effort, this sword still took me so long to successfully practice. It is indeed the most powerful sword among the 7 swords. According to Qin Feng's judgment, he has only barely learned it now. If he wants to be truly proficient and transparent, he still needs to spend a few more days. However, the power of this swordsmanship is indeed impressive. Once the 7th sword is displayed, even if he doesn't rely on the primordial true dragon art, he is sure to fight against the real spirit realm warrior. It deserves to be a martial skill comparable to that of a high grade. It is really extraordinary. Gently stroking the long sword in his hand, Qin Feng said lightly, but suddenly looked at a certain place. What do you think? Wow. Suddenly, Qin Feng slashed a sword sharply. His sword aura was like lightning, and he quickly slew towards the forest in a certain direction. Boom! The sword chi exploded, directly shattering all barriers. The trees that had been hit broke, and countless smoke and dust rose. What? Swish! Accompanied by a miserable voice, the 3 figures rose into the air in the blink of an eye and appeared from the smoke. Behind them, only a body that had been split in half was wailing and screaming feebly. Damn it, this kid found it. Run away. The 3 of them didn't even dare to turn their heads, so they were so frightened that they palpitated and directly chose to escape. Wandering Body Technique. Song Yunbu. Hurry! The 3 shouted loudly, displayed their own body skills, and rushed towards the distance. Want to escape? Asked if I did. Qin Feng smiled coldly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Phantom Step. In the night, Qin Feng was like a real ghost. His speed was horribly fast. Whoosh! As a sword light flicked across, another person was directly beheaded by sword chi. Wow! Wow! 2 more sword auras were drawn out, and the bodies of the other 2 were hit by the sword aura and fell to the ground. Please, please forgive us. Facing such a fierce Qin Feng, the 2 of them trembled with fright, with unconcealable horror on their faces. They did not expect Qin Feng's speed to be so fast. Your physical and martial skills don't seem to belong to the Qin family, right? Qin Feng frowned and scanned the two people indifferently. As the young master of the Qin family, he naturally knew the various martial arts of the Qin family arsenal by heart. Frankly explain your identity and the purpose of coming to Qin's house. I can give you a happy one. Qin Feng held his sword in one hand, standing proudly under the moon, like a peerless sword fairy with extraordinary equipment. Qin Feng, don't you think we will tell you? Laugh. A sword gasp burst out instantly, and the person was killed without a word. The corpse was divided into pieces by the sword gas, which was terrible. What? Seeing that his companion was killed again, not even the whole body, the last person could not help but yelled in fright, and urine almost came out. Don't talk about it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Glancing at the last person indifferently, Qin Feng said calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. Okay, I say. This person's face was as pale as paper, not only because of his sword qi, but also because of Qin Feng's vicious and cold methods. Chapter 51 Secret. This person can also be regarded as a cruel person who has killed many people, but he is still frightened by Qin Feng's decisive means. I am from Ouyang's family. Please don't torture me. Give me a happy. It hurts. The extremely domineering sword aura wandered around his body, as if 1,000 sharp swords shuttled through his body. The pain was abnormal. People from the Ouyang family, what are you doing here in my Qin family? Why don't we from the Qin family notice anything? Hearing the identity of the other party, Qin Feng couldn't help showing a hint of doubt on his face. Although the strength of these four people is good, but the highest is the cultivation base of the seventh body refining. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible to hide the Qin family's investigation. Moreover, why did they sneak into the Qin family secretly? Our patriarch secretly conspired with Qin Yunhai. In order to prevent accidents, our patriarch ordered us to stay in Qin's house for several years to monitor Qin Yunhai and the entire Qin's movement. And your enchanting power has attracted our attention, so we must figure out your details. Don't torture me. Kill me. The power of Jian Qi in the body is getting more and more terrifying. This person just feels that his body is like being delayed. Every minute and every second is suffering, making him want to die immediately. What did you say? Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He definitely did not expect that Qin Yunhai would collude with the Ouyang family. This was obviously an act of betraying the Qin family. No wonder this group of people can successfully lurk to the Qin family. The Ouyang family, this is the largest family in Tiangang City. The overall strength is even more powerful than the Qin family, with many master martial artists. Moreover, the Ouyang family has existed in Tiangang City for hundreds of years, and it has deep roots. Laugh. A sword light quietly passed. Qin Feng shattered the opponent's body and completely cut off his vitality. When did the Qin Yunhai cooperate with the Ouyang family? Before his father disappeared? Or after temporarily taking the position of the head of the house? Qin Feng frowned slightly and kept thinking. This matter is too important. What amazing strength is the Ouyang family. Even said that Qin Yunhai would never have thought that there are spies in Ouyang's family watching him. In addition to these four people, Qin Feng believed that Ouyang's family must have some other spies lurking in Qin's family. Their purpose is definitely not simple. I am afraid they intend to annex the entire Qin family. Qin Yunhai, are you really a fool? The thought of Qin Yunhai actually taking the fate of the Qin family to collude with outsiders, Qin Feng felt angry. In any case, the Qin family is his root. How can he let the people of Ouyang family annex it? It seems that I have to go to that place, otherwise the crisis is difficult to solve. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Qin Feng frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he covered the corpses of the four people and rushed towards a certain place with the sword in his hand. As the phantom walked, he moved forward like a ghost in this night. Before long, Qin Feng came to a high mountain rock face. He stopped, only to see a patch of weeds around him. It seemed that no one had set foot in it for a long time. It was extremely barren. It should be here. Qin Feng made a soft noise. He moved slowly toward the rock wall in front of him. Boom! As Qin Mu approached the rock wall, two extremely powerful auras suddenly enveloped him. Chapter 52: The Ancestor of the Qin Family. This trend appeared too quickly, without the slightest warning, suddenly broke out. Even if Qin Feng's strength was amazing, he could not be prepared in time, and was suppressed by the momentum. Who would dare to come here presumptuously? Don't stop fast. A scream came from inside. The voice was old, but it showed a sharp coldness. A member of the Qin family, Qin Feng, specially came to see Qin's elders. Qin Feng said respectfully, "Qin Feng." There was a hint of surprise in the other person's tone, and then he became sharp again in a blink of an eye. "This is not where you should be. Go back quickly." Buzzing. A faint word, like a stormy sea, suppressed the air beside Qin Feng and buzzed. "The two elders, the Qin family situation is in crisis. I beg you to come out and help." Qin Feng didn't have any thoughts of regressing, and stood there resisting his momentum. His body began to shake slightly. His expression is extremely firm. Obviously, he won't give up easily. The so-called elders of the Qin family are naturally not ordinary elders, but the ancestors of the Qin family. They are extremely powerful and have been silently protecting the Qin family members. But few people know about this. Only the real patriarch can know that this is the last card of the Qin family. But under normal circumstances, they will not take action easily. Only when the Qin family has a crisis that truly threatens the family, they will show up to help. Nonsense. The Qin family is now in a stable state of development. Where is the crisis? Hurry up and go back. I really thought we were so foolish. Two angry shouts rang out, one after the other, both revealing an overwhelming coercion. Boom! Qin Feng's body trembled suddenly, and he was actually forced to take a step back by these two auras. What an amazing vibe. It seems that the news heard in the previous life is indeed true. These two ancestors are both true spirit realm warriors. I didn't expect my Qin family to hide this kind of trump card. It's incredible. Qin Feng's thoughts turned. He also accidentally learned about the existence of these two ancestors in his previous life. After a pause, a gleam of light burst into Qin Feng's eyes, and he said, "Two ancestors, please forgive Qin Feng for offending. Drink." Qin Feng's body no longer regressed, and the true energy in his body surged wildly, suddenly bursting out a powerful energy. Roar! A sound of dragon chants soared into the sky, and Qin Feng's body actually moved forward again, step by step. Boom! 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 Every time Qin Feng took a step, an explosion of air ripples in the void, making a violent noise. It is as if at that moment, two forces are at war. What? The ancestor of the Qin family obviously didn't expect that the strength of a junior would be so amazing, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Huh, I didn't expect such a genius to appear among the younger generation of the Qin family. One person snorted coldly. However, in front of us, do you really think you can run wild? The other person then scolded. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the two ancestors united together, like two fierce tigers, rushing towards Qin Feng, wanting to suppress this rude junior. At that moment, the astonishing pressure seemed to be able to shake the world. Roar! The majestic dragon roar, lingering endlessly, never let down the wind. Earth-splitting fist. Along with Qin Feng's long roar, he did not dodge at all. He waved dozens of punches in an instant, and every punch he shook out of the void. Now, Qin Feng's understanding of the divine fist of earth splitting has almost reached a perfect level. Although this fist intent is not as powerful as sword intent, it is enough to resist the coercion of the two ancestors and shatter the momentum. What a domineering style. What a boy. You are beyond my expectation. Seeing you are only about 16 years old, your strength is so good. It's really not easy. Two exclamation voices came out one after another, with a hint of shock and relief. Chapter 53: Contend Strongly. With the help of the primordial true dragon art, Qin Feng's earth-splitting divine fist is even more powerful, which is why he can ignore the pressure of two true spirit realm martial artists. However, you are so courageous. If you really think you have some ability, you dare to be ignorant? The painting style suddenly changed, and the old man rebuked again, and suddenly a burst of power that shook the sky and the earth began to surge from the front. Boom! Two powerful handprints, as if materialized, quickly descended from the sky, hung, and landed. These two huge handprints, like the hands of gods and Buddhas, burst out with amazing power, and it seems that they can crush everything where they pass. So strong. Qin Feng was secretly frightened and did not expect the strength of the two ancestors to reach such a terrible level. Take us one move and shake the gods and Buddha hands. This technique was extremely fierce, and it actually suppressed Qin Feng's retreat steadily, and even the power of the divine fist of the earth splitting could not counter the opponent. Under such pressure, Qin Feng's body involuntarily stepped back again. It can force us to show off God's Foshan. You should be proud too, and leave now. The voice of an elder rang slowly. Unable to see the two elders, Qin Feng will definitely not leave. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, with a ray of brilliance, and he said calmly. He slowly clenched the long sword in his hand, and the sword aura was filled with it, about to explode. It depends on whether you have this ability. An ancestor snorted coldly, and the god-shaking Buddha's hand exploded fiercely, as if a mountain came from the sky. Qijua sword art, the first sword. The sword aura spreads, the sword light circulates. Qin Feng quietly displayed the Qijua divine sword technique. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic Jinshi condensed and Buddha's hands severely enveloped Qin Feng's body. Immediately, Qin Feng's body was suppressed by God Foshan and could no longer move. This kid is not easy. Let us use this trick. An ancestor sighed. Yes, it's really not easy. It's really a good thing that such an outstanding genius can appear among the younger generation of the Qin family. It's just that he is young and vigorous and needs to be polished up, another ancestor said in a deep voice. Boom. However, suddenly, a terrible explosion sounded. How could it be possible? The two ancestors exclaimed in unison. I saw that suppressed Qin Feng suddenly burst out of an incomparable sword aura. The sword aura was so fierce that it hit the goddess' hand, as if it was about to collapse. Sixth sword break. Boom. Sword Qi, like a tiger, arrogantly set off terrible energy, accompanied by surging infinite power, soaring into the sky. A wish figure proudly broke through the suppression, holding a sword in one hand, standing there like a sword of breaking the sky. The seemingly weak body, but it seemed to contain tremendous power, broke through the suppression of the two ancestors. Our talented people coming out from generation to generation. A sigh followed. However, in this voice, there was a hint of anger, as if it was dissatisfied with Qin Feng's arrogant behavior. It's been too long, so it's time to move. The two ancestors said indifferently, and shot again. Kneel us down. The two majestic, infuriating auras condensed into an invisible big hand, suppressed again. This time the strength is stronger than the previous one, and even more terrifying. The two obviously moved. Chapter 54 Qin Xiaodian. Wow! Qin Feng moved with his sword, and his figure flew up. Qin Feng's long sword swiftly swung, drawing a sharp half-moon sword aura, with the sound of piercing dragons, attacking and killing with the stars and the moon. Facing the powerful attack from the ancestors, he didn't even have the slightest intention to shrink back. Boom! The two forces collided and the airflow dissipated. Qin Feng lost slightly, his body was hit by the force, and he took a few steps back. The other party didn't give Qin Feng a chance to breathe at all, and shot again. Kneel down. The momentum shook the sky and moved the surrounding air. That's amazing. The strength of the true energy of these two ancestors is incredible. If it weren't for practicing the primordial true dragon art, I'm afraid I would be seriously injured. Qin Feng was shocked, but also a touch of surprise. It seems that I can only use my whole cards. Qin Feng stood firm, stepped on the phantom step, and began to gather invincible sword intent. He planned to go all out. Two elders stopped first. At this moment, an old voice sounded. Wow! Hearing this sound, Qin Feng's sword intent dissipated, and his body was as if struck by lightning. He froze in place. How familiar is this voice? Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but sparkle, looking at the rock wall ahead in disbelief. Grandpa, is it really you? Qin Feng was most familiar with this voice, and it was the voice of his grandfather Qin Xiaodian. Xiaodian, what are you doing out? An ancestor's voice came out, revealing a bit of concern. "Two elders, let Feng come in," Qin Xiaodian said lightly. Qin Feng frowned slightly. From the voice of his grandfather, he could perceive the situation of his grandfather. It seemed very uncomfortable, as if he was lacking in energy. Boom! As Qin Xiaoyan's voice fell, the rock wall in front of Qin Feng made a rumbling sound, and then a crack appeared and slowly opened. A cave almost the size of a door appeared in the field of vision. The cave looks small, but the internal space is very large, with a winding path going deep into it. Qin Feng walked along the path. It didn't take long before he came to a small hall. He stepped in and saw 3 old men sitting cross-legged on the ground. In the 2 figures, their long hair concealed their faces, making it difficult to see their faces. But in them, Qin Feng could detect an extremely majestic breath, which made people frightened. The moment Qin Feng entered, the eyes of the 2 ancestors locked his body tightly. That invisible, strong pressure, like a mountain, made it difficult for Qin Feng to breathe. The primordial true dragon art in Qin Feng madly circulated his body, relying on the power of the true dragon emanating from the scales, finally resisted this pressure. What an amazing strength! These 2 should be the true spirit realm ancestors of the Qin family. It seems that they have not used their full strength just now. At this time, Qin Feng realized the power of the 2 ancestors. However, he didn't know how shocking the 2 ancestors' hearts were at this moment. The 2 ancestors looked at each other, and they all saw the horror in each other's eyes. "Feng, is that you?" The old man sitting at the front slowly said. Looking at Qin Feng's Xuanxing, his heart felt like an electric shock, and even the blood in his body seemed to become surging. The feeling of blood connection was so familiar. "Grandpa, it's me." With tears in Qin Feng's eyes, he only felt that the grievances he had received for countless years were suddenly released. When Qin Xiaodian was in retreat, Qin Feng was only 7 years old. Before long, his father Qin Yunfei disappeared again strangely. After that, Qin Yunhai's suppression, calculations, and the ridicule of the people, a series of things all fell on Qin Feng. Even if I was born again, the depression and grievances of my childhood are still unforgettable. Chapter 55 Ian and Cold. "Feng, Grandpa is ashamed of you all these years," Qin Xiaodian said guiltily. As he slowly raised his head, an extremely old face appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Although Grandpa is much older compared to the appearance of childhood memories, it is indeed Grandpa Qin Xiaodian. "Grandpa, what happened? Why is your breath so weak? The loss of energy is so severe? What is going on?" Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and a chill burst into the sky in his eyes. His anger was inexplicable. The sharp chill seemed to be substantive, covering his eyes with frost. Even if it was as powerful as the cultivation base of 2 ancestors, it was still shocked by the chill. "This kid's evil spirit is so strong," the 2 ancestors exclaimed at the same time. "I was assassinated before and had to retreat for healing. But the opponent's strength is very weird. For so many years, even with the help of 2 elders, I still haven't recovered. Feng, I know your grievances over the years, but Grandpa can't help you. Grandpa is ashamed of you." Speaking of this, Qin Xiaodian couldn't help but shed 2 lines of old tears in his eyes. "Grandpa, who hurt you? With your strength in the entire Tiangang city, not many people can match it." Xiaoyan's body has always had a chill of true energy, and it is constantly swallowing Xiaoyan's true energy to grow. This true energy is too weird, and we have no way to solve it. One of the ancestors said, "If you don't come here today, Grandpa is afraid it will be hard to see you again. At most, I can support it for a few more years. I'm afraid I can't suppress that anger. And I am the pillar of the Qin family, the pillar of the Qin family. As long as I am still in retreat, no one will know my situation, and other forces in Tiangang City will not dare to offend my Qin family. If not, how can I bear to watch my grandson suffer?" Qin Xiaodian whispered. As he spoke, he squeezed his fist tightly, and his body trembled slightly. In Qin Feng's eyes, there was already indifference. All this is obviously premeditated. Qin Xiaoyan's cultivation has reached the first level of the true spiritual realm. He has been in the Qin family for decades, and it is the belief of the Qin family. Once Qin Xiaodian truly falls down, I am afraid that other forces will be distracted by the Qin family. However, Grandpa is very happy. It's really not easy for you to get to where you are today in that difficult environment. Qin Xiaodian nodded and looked at Qin Feng with satisfaction. It's just that his face is ugly, his brows furrowed. He is obviously enduring great pain. Grandpa, how are you? Qin Feng couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch Qin Xiaoyan's body. Don't touch him. The two ancestors shouted loudly. But it was a step too late. Hey! When Qin Feng's palm touched Qin Xiaoyan's body, an extremely cold innocence burst out instantly, like the most venomous snake, opening its blood basin and snapping its mouth. Wow! The terrifying power of cold invaded Qin Feng's meridians instantly and began to rush and destroy in his body. Qin Feng, run your true energy quickly to suppress this cold air, otherwise, you will be very dangerous. The two ancestors were shocked and yelled in unison. Qin Xiaoyan's face was even more painful, and he blamed himself. I blame myself for not being able to stop Qin Feng in time. Chapter 56 Guess. It's okay. Although this infuriating aura is vicious, it won't hurt me. Qin Feng snorted coldly, his eyes exuding two sharp lights. Roar! The primordial true dragon art in the body quickly moved, condensing a true dragon true chi, and violently slammed into that cold true chi. Roar! 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 Inside Qin Feng's body, there seemed to be a real dragon roaring, and the dragon's voice was domineering and endless. With the sound of the dragon chanting, among the shocked eyes of Qin Xiaoyan's trio, strands of black true energy were actually expelled from Qin Feng's body. How terrifying is Swire true dragon technique? This is the supreme uniqueness of the primordial era. How can you compete with it with a little bit of cold air? It was just an instant effort, and was expelled by Qin Feng. What an overbearing, infuriating fluctuation is really not easy. An ancestor couldn't help but exclaimed. This person is tall, and his body emits fierce flame fluctuations. It is obvious that he has practiced the Qin family's yin-yang magic art. Yes, I didn't expect that Qin Feng can solve the innocence that we can't help, but Xiaodian should be able to recover. Another old ancestor, although his clothes were ragged, he had an extraordinary temperament, just like an old Taoist priest. Around the opponent's body, there was a wave of cold water, which was obviously the water-cold divine art. Call. Qin Feng let out a spit of air. The cold air on his body has completely dissipated. Fenger, why is your true spirit so amazing? It seems to reveal an arrogant and domineering will. After Qin Feng shared a part of the cold and true energy, Qin Xiaoyan's complexion also recovered a lot, and he asked Qin Feng with surprise on his face. Grandpa, I got a chance before. Qin Feng told Qin Xiaodian about the events of these years. However, he chose to conceal the two things of rebirth and Prince's ancient true dragon technique. After all, these two things were too shocking, and telling Qin Xiaodian them might not be a good thing. Qin Yunhai, the rebel. You did these things secretly. I only know that you have been wronged in the past few years. I didn't expect that he was planning to get rid of you. Listening to Qin Feng's narration, Qin Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy, and he shouted angrily. Grandpa, I don't think it's that simple. Qin Yunhai and Ouyang's family should have been hooked up for a long time, and I even suspect that you may have something to do with Qin Yunhai because you were tricked. Qin Feng told his inner guess. What a Qin Yunhai. I didn't expect Qin Xiaodian to raise such a rebellious son. Qin Xiaodian gritted his teeth and said, It seems that our two old guys seem to have been ignored. The ancestor who practiced yin-yang divine art sneered. Through some conversation, Qin Feng also knew the identity of this person. This ancestor is an ancestor of the Qin family, the second elder of the Qin family. As for the ancestor who practiced Shuian divine art, he was the elder of the Qin family, and his status was very high. Two ancestors, you once made an oath. Unless it is about the life and death of the Qin family, you will never do anything. The Qin family's internal and external troubles are right now when we need you. Qin Xiaodian said coldly. That's right. Xiaodian, you have been conspired by someone. The Ouyang family has invaded. All this must be the work of the Ouyang family. And the Ouyang family also has hidden masters. In that case, we might as well take care of it. The great elder was good at planning and began to express his thoughts. Chapter 57: The Power of the Soul. With the support of Qin Shaodian and the help of the two ancestors, Qin Feng believed that Qin Yunhai would not be able to break the waves. Although the Qin family members suppressed and ridiculed him, they were almost all of Qin Yunhai's lineage. After all, the Qin family is his own roots and blood is connected. Qin Feng naturally will not sit back and watch the Qin family go down. A few days passed in a hurry. With Lu Xinqing inquiring about the news, Qin Feng was relieved of a lot of things. At this time, Qin Feng was sitting in the room, immersed in the sea of consciousness, and began to slowly temper his soul. Alchemist is a noble profession. Moreover, the number of alchemists is very rare, and the difficulty of becoming an alchemist is also very huge. The soul is the most important thing for alchemists. The strength of the soul determines whether there is a chance to become an alchemist, and it also determines the strength of the alchemy technique. So many medicinal materials need to be manipulated. If the soul power is not strong enough, there is almost no way to control it. After being reborn for almost several months, Qin Feng has been improving his physical strength and practicing primordial true dragon art. Now, it's time to improve your soul. The soul is an illusory existence. However, in the last life, Master and his elders have reached the state of condensing their souls into substance. Very powerful. It's a pity that I'm very far away from where the Master is, and I can only wait to find him later. Qin Feng dare not forget the weight of the teacher. Even if it was a rebirth, he still had feelings for that Master. As his mind calmed down, it didn't take long for Qin Feng to sense where his soul was. What? How could this happen? Qin Feng's complexion changed drastically when he arrived in the world of soul knowledge C, and then revealed a touch of surprise that was difficult to hide. Originally, he thought he needed to start tempering his soul again. But he didn't expect that the power of the soul in the world of soul consciousness would be so rich and abundant. Abundant. Very abundant soul power. The strength of the soul of this level is clearly the strength of the soul of my previous life. Even because the two lives are human, it is even stronger. According to the strength of the soul today, at least it has reached the level of a 3-star alchemist. Qin Feng's heart is overjoyed. The 3-star alchemist, that is already a very powerful alchemist, and he is fully capable of refining a 3rd-grade pill. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid that Qin Feng's name will spread to dozens of large cities nearby, even causing a sensation in the entire empire. Age. This is the most critical reason. Qin Feng was only 15 or 16 years old, and he actually possessed a soul of this level. If he practiced for more than 10 years, Qin Feng would definitely be a great alchemist master. You should know that any alchemy master who reaches 5 stars can make the major empires compete for competition, and even certain major sects will spend a lot of money to win. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, Qin Feng frowned slightly, and his mind felt a strange wave in the world of soul consciousness C, which was looming. This wave of fluctuation is too cold and vicious. It is definitely not my soul wave. What is this? Feeling this fluctuating movement, Qin Feng couldn't help being shocked. This is the sea of his soul, but the place where the soul is. Even if there is a slight change, or if he is attacked, it may make him die. Huh, I want to see what you are. Although Qin Feng was frightened, he was not flustered. He guarded vigilantly and began to mobilize the power of his soul to explore the wave of fluctuations. His hiss. As soon as he approached the opponent, a harsh neighing sound rang. This sound was like the sound of a snake, and it was a bit cold and poisonous, making people palpitations and fear. Chapter 58: Heavenly Snake. Shocked. Very shocking. What I saw before my eyes was a huge snake-like phantom. In Qin Feng's vast and expansive world of knowledge of the sea, this snake phantom is extremely tall, as large as tens of thousands of meters, and its body glows with fierce aura fluctuations. This is actually a snake? Qin Feng suddenly changed color, and there was a violent shock in his heart. The sky snake is a very powerful type of beast, extremely powerful. Almost no one has ever seen it, and only exists in legends. Therefore, Qin Feng knew very little about the sky snake. However, the physical characteristics of the snake shadow in front of him are indeed the same as the heavenly snake recorded in the rumors. The sky snake swallows and vomits. The poisonous gas fills the sky. Its wings dance, covering the sky and the sun. Qin Feng's heart palpitated when he thought of the rumors about the power of the sky snake, and a chill suddenly grew behind him. Not to mention him now. Even the shocking powers he encountered in the previous life may not be able to beat the snake. Even Sky Snake couldn't catch a single move. Heavenly Snake, such a powerful beast, a peerless beast, why does it appear in the sea of consciousness of my soul? Qin Feng was puzzled and kept thinking, if this guy suddenly becomes violent, won't my soul know the sea suffer? Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Wait, maybe the snake might. Suddenly, Qin Feng's inspiration flashed. When he killed Lin Kai in the Snake Palace that day, he seemed to notice that a blue light flew out of the opponent's body, but it disappeared too fast. He didn't care too much. Snake? Snake Palace. If I didn't guess wrong, the sky snake in the soul consciousness sea should be caused by Lin Kai's blue light. It's just that, no matter how powerful the celestial snake palace is, it is impossible to have a real celestial snake. With a keen mind, Qin Feng kept thinking. In other words, the heavenly snake in the sea of my soul consciousness is not a real object, but the soul and remnant of a heavenly snake. Looking at the illusory figure of the sky snake in front of him, Qin Feng became more and more sure of this guess. If the opponent is the real heavenly snake, even if he uses his best, it may not be a match for the opponent. But the other party is just a ray of soul, or the fluctuating thoughts, then he is not without the slightest way. Sleeping state. When Qin Feng's soul quietly approached the sky snake phantom, he noticed that the sky snake phantom's eyes were tightly closed, and there was no movement except for a little soul fluctuation. I'm afraid this heavenly snake has been hit hard, and even its soul almost disappeared, and then it fell into a deep sleep state. In this way, it will be better solved. Qin Feng's heart secretly rejoiced, revealing a bit of surprise. The soul fluctuations emitted by the snake, although very thin, are only relative to the snake. For Qin Feng today, this soul fluctuation is definitely rich in value. Qin Feng only swallowed a little fluctuation in the opponent's soul, and he noticed that his soul was stronger and extremely smooth. It just swallows a little. The effect is so amazing. According to this situation, Qin Feng believed that his soul could definitely improve and break through quickly. Call. Qin Feng's soul moved slightly, condensing a series of mysterious runes, exuding a strange brilliance in the void, incomparably delicate. True Demon Seal. As Qin Feng screamed, these runes quickly condensed the city into a huge seal. Chapter 59 Boost. The True Demon Seal is a technique that Qin Feng learned in his previous life. It can seal the souls of creatures, and the stronger the soul of the person who casts it, the stronger the sealing effect. With the appearance of the seal, the phantom of the snake was immediately enveloped by a transparent light cover that day, as if trapped in an enchantment formation. The snake phantom was obviously injured too badly that day. There was no resistance, and he did not even notice it. Although this true demon seal may not be able to trap you, I have only this one way. Qin Feng sighed secretly, and there was such a terrible thing in the sea of soul consciousness, which really made him quite jealous. However, the danger is the danger. The soul power released by this guy is a good thing to enhance my soul. Qin Feng nodded, and then silently began to devour the weak soul power released by the sky snake phantom. Qin Feng didn't notice. The moment he closed his eyes, the heavenly snake phantom, who had fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Laugh! Two rays of light like lightning, erupting from its eyes, seemed to be able to shatter the sky. It glanced at Qin Feng's soul, but did not move, and closed his eyes again. Time, little by little. The soul power released by the snake phantom on this day has greatly benefited Qin Feng. Every day, he devours his cultivation in the sea of soul knowledge and enhances his soul strength. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For the past half a month. On this day, in the world of Qin Feng's soul knowledge sea, a vigorous aura suddenly burst out. An indescribable feeling came from Qin Feng's heart. Roar. As if an ancient real dragon was roaring, Qin Feng's body instantly spread a powerful wave. Puff. Qin Feng squeezed his hands to make a decision, A touch of joy appeared on his face involuntarily. At the same time, the soul in Qin Feng's body, as if breaking through the shackles, grew rapidly. Soul strength has finally broken through. 4-star alchemist level. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth raised a smile. His face was overwhelmingly happy. However, at this time, Lu Xianqing ran towards Qin Feng's room with an anxious face. Call. Qin Feng slowly exhaled a foul breath. In the past half-month of cultivation, although his cultivation level has not been improved, his soul power has gained tremendous benefits. He only felt that his soul had undergone a qualitative change. His mind was clear and transparent, and his 5 senses and 6 senses were clearer than in his previous life. Now I can be called a 4-star alchemist. As long as the materials are sufficient, I will definitely be able to refine a 4-star pill. Qin Feng was in a great mood. However, before he was happy for long, Lu Xuanqing's anxious cry came in. "Young master, are you there?" Qin Feng frowned slightly and said calmly, "Come in. What's the panic?" As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xianqing pushed the door in and exhaled profusely. "Young master, it's not good. Our Qin family members have been beaten and seriously injured." "What?" Qin Feng's brows tightened. "The Qin family is one of the best in Tiangang City. Who would dare to hurt my Qin family? It is said that they belong to the Ouyang family. The Qin family has always been unpleasant to the Ouyang family. The reason for this conflict is a mine that the two are jointly responsible for. We previously agreed to let the Ouyang family mine for a period of time before handing it over to the Qin family. Unexpectedly, the Ouyang family regretted it now. Huh. It turns out to be this Ouyang family." Qin Feng's face was cold. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 60 Debate. At this moment, in the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Yunhai and the others were sitting inside, divided into 2 factions, and fiercely disputed certain matters. And outside the main hall, there is a famous Qin family standing. Huh. The Qin family is being insulted like this now. Absolutely can't let it go. Patriarch, our Qin family is one of the best in Tiangang City anyway. How can we give in like this? A middle-aged man shouted loudly. This person is a contemporary elder of the Qin family. Judging from his mood and tone, he is obviously very angry. What else can I do if I don't give in? Then the Ouyang family has developed for thousands of years, and our Qin family can't match their heritage. Once the conflict intensifies, wouldn't the consequences be more serious? An old man looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and retorted. Could it be that I am a dignified Qin family, and I have to be a turtle? The middle-aged man obviously refused to give up. The Ouyang family has repeatedly caused troubles and insulted my Qin family. If I continue to bear it, I am afraid that the other forces in Tiangang City will not be so jealous of me for waiting. And this time, the Ouyang family unilaterally broke the contract, and our Qin family must not give up. Another family elder spoke. Yes, I think so too. Me too. Yeah, we Qin family don't have to be afraid at all, just fight. If I continue to be like this, my mentality will collapse. Maid, if the previous patriarch had not disappeared, he would have worked with the Ouyang family a long time ago. How can he tolerate the other party being so arrogant? This voice suddenly sounded in the human voice, apparently dissatisfied with Qin Yunhai's practice of forbearance. Boom. At this moment, Qin Yunhai, who had never said a word, suddenly slapped the table. His face turned very gloomy. Suddenly, all the discussion stopped abruptly. The many elders in the hall closed their mouths one after another, all looking at Qin Yunhai. Qin Yunhai clenched his fists and made a cold voice. Don't you think I am qualified to be the head of this patriarch? As he spoke, a terrible breath quietly radiated from him, and his eyes even turned to the Qin elder who spoke last. Locked by Qin Yunhai's aura, this elder's expression suddenly changed, and Qin Yunhai's strength was much stronger than him. Even the strongest person in the Qin family. This elder was suppressed by Qin Yunhai's momentum. His face turned pale, and his body was constantly trembling. The Ouyang family, that is a big family with a history of nearly 1,000 years. Our Qin family has only been more than 200 years old. If I guess right, there must be an ancestor of the true spirit realm in the Ouyang family, and the only true spirit realm martial artist in the Qin family is my father Qin Xiaodian. but he has been in retreat for a long time. No one knows when he will be. Exit. When it came to this, Qin Yunhai's aura was even more surging, and everyone present was almost out of breath. Without a father in charge, we must fight against the Ouyang family with pebbles. Now we can only tolerate and secretly enhance our own heritage. Only in this way can the Qin family really grow, and there is no need to fear the Ouyang family. For the sake of future prosperity, what kind of grievances are being received now? As soon as Qin Yunhai's voice fell, one of Qin Yunhai's confidants began to speak. The patriarch is wise. The Qin family today is really not sure to compete with the Ouyang family. After that, the elders who supported Qin Yunhai again began to nod their heads in agreement. Yeah, what is the current Qin family fighting for? Is it to die for nothing? Compared to my life, how can I be a little wronged? I support the patriarch's choice. That's right, we are just avoiding the edge for the time being, and it definitely does not mean that we are afraid of Ouyang's family. Suddenly, the voice of controversy sounded in the hall again. Chapter 61, Facing Each Other. With the support of this group of elders, some of the elders who originally opposed Qin Yunhai could only grumble and could not refute. However, their inner dissatisfaction with Qin Yunhai still exists. As for the Qin family members outside, the expressions are also different. Some are happy, some are angry. Of course, more is anger. Because of Qin Yunhai's actions, these young people felt a sense of awkwardness. Why are we being bullied by other families? Our Qin family has to swallow. Is the Qin family really inferior to the Ouyang family? It's a pity that no matter how dissatisfied they are, they have no strength to oppose it. Because Qin Yunhai is now in power of the Qin family. Well, that's right, you finally understand the painstaking effort of the patriarch. Seeing that everyone no longer objected, Qin Yunhai nodded with satisfaction. However, he secretly wrote down the elders who opposed him. With a group of guys, his position in the Qin family will not be as secure. He must find a chance to solve it. Patriarch, many members of the Qin family have been injured this time, and the Ouyang family bullied our Qin family so much. Can't we be tough once? Finally, there are young people who express their thoughts. Even once. Presumptuous. What about injured? Even a small injury or grievance can't be tolerated. How can we achieve great things in the future? Could it be that you have to force me to make the Qin family spend a huge price and head on with the Ouyang family? Qin Yunhai immediately yelled at him with a dull expression. Huh, Qin Yunhai, you are obviously afraid of the Ouyang family, and you speak so grandly. Suddenly, an indifferent and angry voice came in from outside the hall. Presumptuous. Who dares to do this? Are you slandering the patriarch? How can the patriarch be afraid? Who is here to compare? Don't stand up quickly. When this voice appeared, Qin Yunhai's confidants suddenly couldn't bear it and shouted. Humph! In a cold snort, everyone only saw outside the hall. A figure slowly appeared and walked into the hall. Qin Feng. What is he doing? What does this waste want to do? What waste? Haven't you heard that Qin Feng severely wounded Qin Shan and Lin Su last time? Wang Shu was killed by him. Someone spoke immediately. Kill Wang Shu? Seriously injured Master Lin Su? How could this be possible? Qin Feng's cultivation base can do these things. Of course it is true. Lao Tzu has long been unhappy with Lin Su. Isn't it just a dog from the Qin family who dares to be so rampant? Young Master Qin Feng is great. Gradually, everyone's voices became louder and louder, and many young people actually supported Qin Feng. Shut up all of you. Qin Yunhai's expression was gloomy, and he shouted angrily. Qin Feng, you are all Qin's elders. You are a younger generation in the family. How can you come in and talk? Qin Yunhai stared at Qin Feng and coldly reprimanded. As the young master of the Qin family, I am naturally qualified to speak in the hall. Qin Feng coldly glanced at Qin Yunhai. When my father was there, when did the Qin family be so suffocated? Which force would dare to disrespect my Qin family? Qin Feng, you are so brave. Who let you in? Qin Shan, standing nearby, couldn't help but yelled. Close your dog's mouth. Qin Feng's gaze was like a sword, and two rays of light suddenly shot out, approaching Qin Shan. Asshole you. Qin Shan couldn't help but step back a few steps after Qin Feng's gaze was swept away. His face was extremely pale. Seeing Qin Shan's embarrassed appearance, All the elders in the hall were slightly discolored. Some elders showed joy, while others were somber as ice. Qin Yunhai's face was even more charcoal, with unconcealable anger. Qin Feng, you are so bold. Do you really think you can run wild if you get some opportunities? Come here, don't hesitate to drag this criminal offender into the dungeon. Yes, Patriarch. A group of Qin family guards entered in response, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. They were Qin Yunhai's elite guards, and each of them was very powerful. Chapter 62. Not satisfied. Why should our Qin family endure it when we are wronged? Why can't we fight at once? Some members of the Qin family couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Young Master Qin Feng, we support you. But these guards are too powerful. They are all 8 levels of body refining. You should admit your mistakes. Yes, young Master Qin Feng, apologize first. Anyway, we are all with you. Although many young members of the Qin family are very passionate, they don't want to watch Qin Feng be taken by Qin Yunhai. Even if Qin Feng's strength was very strong, they did not think that Qin Feng could compete with Qin Yunhai. Qin Feng, don't you kneel down quickly and beg for mercy. One of the guards looked at Qin Feng with a smile, and suddenly shot a real Qi attack. This trick is very powerful. If he resists hard, Qin Feng will definitely be injured. Qin Yunhai's lackey, get away from me. Qin Feng's eyes were cold, and he let out a sharp shout. I only saw the right hand stretched out, the condensed fist burst out, and he waved forward. Boom boom. The shadow of Qin Feng's fist was blooming like a flower bone, spreading towards the surrounding area. Wherever the shadow of the fist passed, the sound of air tearing erupted, making everyone present shocked. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the group of guards were all blasted out by fist shadow. Hi, is this Qin Feng's strength? It's terrible. Just a punch. All Qin Yunhai's guards blasted off. How powerful is he? So amazing. Oh my god, isn't this a dream? This attack, this speed, is simply too fierce. For a while, all the Qin family members stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, with a little surprise on their faces. Qin Feng, don't be arrogant. Let me take a trick. Qin Yunhai's face sank, and his true energy suddenly circulated, releasing an invisible coercion towards Qin Feng, and at the same time a sword aura burst out. That sword is fierce and powerful, as domineering like a tiger. Fierce tiger sword art. I didn't expect Qin Yunhai to learn the Qin family's strongest swordsmanship. Qin Feng was slightly startled, and naturally recognized Qin Yunhai's swordsmanship. I underestimated his talent. Qin Feng sneered at the corner of his mouth, but he was not afraid. His right hand gradually condensed a strong qi. He planned to kill Qin Yunhai himself. Second brother, you should stop. At a critical juncture, a calm voice sounded. As soon as they heard this person's voice, the Qin's elders changed their faces, almost simultaneously looking in a certain direction. I only saw a middle-aged man wearing a white robe, walking into the hall step by step. His face was somewhat calm, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. How did you come? Seeing the appearance of the middle-aged man, Qin Yunhai's swordsmanship released by him suddenly withdrew, and his expression became more gloomy. The visitor is not someone else, but Qin Yunhai's third brother Qin Yong. Master Qin Yong is here. This kid, young Master Qin Feng, is safe. Yes, with Master Qin Yong coming forward, Qin Yunhai can't even want to mess around. Great. Some members of the Qin family who supported Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief one after another, with surprises on their faces. Qin Feng has seen Sanshu. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Qin Feng saluted respectfully. Although he hadn't communicated with Qin Yong very much, the other party had been silently helping him, and Qin Feng would naturally not forget this kindness. However, when Qin Feng seriously looked at Qin Yong, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Chapter 63. Give way. He had never expected that Qin Yong's cultivation level had reached the peak of the 9 levels of body refining, and he could break through to the true spiritual realm in only half a step. If you really want to compare, Qin Yong is even better than Qin Yunhai. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh secretly. If Qin Yong wants to compete for the position of the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Yunhai is not qualified to take the post. Fenger, why should we be so restrained? Qin Yong looked at Qin Feng with a smile, and said, his eyes filled with relief and approval. Qin Yong, what are you doing here? Qin Yunhai asked with a cold face, with a trace of unconcealed fear in his eyes. Second brother, you should understand why I came here. At first, I ignored you as the patriarch of the Qin family. I planned to wait until Fenger really got up and support him in controlling the entire Qin family. For so many years, I have never asked everything about the Qin family. But, when he said this, Qin Yong stopped talking and suddenly released a powerful aura, like an angry dragon galloping. Qin Yong stared at Qin Yunhai coldly and sternly shouted, "This doesn't mean that Qin Yong knows nothing. For so many years, due to Fenger's average natural talent and weak strength, I also think that it is not a problem for the Qin family to take care of you temporarily. However, I did not expect that you would treat Fenger like this, and even want to kill him secretly. Now that Fenger has grown up, I, Qin Yong, naturally want to stand up and regain the position of patriarch for him." "What are you talking about? Help this little take home the lordship." Qin Yunhai almost roared, his body trembling constantly. "Yes, you were originally the temporary surrogate patriarch. I didn't ask about it before, but now you should hand over the patriarch." Qin Yong's tone is very domineering and cannot be resisted. Hee, how much did Qin Yunhai have paid for the Qin family over the years? You just want me to hand over the Qin family to this little bastard? This is absolutely impossible. Qin Yunhai roared with fiery eyes. "I think Qin Yong is right. You should hand over the position of patriarch." An elder said indifferently. "I also agree. Under Qin Yunhai's leadership over the years, the Qin family's overall level has dropped a lot, and Qin Yunhai is simply not suitable to be the head of the family." All of a sudden, almost half of Qin's parents began to oppose Qin Yunhai. "Asshole, you are committing the following crimes. Patriarch always treats you, but he never treats you at all. I don't agree with Patriarch's abdication." A confidant of Qin Yunhai immediately retorted. "I also don't agree. Don't you see the Patriarch's contribution?" "Shut up," Qin Yong suddenly shouted sharply. The sound was thunderous, the momentum was soaring, and a powerful invisible force shocked everyone present. A burst of energy and blood, and the mind was distressed. The weakest Qin Shan sprayed out a bit of blood, his face pale and colorless. "Qin Yong, you must be reckless." Seeing that his son was hit hard, Qin Yunhai's face looked like a demon, and he immediately yelled at him. But he could not help but attack Qin Yong. However, the current situation is obviously worse for him. Not to mention the elders of the Qin family. Even the young people of the Qin family, there is no awe in their eyes when they look at him, and some are just sneers and mockery. It doesn't matter if a patriarch who cannot improve the strength of the Qin family. But if the patriarch who even plans to abandon the dignity of the family, it is absolutely impossible to convince people. Chapter 64 Reason. Good Qin Feng. Good Qin Yong. You are doing well. Qin Yunhai looked at Qin Feng and Qin Yong ferociously, his eyes full of resentment, like a cruel, poisonous snake, revealing a fierce light. "I knew today, why bother?" Qin Feng completely ignored Qin Yunhai's fierce eyes and sneered indifferently. "Okay, Qin Yong, since you insist that I surrender the position of patriarch, then I promise you. But you must wait until tomorrow." Qin Yunhai shouted unwillingly. "Why?" Qin Yongnong frowned. "Today is my birthday. For the many years I have given to the Qin family, there is no credit and hard work. Let me have a peaceful birthday party." Qin Yunhai clenched his fists and said. Qin Yong's brows are getting tighter. One day is enough for many things to happen. However, he really had no reason to refuse this request from Qin Yunhai. "Okay, I promise you. Just wait until tomorrow to officially hand over the position of patriarch." Qin Yong said calmly. "Shauna, let's go." Qin Yunhai flicked his sleeves, hummed in a deep voice, and walked out of the hall. Where did Qin Shan dare to hesitate, and hurriedly followed. When he saw Qin Feng, his eyes flashed with resentment. In his opinion, his father lost his position as the head of the house, and he lost his status as the young master. All because of Qin Feng, a little bastard. Just ask, how can he not resent Qin Feng? Qin Yunhai's subordinates and confidants also got up one after another and left the hall in embarrassment. "Uncle San." Qin Feng was very grateful and shouted to Qin Yong. Qin Yong nodded, then looked at the Qin family members who were in the hall and said, "Don't worry, everyone. After Feng takes over as the head of the family, we will definitely let the Ouyang family give us an explanation. Can't bear it. Okay, everyone quit. Yes. All the members of the Qin family left the hall with expressions of excitement. Feng, come with me. Qin Yong waved to Qin Feng and walked straight into the hall. Qin Feng is really curious about this Qin Yong. At the same time, there are many questions in his mind that he wants to ask him. After walking for a while, after entering a room, Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore and asked, Uncle San, have you been secretly protecting me all these years? This is the question Qin Feng cares most about. If Qin Yong could help him in the previous life, then he would not escape from the Qin family. Linger would not commit suicide, and he would not be able to spend his entire life in guilt. Hee, I guessed you would ask this, Qin Yong said with a smile. After that, I poured another cup of tea and took a few sips before replied. You are the only son of the eldest brother. After the eldest brother disappeared bizarrely, I was going to let you live with me to take care of you. However, your talent is so ordinary, I don't want you to spend your life in ordinary. When it came to this, Qin Feng had an answer in his heart. If you want to become a patriarch, strength is not that important, so I'm not sure about you on the face, and deliberately let you taste all the pain and torture and sharpen your will. I just didn't expect that my second brother would be so cruel to you. When talking about this, Qin Yong's face also showed a hint of helplessness. Feng, I think you should understand my painstaking efforts. Qin Yong sighed. Qin Feng nodded. As a human for 2 lives, how could he not understand Qin Yong's thoughts after experiencing so many things? Uncle San, Feng understands, thank you. At this moment, the slightest dissatisfaction with Qin Yong and Qin Feng's heart almost disappeared completely in an instant. Well, you can understand it. I really didn't expect you to grow to this point after being forced into the wild Feather Mountain Forest by Qin Yunhai. Looking at Qin Feng, Qin Yong said with emotion, and at the same time there was some guilt on his face. If he were more careful, how could he let Qin Feng be forced into the barren Feather Mountain Forest? Chapter 65 Qin Yunhai's Struggle. I just had better luck. Qin Feng didn't want to say much about his opportunities because it was too important. Well, you have to pay more attention to yourself anyway, especially tonight. Qin Yong nodded, did not ask any more, took a sip of tea and laughed in a low voice. As night falls, the wind is light. The dark clouds tonight are thicker, covering the bright moon, making the otherwise silent night appear even more gloomy. But in a courtyard of the Qin family, there was a brightly lit, noisy voice and a lively scene. Ha! Tonight everyone is happy to eat and drink. Although my Qin Yunhai has not brought much benefit to the Qin family over the years, I still want to thank you for your continued support. Qin Yunhai raised his wine glass and said loudly to the people around him. His face was a bit red, and he seemed to be drinking a little too much. Qinji, come and have a drink. You are right, you are right. I am indeed not qualified to be the head of the Qin family. Qin Yunhai laughed at a Qin patriarch and said that this person was the first elder to oppose him in the hall today. It is good. The elder named Qin Ji also had no politeness, so he directly raised his wine glass and drank with Qin Yunhai. Very well. Qin Ji, let's have a few more glasses. Qin Yunhai filled his wine again with a smile. Patriarch, I can't beat alcohol, so let's give it up. Qin Ji shook his head and refused. Huh? Are you not giving me face? The smile on Qin Yunhai's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a fierce and violent expression. Patriarch, Qin Ji really doesn't know how to drink. Everyone understands. Let's not get angry for this little hour. Let's drink. Seeing Qin Yunhai's anger, many people changed their color slightly. An elder quickly stepped forward to block Qin Ji and smiled at Qin Yunhai. Qin Yunhai, is still the patriarch now. You look down on me like that? What do you mean, Qin Ji? And the rest of you, let me go? I just want to drink with Qin Ji tonight. As Qin Yunhai's words came out, the others immediately shut their mouths, and everyone looked at Qin Yunhai in surprise. Qin Yunhai, I don't want to drink this glass of wine. How can you help me? I'll tell you, Qin Ji just doesn't agree with you. You will give way to the young master tomorrow, and still dare to be so arrogant now? How many are you? Qin Ji's face was also very gloomy. He slapped the table abruptly and yelled without showing weakness. Qin Feng, who was beside him, twisted his brows slightly. His thoughts turned, watching the conflict calmly. He knew very well in his heart that this Qin Yunhai seemed to be angry because Qin Ji didn't drink, but he was actually looking for fault on purpose. The third uncle is right. It really won't be peaceful tonight. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and his true energy began to gather secretly, ready to do it any time. Little bastard, you should be very happy today. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Qin Feng frowned and looked back, only to see Qin Shan was staring at him resentfully, picking up the wine glass in his hand and pouring it. His eyes were extremely cold. Little Lord Lu Xianqing, who had been guarding behind Qin Feng, was also solemn, and he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. No need to say more. I understand in my heart. Wait a while. You remember to protect yourself. Qin Feng shook his head and said softly, It is good. Lu Xianqing heard the words. His face became more solemn, and he glanced around vigilantly. Chapter 66 Misfortune. Qin Yunhai, who was not far away, was equally angry when he saw Qin Ji, but his face appeared calm and sneered. He laughed ferociously and said, Okay, very good. It seems that you all think that Qin Yunhai has no power to fight back? Then I tell you, you are wrong. The voice just fell. A fierce sword aura suddenly appeared. The tiger roars constantly, and this violent sword aura seems to have lifted up the mountains, condensed into a phantom of a fierce tiger. Wow! Along with the appearance of the sword shadow, the light flashed, and a pillar of blood burst into the sky. Qin Ji's head was cut off by Qin Yunhai abruptly. What a terrible swordsmanship! Qin Yunhai, what are you doing? Such a cruel and ruthless method immediately shocked everyone present, and soon, they all roared in an angry tone. Ha ha ha, what am I doing? You guys have eaten inside and out. You haven't gotten any benefits all these years when I was in office. Today, you all have to return these things to me. Qin Yunhai shook off the blood on the sword, raised his head, and laughed wildly. Asshole. Qin Yunhai, you actually hurt the elders of the same clan as a killer. How can we allow you to be so rampant? Someone roared in anger, and the true energy burst out in the body, as shocking as a stormy sea. Grab him. If someone takes the lead, there will naturally be someone who will follow. Everyone is energized, ready to take Qin Yunhai in one fell swoop. Ha ha. I'm so naive. Do you really think I'll give up my position as the head of the family? Feeling the coercion of the crowd, Qin Yunhai smiled more presumptuously, arrogantly picked up the long sword in his hand, and pointed at everyone. What a bunch of idiots. No, why can't my anger work? Damn. Qin Yunhai moved his hands and feet in the wine. In an instant, the complexions of many elders of the Qin family changed drastically. Their bodies suddenly softened and fell to the ground. Damn it, I can't move either. Qin Yunhai, what on earth do you want to do? Before long, almost everyone in the room collapsed on the table, unable to exert any strength at all. What do I want to do? Of course I killed you guys who stood on the wrong team. Wow. Sword Qi swept across. The tiger Yin shook the sky. Qin Yunhai actually killed another person. Young master, how are you now? Lu Xuanqing's body trembled uncontrollably. This Qin Yunhai possessed the ninefold cultivation base of body refining. Killing him was like slaughtering a dog. The most important thing is that he saw Qin Feng with his own eyes and drank the wine at the banquet. Don't worry, the poison in this wine can't help me. Let's watch the change first. Qin Feng replied calmly. He had known the poison in this drink a long time ago. If he guessed correctly, this should be a poison called Tianxiang San. Once Tianxiang powder is taken by a martial artist, it will become weak, and even the true energy will not be able to mobilize. Qin Yunhai, even if you kill us, you won't really be in charge of the Qin family. The younger generation of the Qin family is not convinced of you at all, and you are now slaughtering people of the same clan, and no one will support you. Seeing that the elder Qin was killed, someone shouted angrily. Swish swish. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and only a group of mysterious people in night clothes came to Qin Yunhai. There were about 30 people in this group, and the long swords in everyone's hands were stained with blood, which looked like killing gods. Chapter 67 Kill Qin Shan. Qin Yunhai, those who resisted, we have already killed you, as long as you solve these guys. The Qin family will completely belong to you. The man in black said indifferently. Has Qin Yong been killed by you? Qin Yunhai asked excitedly. I didn't find him. I don't know if he hid in advance. The other party said calmly. Aren't you dead? Forget it. Anyway, as long as tonight passes, the Qin family belongs only to me. Qin Yunhai. So what can Qin Yong do for me? Although Qin Yunhai felt a little regretful, he didn't care too much. Damn it. Qin Yunhai, you actually conspired with an outsider to kill someone of the same clan. You are crazy and rebellious. How can you explain to the ancestors of the Qin family under Zhuchuan? When this group of people in black appeared, everyone in the Qin family instantly understood. Everyone was full of anger. Hurrah! King of winners, co-losers. After tonight, who dares to say that I am Qin Yunhai? Qin Yunhai laughed wildly. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, Qin Feng didn't move at all, nor did he choose to do it. Because these Qin family elders are actually not good people, they are all selfish people. They were killed by Qin Yunhai, which might be a good thing for the future development of the Qin family. However, at this time, a cold look like a snake looked at him. Jia, are you very scared and regret it now? Qin Shan walked over with a grinning face, holding a long sword in his hand, emitting a faint cold light, which made people shudder. Qin Feng, I know you have a great opportunity. As long as you are willing to tell me, the owner of this family can spare you a small life. Qin Yunhai's gaze also swept away, with a look of expectation on his face. Qin Feng had reached such a state at such an age, even Lin Su could not match him. It is conceivable that Qin Feng's opportunity is against the sky. How can Qin Yunhai not want to get it? Qin Feng, don't you like that Linga? If you tell us, we will let you and her go. Otherwise, I don't mind putting her There was a playful smile on Qin Shan's face, as if everything was in his hands. Puff. However, his laughter stopped abruptly. I only saw a touch of invisible sword aura suddenly erupting. It actually penetrated his heart instantly. Qin Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, covering his constantly bleeding chest, staring at Qin Feng. His face was full of unwillingness. No, this is impossible. Thump. In countless horrified eyes, Qin Shan collapsed to the ground. Mountain. Qin Yunhai's pupils widened, and he roared out a voice. No, this kid is not poisoned. The group of mysterious people reacted extremely quickly, all looking at Qin Feng. Kill. It must be removed. Haha. The weapons flickered with cold light, and they all attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you pay back my son's life. Headed by Qin Yunhai, his eyes were red, and he swung his long sword as a horrible sword air swept over. These people are very strong. They shot at the same time. The whole surrounding air seems to be compressed. The atmosphere is extremely quiet. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to be surrounded by everyone, a loud roar suddenly sounded from behind. Nizi, don't stop me yet. The sound shook the sky, like thunder. This sudden anger shook everyone's hearts and souls trembling. At almost the same moment, Qin Feng's eyes burst out with two sharp rays of light, and immediately swiped the long sword in his hand. Qijua's sword art, the sixth sword. At that moment, Qin Feng's body was like lightning, as if it turned into countless afterimages, and the sword aura spread out like blooming flowers. Chapter 68, Qin Xiaotian Shot. Boom boom. A group of masters who besieged Qin Feng were bombarded by this sword skill. No, how is this possible? Qin Yunhai, who was blasted out, roared in disbelief. A look of horror appeared in his eyes, and he looked behind him. Only there, a few people were slowly coming. The leader is an old man with gray hair, dancing with the wind, his eyes glowing with indifference, like a lion, extremely terrifying. By his side, the Qin family elders followed, and Qin Yong was among them. This is absolutely impossible. You should be seriously injured now. Why is there nothing at all? Seeing that powerful old man, Qin Yunhai's eye of horror became even more intense. Because this person is not someone else, but his father Qin Xiaotian. You take all these people down, and you must not let them escape. Nizi, you are so bold. Qin Xiaotian stood there, staring at Qin Yunhai coldly. His breath was as prosperous as a mountain, as if it was about to explode at any time. Roar. A phantom tiger erupted from his body. At this time, Qin Shaodian was completely angry. Without a word, he slapped Qin Yunhai with a slap that contained true energy. Boom! This slap hit Qin Yunhai fiercely, making him vomit blood constantly, as if his bones were about to shatter. For a family, the most hated thing is the betrayal of the family. As the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yunhai chose to collude with foreigners and kill the people of the Qin family. It is an unforgivable sin. Grandpa, the hidden injuries on your body should be all right. A happy smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Yes, because of your true spirit, the weird true energy in my body was removed. Just adjusting my breath for a while completely restored my cultivation level. Moreover, I feel that if I practice earnestly for a while, maybe I will break through. Qin Shaodian smiled, very satisfied. His current spirit is even better than it was during his heyday a few years ago. All this is due to Qin Feng's help. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be so capable. It's really amazing, Qin Yong said with a smile. At this time, after seeing Qin Shaodian and others appear, the rest of the Qin family's elders were all shocked, and he didn't expect that the old patriarch who had been in retreat for so long would actually leave. You? Are all this your plan? Are you deliberately calculating me? Qin Yunhai, who was constantly vomiting blood, roared with a hideous face. He is not an idiot. After a little thought, he can guess what happened tonight. Qin Shaodian had calculated it long ago. Nizi, now, don't you know how to repent? Thinking of what Qin Yunhai had done in the past few years, Qin Shaodian became furious. Old thing, what I regret now is that I am being too careless, not counting that you are still alive. I regret not being cruel and killing the little Qin Feng. A hideous and ferocious expression appeared on Qin Yunhai's face. Bastard, come here, take this rebellious son down and go to the Qin's dungeon. Facing such a frenzied Qin Yunhai, Qin Shao Weather turned pale and immediately ordered several subordinates around him to do it. The whole night passed quickly. Almost no one of the young people of the Qin family expected that such a major change would happen this night. Inside the Qin family discussion hall, Qin Shaodian waited for the senior Qin family, sitting in them one by one. In fact, what happened last night had a huge impact on the Qin family. Chapter 69 reorganized the Qin family. In addition to the elders who were killed by Qin Yunhai, some elders were killed by men in black, losing almost 30%. And Qin Shaoyan's decisive style is very decisive, and it is naturally impossible to let go of those elders who support Qin Yunhai. Therefore, now the Qin family's high-level power has almost lost half, and the loss is huge. From today, my Qin family will have a new life. Although the Qin family has lost a lot now, I believe that as long as everyone works together, the overall strength of the Qin family will be restored, and even improved. Qin Shaodian said solemnly. Hey, old patriarch, we have been unfamiliar with what Qin Yunhai did all these years, but we are unable to stop it. We are really ashamed of the high expectations for you. A group of Qin parents and elders showed guilt on their faces. These elders are the true pillars of the Qin family and the most upright people in the Qin family. However, while they were speaking, they couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. I saw Qin Feng sitting there, his face calm and silent. If they hadn't witnessed Qin Feng's terrible strength with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that a young master who was called a trash by everyone would grow to this step. Fenger, now that the Qin family's internal troubles are resolved, you are safe. What plans do you have in the future? After sensing the gazes of many elders, Qin Shaodian couldn't help but smiled and asked Qin Feng. Those who were captured last night committed suicide by taking poison. However, I can be sure that they are all sent by the Ouyang family. According to my guess, it is absolutely impossible for the Ouyang family to give up. There must be some calculations. Qin Feng said calmly. Yes, the Ouyang family can't let my Qin family grow. They want to annex our Qin family and become the greatest power in Tiangang City. Although Qin Yunhai failed this time, they will definitely use other methods. Qin Yong said in agreement. Hey, now it seems that the Qin family situation is not so optimistic. Patriarch Qin Yunfei is nowhere to be found, and Qin Yunhai, the temporary owner of the patriarch, has betrayed the Qin family again. Our Qin family must not be led by the patriarch, so I beg the old patriarch to take over as the patriarch. One of the elders proposed. I am too old to take over as the head of the Qin family anymore. I am only suitable for sitting behind the scenes. The new head of the family should be given to a suitable person. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Xiaotian looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was taken aback by Qin Xiaotian's eyes, and he naturally understood what Qin Xiaotian meant. Ahem, Grandpa. In fact, I think the person who is most suitable to take over as the head of the family is the third uncle. The third uncle has a superb cultivation base and enough prestige in the Qin family, and his calm personality is definitely the best candidate to be the head of the family. Qin Feng said quickly. He didn't want to be the head of the Qin family. That would be too troublesome. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yang's expression on the side looked very depressed. The other Qin elders around him flashed their eyes and nodded and said yes, obviously thinking that Qin Feng's words were correct. This stinky boy, have a temper with the big brother. Seeing that he was about to be promoted to the position of patriarch, Qin Yang could only smile wryly in his heart. He also didn't like the position of patriarch. Since everyone has no opinion, from now on, Qin Yang will take over as patriarch. Qin Xiaotian acted very decisively, and he didn't bother to hesitate anymore and announced the result directly. Chapter 70 ran away. Congratulations to Elder Qin Yang, taking over as patriarch. Under the leadership of Elder Qin Yang, the Qin family will definitely develop and grow. Ha ha ha. Elder Qin Yang takes over as patriarch. No one will refuse. Many Qin family elders smiled and began to congratulate. Obviously, Qin Yang is very popular. However, Qin Yang's expression looked very depressed. When things came to this point, he had no room to refuse. Report. While the Qin's parents were laughing constantly, a guard of the Qin family suddenly broke in and knelt on the ground, looking worried. What's the matter? Why is it so alarmed? Qin Xiaotian frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Old patriarch, Lin Su, he has escaped from the Qin family. Ran away. Asshole. Many Qin's elders changed their faces, and Qin Feng calmly rushed out of the hall. Swish swish. Qin Feng ran the phantom step with all his strength, as fast as lightning. In his previous life, his hatred for Lin Su was almost unimaginable for ordinary people. If it wasn't for Lin Su, Linger would not commit suicide. If it weren't for Lin Su, he wouldn't have experienced so many ordeals, and even the foundation of martial arts would be destroyed by poison. So, Lin Su must die anyway. Too careless. I should have prepared for this to escape. Qin Feng sighed secretly in his heart. Have you found Lin Su's whereabouts? Not long after, Qin Yang walked over with a group of people. No, this Lin Su is obviously prepared for a long time, and I even suspect that the Tianxiang San last night should have been made by him. Qin Feng said with a gloomy expression, clenching his fist. Yes, I also have this suspicion. This bastard, using so many resources of my Qin family, it escaped like this. Furthermore, he is cruel and strong, and if he is allowed to run away, no matter what, it must be a big threat to the Qin family. Qin Yang said sternly. Don't worry. Even if he escapes to the end of the world, I will definitely catch up with him and kill him personally. In Qin Feng's eyes, a flash of cold, killing intent, like 1,000 years of ice and snow. Qin Yang looked at Qin Feng, secretly surprised. This stinky kid's killing intent is too strong, right? How much does he hate Lin Su? Boom. The void seemed to vibrate violently, and a figure gradually emerged from it. Father, did you find him? Seeing those who came, Qin Yang asked expectantly. Qin Xiaotian's face was rather gloomy, and he sullenly said in a low voice, I found it. I'm afraid you might not have thought that this Lin Su is from the Ouyang family. What? How can that be? As soon as this statement came out, everyone present changed their faces. After all, this Lin Su is the alchemy guest secretary recruited a long time ago. Everyone knows the details of his identity. How could he belong to the Ouyang family? Maybe not, but they definitely can't drag the dry cleaning, because when I chased Lin Su, this guy entered Ouyang's house without any hindrance. Qin Xiaotian's face was very angry. They spent so much money to entertain Lin Su with courtesy, but they didn't expect to raise a white-eyed wolf. I'll go to Ouyang's house to ask someone. Qin Yang waved his sleeves and shouted in a cold voice. Stop. Qin Xiaotian immediately stopped drinking. Father, we can't let this happen easily. Then Lin Su must have something to do with Ouyang's family. I would like to see. What else can Ouyang's family explain? If the Ouyang family wants to shelter Lin Su, why can't I find it? However, I must kill Lin Su. Sanchu, let's go over. Qin Feng's mouth raised a sneer. Okay. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, Qin Xiaoyan's heart was slightly moved, and he couldn't help asking, Fenger, did you think of a good way? Chapter 71, Ouyang Home. It's not a good way, but it's quite possible to kill Lin Su. An indifferent smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, and then quietly told Qin Xiaodian, Qin Yong, and others the way. Too ruthless. When Qin Feng finished speaking, everyone took a breath. Especially Qin Yong looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This kid is really ruthless. Hey. Qin Feng grinned, but this smile was so scary and terrifying in everyone's eyes. The next day, in front of Ouyang's house. Fenger, are you sure you are sure? Standing in front of the door of Ouyang's house, Qin Yong showed a look of worry on his face. Don't worry, I promise to succeed. Qin Feng smiled confidently. While talking, the door of Ouyang's house had been opened, and a group of people walked out of it. The leader smiled and clasped his fist. Oh, isn't this the patriarch Qin Yong who has just taken over from the Qin family? I wonder if you come to Ouyang's house, why are you doing it? This person is about half 100 years old, fat head, big ears, extremely fat body, and the fat on his face is crowded together, making him look very sinister. However, this person's cultivation base is not low, and Qin Feng can fully feel the aura that this person exudes is very powerful. And from the words, this person is so clear about the Qin family's affairs. I am afraid that there are really chess pieces placed in the Qin family. Haha. Patriarch Ouyang, please forgive me for interruption. It's nothing serious, but I just took over as patriarch, so I want to talk a few words. Qin Yong also showed a kind smile and said with a fist, Ouyang Xiao, the current patriarch of the Ouyang family, looked like an ordinary fat man. There was nothing dazzling. But Qin Feng understood that this guy's strength was terrifying. He reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refining, and he was only half a step away from reaching the true spirit realm. Oh, isn't this the young trash master of the Qin family? Why did he come here too? A young man standing next to Ouyang Xiao glanced at Qin Feng contemptuously, his eyes full of provocation. Nian, don't be rude. Ouyang Xiao immediately reprimanded the young man. Immediately, he said to Qin Yong apologetically, Please don't be accustomed to Patriarch Qin Yong, because I usually spoil this son. Having said that, no one can see that there is also a bit of contempt and indifference in his eyes. Obviously, in his heart, he is also very disdainful of Qin Feng's waste. Cut. It's a trash originally. I have cultivated for more than 10 years before refining the 4th level. Don't let people say. Ouyang Nian coldly hummed. Even if his voice was deliberately lowered, he was still clearly heard by Qin Feng and others. Qin Feng glanced at Ouyang Nian indifferently and didn't say much. However, through this sentence, he got 2 useful news. One is that the Ouyang family does not know his current strength. As for the second, Qin Feng coldly swept the Ouyang family and began to think again. Soon, the group came to the main hall of Ouyang's house. After some polite remarks, Qin Yong finally stated his purpose of coming to Ouyang's house. Patriarch Ouyang, I think you should also know some things that happened to my Qin family. A few days ago, Lin Su, the alchemist of my Qin family, escaped from the Qin family, but he did not expect him to escape to Ouyang's house. Lin Su has a cruel personality. In order to prevent accidents, Patriarch Ouyang is asked to hand him over to us for punishment. Qin Yong said it straightforwardly, which surprised Ouyang Xiao. I'm afraid this matter is a bit difficult. Presumably Patriarch Qin also understands how important an alchemist is. One more alchemist means that my Ouyang family can develop faster. And, at this moment, the Yangyan who was next to him suddenly wiped his mouth. Our Ouyang's price is higher than that of your Qin's. It's normal for Lin Su to switch to our Ouyang's, right? This attitude is simply too arrogant. I didn't care about the Qin family at all. The Qin family and his party were furious. Patriarch Ouyang, are you really unwilling to hand over Lin Su? Qin Feng said coldly, staring at Ouyang Xiao closely. I really can't agree to handing over Lin Su. That's okay, but we have to ask Lin Su. As long as we ask these few sentences, we won't pursue them anymore. I wonder what you think. Qin Feng said calmly. This request made people confused. Ouyang Xiu frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt that Qin Feng was not as weak as the rumors. This, naturally no problem. Ouyang Xiu thought for a moment, but couldn't refuse this request, so he had to let someone bring Lin Su up. Chapter 72 Qin Feng's Calculations. It didn't take long before Lin Su came to the hall. Patriarch Ouyang, what is the matter with you? Didn't I tell you that I am refining the pill that will impact the true spiritual realm? Don't bother me easily. Lin Su deliberately put on a complaining attitude. Haha, Lin Su, this is also a helpless move for me. It is mainly the Qin Patriarch who wants to chat with you. Ouyang Xiu looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile. Qin Feng. At this moment, Lin Su suddenly noticed Qin Feng who was sitting there, and his eyes narrowed. This terrifying young man almost killed him at the beginning, and a shadow has already formed in his heart. Lin Su, finally wait until you come out. Qin Feng got up and walked to Lin Su step by step and said with a sneer. Qin Feng, blame me for underestimating you. Lin Su's face turned pale, staring at Qin Feng closely, pretending to be calm, and said in a harsh tone. Getting closer to Lin Su, the sneer on Qin Feng's face became colder. Suddenly, his fingers popped out a blue light airflow silently, and quickly penetrated into Lin Su's body. No one noticed it. Patriarch Ouyang, do you really refuse to give Lin Su to our Qin family? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Ouyang Xiu and asked in a very cold tone, without being polite. Young Master Qin Feng, I just answered it. Lin Su is now the alchemist guest of my Ouyang family, so naturally my Ouyang family must guarantee his safety. Although Ouyang Xiu was laughing all the time, it seemed very gentle, but Qin Feng's rude tone also made Ouyang Xiu angry. Full of anger. In this case, Patriarch Ouyang, don't regret it. I kindly remind you that this Lin Su is not a good person. He is not only ruthless and unrighteous, but also greedy for good girls, even tens of years old women, or even young girls. As long as he is attracted to him, he cannot let him go. It's not as good as a pig and a dog. Qin Feng, you are slander. Lin Su stood there, his face pale with anger, and couldn't help roaring loudly. Patriarch Qin, I still have something important to deal with, so I'll be out of company first. Ouyang Xiu had a stern face. Apparently, he didn't want to talk anymore, and was about to issue an order to dismiss his guests. Hee, since Patriarch Ouyang has something, then we won't bother you. Seeing Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Yong smiled slightly, but did not continue to stay behind, and chose to leave. How about it? After leaving Ouyang's mansion, Qin Yong asked quickly. Don't worry, the dose of medicine is sufficient. This time I must make him suffer. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth raised a sneer, like a devil. It's really miserable that Lin Su provokes you. When everyone looked at the sneer on Qin Feng's face, they all shuddered involuntarily, and they felt a trace of sympathy for Lin Su in their hearts. Ouyang family mansion. Humph. The Qin family has only established a foothold in Tiangang City for more than 200 years, and a small family. I dare to be so arrogant. It is ridiculous to come to my Ouyang family to be an important person. Sitting in the hall, Ouyang Nian said with contempt. What should I say to you? Although the Qin family hasn't been in Tiangang City for long, their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Their origins are too mysterious. They have only developed for 200 years, and their overall level is about to catch up with our Ouyang family, which is 1,000-year-old. Family. Never despise it. Ouyang Xiu, who was drinking tea, said to Ouyang Nian with a very serious expression. Patriarch Ouyang, young Master Ouyang, if there is nothing else, I will go back to refine the pill. Lin Su, who was standing next to him, said with a very respectful attitude, where there was still a little bit of the arrogant attitude that he pretended to be. No way. In Qin's house, he can run wild and call for rain, but in Ouyang's house, he can only behave with his tail clipped. Well, you should withdraw first. Lin Su, you choose to be loyal to my Ouyang family, which shows that your brain is very bright. As long as you work hard for my Ouyang family, with the background of my Ouyang family, your future will definitely be unlimited. Ouyang Nian said very arrogantly, not caring too much about Lin Su's status as an alchemist. Little understands. Thank you, young master, Lin Su said gratefully, but his heart was as cold as ice. This Ouyang Yin's attitude made him really dissatisfied. Huh, it's just a dog raised by the Qin family. What qualifications does it have to be arrogant in our Ouyang family? Seeing Lin Su leaving, Ouyang Yin laughed disdainfully. Our Ouyang family already has 2 alchemists. If it weren't for suppressing the Qin family, we wouldn't need to take him in. However, this is not the time to tear up our face. Ouyang Xiu said lightly to Ouyang Yin. The Ouyang family doesn't value me at all, and only uses me as a tool to deal with the Qin family. Damn it. After Lin Su left the hall, his heart roared with great anger. However, when he thought that he was about to set foot in the true spirit realm, he had to endure the anger in his heart and walked quickly forward. As long as I break through to the real spiritual realm, no matter how rampant your Ouyang family is, you can't despise me anymore. From then on, I will leave Ouyang family directly. With my strength and alchemy skills, how can the world be so sad? Thinking of this, Lin Su felt much less upset in his heart. Boom. While Lin Su was walking and thinking, suddenly someone next to him rushed out of the room and hit him hard. What? As soon as that weak body hit Lin Su's tough body, it was suddenly hurt and screamed. So courageous, don't you have long eyes when you walk? What is it you? Lin Su, who had originally planned to shout loudly, stopped talking after seeing the person who came. The woman in front of her was about 25 years old, with a pretty face and a good figure. Her large, watery eyes exuded an unconcealable luster, and her body exuded a mature woman's temperament. Especially her nervous and scared appearance can arouse a man's desire for protection. That is to say, in a daze, Lin Su only felt that the collision just now was like a warm current drawn into his heart, igniting the flame in his heart. Lin Su naturally knew the woman in front of him because she was the wife of Ouyang Yin, the young master of the Ouyang family, named Yuzhu. The most loved by Ouyang Yin, who treats her very well. I want to take care of her in the palm of my hand. Although Lin Su usually likes women, he doesn't dare to think about her. After all, he still has to rely on the Ouyang family to avoid the Qin family. But I don't know why. After meeting today, he suddenly felt that the raindrops were particularly charming, and he just wanted to get this woman. He wants this woman to be his own. Master Lin Su, I'm really sorry, are you okay? Chapter 73 Revenge. Seeing Lin Shujing staring at him with a fiery gaze, Yuzhu couldn't help but flustered and couldn't help but ask softly. This greasy voice, like a clear spring, made Lin Su's reason more and more confused. She is so beautiful. I must get her. No, absolutely not. Once you touch her, the Ouyang family will never let me go. I am okay. Lin Su pressed the flame in his heart and replied, but the flame that was pressed down burned more violently in the blink of an eye. What is this? Why can't I control myself at all? Lin Su was so flustered that he couldn't bear it anymore. Wow. Finally, Lin Su lost his reason and reached out to the woman in front of him. Master Lin Su, what are you going to do? No, you let me go. Yuzhu's eyes widened, looked at Lin Su in panic, and shouted for help. Ha ha. No one will come to rescue you even if you call. Who dares to mess with me, Lin Su? I don't want to be confused. Lin Su's tone was no longer as calm as before, and now he just wants to get this woman in his hands. Boom. Lin Su picked up the raindrops and rushed into the room quickly. He completely lost self-control. Lin Su, you let me go. You bastard. Ouyang Yin won't let it go. A struggling cry for help sounded, but soon gradually calmed down. Ouyang Yin likes raindrops very much, and as soon as he finishes his work, he can't wait to walk to the raindrops room. However, just after walking to the door, there was a burst of inappropriate sounds from the raindrop room. What's the matter? Raindrops. Suddenly, Ouyang Yin changed his face and kicked open the door of the room. Boom. When the door turned into fragments and scattered, a scene that made him extremely mad was presented in his vision. Ouyang Yin's head was blank, and then endless anger came to his heart. Lin Su, you bastard. A roar like thunder sounded from Ouyang's house. Hee, things are much smoother than expected. Outside the Ouyang family mansion, Qin Feng and others were waiting somewhere, stopping. Qin Feng listened to this roar and sneered involuntarily. It's really cruel. Qin Yong and others secretly sighed that they must not offend this guy in the future. Fenger, how can you count Dao Lin Su and find a Yangyan's wife? Qin Yong asked curiously. As the alchemist guest of Ouyang's family, Lin Su has to be treated well. So he must live in a very good place, and the high-level family members of Ouyang's family will also live nearby. So I gave Lin Su that medicine. Once the power of the medicine works, it will certainly offend the senior management of the Ouyang family. Listening to Ouyang Yan's crazy roar, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. However, I didn't expect Lin Su to find Ouyang Yan's wife, Tusk. Seeing Qin Feng smile, everyone was speechless again. Only one day has passed. The entire Tiangang city was like a pot exploded. Have you heard? Lin Su left the Qin family. Someone said proudly, as if he had received the news first. Cut, you know what a fart. It was deliberately let go by the Qin family. Did you know that Lin Su went to Ouyang's house after leaving Qin's house? As soon as this remark came out, many people immediately started talking. Moreover, you probably don't know that Lin Su has been killed. The speaker continued to break the news, with an inscrutable smile rising from the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? Who killed Lin Su? Could it be the Qin family? Of course not. It is said that Lin Su likes women, so he dared to offend the young master Ouyang Yan of the Ouyang family, and the two were caught by Ouyang Yan at the time. I'm going. This won't be true, is it? Ouyang Yan is so miserable. Such terrifying news quickly spread throughout Tiangang City, and people everywhere were discussing this matter. For a time, the entire Ouyang family became a joke in Tiangang City. Ouyang family mansion. Go. Get out of me. A very fierce roar was heard in a hall of Ouyang's house. For a moment, the guards ran out of the hall quickly, like frightened birds. In the main hall, a young man slammed the furniture frontally and roared from time to time. This young man was exactly Ouyang Yan, who was laughed at by the entire Tiangang City. As long as he thinks of Lin Su and his most beloved woman, the anger in his heart cannot be suppressed, and he can only vent his hatred by smashing things. Just as Ouyang Yan grabbed a vase again and was about to smash it on the ground, a majestic anger sounded. Ouyang Yan, when are you going to make trouble? Father, I have become a joke for everyone in Tiangang City. Can't I just express my stubbornness? Do you know how unwilling I am now? Ouyang Yan roared loudly without looking back. Hearing these words, beside him, Ouyang Xiu's fat face gradually showed a sullen look, without the kindness of the past. Obviously, such a big thing happened in Ouyang's family this time, which made the entire Ouyang family's face swept and embarrassed. Aggrieved? Are you just aggrieved? I'm telling you, this thing is definitely not that simple. I know Lin Su's character very well. He is a bully and afraid of hardship. It is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. Furthermore, when I found out, Lin Su's consciousness was very vague. It was definitely calculated by others. Ouyang Xiu's gloomy eyes revealed a trace of icy chill and said slowly, Father, do you mean that someone is calculating our Ouyang family? Who is so bold in the entire Tiangang City? If I didn't guess, it must be the Qin family. They knew that we couldn't hand over Lin Su, so they came here. I'm afraid the purpose is not as simple as the surface. I think that Lin Su's sudden loss of reason must have been done by the Qin family. The purpose is to retaliate against Lin Su. By the way, it will destroy the prestige of my Ouyang family. An extremely cold light appeared on Ouyang Xiu's face. If Qin Feng and others were still here, they would definitely be extremely surprised by Ouyang Xiu's judgment. This guy really should not be underestimated. The Qin family, it must be them. Father, we must not let the Qin family easily pass this time. The humiliation I have suffered must be paid back 100 times. Ouyang Yan roared bitterly. Don't worry, I'm already preparing. I believe it won't be long before the Qin family will shed tears of regret over their stupid behavior. Ouyang Xiu squeezed his fist and said fiercely. In an instant, 3 more days passed. Inside the Qin family hall, sitting in a high position, Qin Xiaodian frowned, and beside him were the elders of the Qin family, Qin Yong, and others. Chapter 74 Ouyang's Conspiracy. Qin Yong said with a stern face, and said in a deep voice, In just 3 days, our inventory of Lingyuan pills has been consumed. Now the family has a great demand for pill. If this problem is not solved, the Qin family as a whole, the speed of development will be greatly reduced. Well, although we had expected it a long time ago, we didn't expect it to be so severe. Qin Xiaodian nodded. Although there is no alchemy, Emperor, but with our family's financial resources, we should be able to buy some pills for a while. As long as we can find a new alchemy Emperor as soon as possible. The elder of the Qin family made his own suggestions. Yes, this method is fine. Qin Xiaodian said in agreement. You have considered too simple. Qin Yong looked at the crowd with a wry smile and sighed helplessly. Now the entire family of Tiangang City, and even foreign shops, refuse to sell medicinal pills to our Qin family. In other words, we can't buy it if we have money. Hateful. Qin Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed, and he whispered angrily. This matter must be taken seriously. If the Qin family loses its pill supply, it is easy to be caught up by other families. At that time, I am afraid that the Qin family will be in danger of being annexed. And this time it is obviously targeted, otherwise those shops will not. Maybe I won't sell the pill to kill me. If I didn't guess wrong, it is definitely the Ouyang family's conspiracy. Yes, only the Ouyang family has this kind of financial resources and this status. Other families dare not provoke our Qin family at all. Qin Feng, who was sitting aside, frowned involuntarily as he listened to the comments of the crowd. The status of alchemists is very lofty, but there are only a handful of alchemists in the entire Tiangang city, and most of them were recruited by the Ouyang family. For a time, a depressive atmosphere filled the entire Qin family hall. Seeing everyone sighing and sighing, Qin Xiaodian had nothing to do. Even if he had the cultivation base of the true spirit realm, he couldn't refine the pill. However, at this moment, Qin Xiaodian noticed Qin Feng, who was silent next to him, and couldn't help but ask casually, Fenger, what do you think we should do now? Qin Xiaodian just asked casually, but as soon as he said this, all the elders looked at Qin Feng. Although this young master is slightly immature, he has an unpredictable calmness on his body. From a sarcasm for everyone to grow up to this state, he can always bring surprises to people. Everyone even had an idea that Qin Feng might really have a way to resolve the crisis of the Qin family. The trouble this time is really difficult to solve. Qin Feng scratched his head and said with a wry smile, Hey, Qin Feng can't help it. The elders of the Qin family sighed slightly, feeling a little disappointed. It's normal to think about it carefully. After all, alchemists are rare. No matter how powerful Qin Feng is, it is absolutely impossible to refine pills or recruit another alchemist. But Qin Xiaoyan's heart moved slightly. He grasped the key point in Qin Feng's words. It was a bit difficult to solve. That is, it might be solved. His eyebrows were slightly frivolous, with a look of expectation, and asked, Fenger, you should have a solution? Qin Feng glanced at the people around him, nodded and said, Although the trouble is difficult to solve this time, it is not without a solution. As soon as this remark came out, all the old Qin parents present showed a hint of surprise on the faces. Is this kid really able to do it? Those families and shops are unwilling to sell medicinal pills to the Qin family. They don't have to pay attention to it. Sooner or later they will regret it. Just give me about 2 days, and I can solve the problem of the Qin family's pill supply. Young master, this is not a trivial matter. It is about the future of our Qin family. Are you really sure? Some elders asked in disbelief. Well, of course I am sure, because I can make alchemy. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, as if the breeze was blowing. Hiss! As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the Qin family present widened their eyes and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Some elders couldn't even control their true energy and release them. Fenger, are you kidding? You can do alchemy? Even Qin Xiaodian, who had reached the true spirit realm, couldn't help standing up, yelling out in shock. Well, if it's just for refining Lingyuan pill, for me, it can be refined easily. Qin Feng nodded confidently. How is this possible? Fenger, the technique of alchemy is so profound, and it also requires a certain talent. You have never known an alchemist since you were a child, and you have never learned the technique of alchemy. How come you suddenly become alchemy? Qin Yong also looked at Qin Feng incredible, really wondering if the Qin Feng in front of him was the one he was familiar with. It's just alchemy. It's not difficult. Qin Feng curled his mouth and said. As soon as he finished saying this, Everyone present rolled their eyes and the corners of their mouths kept twitching. I really want to go over and strangle this little guy. Is alchemy still difficult? Is this Nima an irony? Based on the number of alchemists in Tiangang City, it can be seen how difficult it is to become an alchemist, how huge it is. Even families like the Qin family need to look at Lin Su's expression, but Qin Feng said that alchemy is not difficult. Isn't this guy bragging? In the face of everyone's shock and doubts, Qin Feng didn't care at all. He had a better medicine Jingyuan pill than Lingyuan pill. Jingyuan pill is a pill that will only appear on the market after 7 years, and its value is amazing. And what he refined now would not only bring huge benefits to the Qin family, but could even cause a sensation in Tiangang City. The most important thing is that the medicinal materials of the Jingyuan pill are almost the same as those of the Lingyuan pill, or even less. If the price is only a little more expensive than Lingyuan pill, it will definitely be purchased frantically by countless warriors. However, Qin Feng is very clear about the truth of carrying a crime. If the Qin family is allowed to sell these Jingyuan pills, I am afraid that not only the Ouyang family, but other clan forces in Tiangang City, and even big powers from other places will jointly target the Qin family for the formula of the pill. By then, the Qin family will fall into a huge crisis. Therefore, Qin Feng had another plan, and that was to cooperate with Tianila. Tianya Building is a big organization, and there is actually a big power behind it, the Tianya Chamber of Commerce. With this organization's cooperative sales, Qin Feng can definitely sit back and relax and make a fortune. On the entire Tianwu continent, I am the only one who knows the formula of Jingyuan pill. If Tianila wants to share the soup, he can only choose to cooperate with me. Naturally, I chose Tianya Tower because of the Tianya Chamber of Commerce behind it, and this is the benefit of Qin Feng's past life memory. Chapter 75 Charm. In Tianya Building. My lord, please come with me. It was just a cup of tea. Old Chun reported back and invited Qin Feng to the attic. Before long, the two came to a room and stopped. This room looks very special because there are no other rooms around, only this one. Qin Feng secretly guessed that the people in this room should be the real steward of Tianya Building. Miss, I brought him up. Old Chin stood respectfully outside the door and told him, let him in. After about 3 breaths, a soft voice came from the room, and there was a strong charm in this voice. Even with Qin Feng's concentration of mind, there was a slight sway, as if the flames in his heart had been ignited. Hi, this woman's voice is so charming. Normal people can't resist it at all. Qin Feng suppressed the change in his heart and thought quickly. My lord, please go in. Old Chun smiled slightly, opened the door of the room, and signaled Qin Feng to enter. Qin Feng nodded and stepped in without hesitation. Boom! The door to the room closed. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the surrounding environment. The space in the room was much wider than he had imagined. It actually had a radius of several hundred meters, and the decoration inside was also very gorgeous. However, the decoration color is mostly pink, just like a woman's boudoir. In the faint smoke from the 2 incense burners, a very charming fragrance is released, which makes people feel 100 times more energetic when they breathe, and it is extremely comfortable. Good fellow, it's actually Fuyun Xiangmu. Floating cloud fragrant wood is a very rare fragrant wood. Once it is ignited, it will release a light fragrance, which can refresh the spirit of the warriors. This kind of thing is quite popular, but it's a pity that the quantity is so scarce that it is almost impossible to get it with the strength of the Qin family. After being slightly shocked, Qin Feng continued to scan his surroundings, only to see that the tables and chairs, tea sets, or the flowers and plants were extremely precious and expensive. This made Qin Feng had to sigh. Tianya Tower is really rich. Everyone thinks that the Qin family will not be able to tide over the difficulties this time, and will be swallowed by other strengths. But no one will calculate that your Qin family still has such a powerful whole card. Your Qin family is really hidden too deeply. The soft voice of the woman sounded again, and Qin Feng followed the voice, and saw a beautiful figure walking towards him. Hiss! When Qin Feng saw the woman's face, he couldn't help but breathe hard. Even his entire mind was affected. At this moment, the flame in his heart went up uncontrollably. This woman is too seductive. That jade-like skin, radiant, bright red lips, bright eyes and looking forward, as if to go away the heart and soul of a man. Seductive. This is a seductive allure woman. Although he seems to be only in his 20s, his temperament is very mature, and he seems to be able to charm people in general. She doesn't even need to do it deliberately. Her gestures can radiate a power that makes men in the world fall in love with her. Unknowingly, even people like Qin Feng couldn't help speeding up their breathing, seeming to have an urge to bow down under the other's pomegranate skirt. Just like a fairy, Qin Feng squeezed his fist fiercely and forcibly suppressed the flame in his heart. His mind calmed a lot. "Are you in charge of Tianya building?" Qin Feng looked away, tried not to look at the other side's face, and asked. The woman obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to be able to maintain a calm heart under her charm. She curled her lips slightly and smiled softly. "Yes, this matter is too important. I can only come to meet you in person. Please sit down." She gently stretched out her snow-white palm and motioned Qin Feng to sit down and talk. But it was such a simple action that exuded infinite charm, and Qin Feng could only endure bitterly and sit down. Afterwards, the woman made another cup of tea for Qin Feng. "I don't know, how do you call it?" Qin Feng picked up the teacup, tried to calm himself down, and asked casually. In this woman's aura, he seems to be at a disadvantage and appears extremely passive. If this continues, I am afraid that today's negotiations will be less beneficial. "Sir? I said it's really appropriate for your kid to call me such a blunt name? Humph, you should call me my sister." The woman snorted, slightly dissatisfied. "Hee, should we come to negotiate? As for the name, what does it matter?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. Seeing Qin Feng so indifferent, the expression on the woman's face became even more surprised. "I didn't expect that this kid was young and his concentration was so amazing." Okay, your sister. My name is Ren Yuqin. You little fellow must remember it from me." With a pair of beautiful eyes, Ren Yuqin stared at Qin Feng closely and said with her lips. This cute and playful appearance caused Qin Feng to soar again. He could only quickly look away, but unexpectedly, his mind almost collapsed. The pair of slender legs, like lilies, swayed slightly, exuding amazing attraction. Qin Feng almost didn't let out a nosebleed. "Little guy, your eyes are a bit dishonest. Why do you keep staring at your sister's thigh?" The corners of Ren Yuqin's mouth rose slightly, and her red lips drew a playful arc. "I'll go, this woman is too demon." Qin Feng was speechless for a while. Can this goblin make a good negotiation? Suddenly, when Qin Feng raised his head just to collide with Ren Yuqin's gaze, his mind suddenly rippled. It seems that at this moment, the most beautiful thing in the world is this pair of bright eyes. Unconsciously, Qin Feng's whole mind was attracted by it, and even began to be intoxicated. "Little guy, I've seen your so-called Jinyuan pill, and the effect is amazing. I don't know how you can cooperate with me." Ren Yuqin sat there, looking at Qin Feng with a smile. Her beautiful eyes seemed to exude a strange luster. In this state, Qin Feng's eyes gradually lost consciousness, his mind sinking deeper and deeper, as if he was about to lose his mind. "No, this is a charm. She actually used such a despicable method to me." Qin Feng's heart trembled suddenly, and finally realized something. After entering this room, he has gradually fallen into the traps set by the other party, whether it is the decorations or the fragrant wood. If there is no action, all of this is due to the other party's enchantment. Especially this Ren Yuqin is so stunning. It is enough to make a man crazy, not to mention the increase in charm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly activated the primordial true dragon art. A very majestic breath radiated from his body, and the two dragon scales roared almost simultaneously. Roar! As if a true dragon from above the 9 heavens appeared. Qin Feng recovered his Qingming moment at this moment, and all the magic arts were swallowed up by the true dragon's energy and disappeared. Chapter 76, Take Advantage. The primordial true dragon art, how powerful it is. It is the way to condense the power of the true dragon and cultivate the body of the true dragon. How can the magic of mere charms contend with the power of the primordial true dragon technique? If it wasn't for Qin Feng to be too careless just now, he might have suppressed the other party's charm technique once it was performed. How can the power of the true dragon be comparable to that of ordinary things? I don't know exactly how we should cooperate. Qin Feng's mouth made a stagnant sound, his eyes still very distracted. However, he was sneer in his heart. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Oh, if that's the case, how about the 3-7 split? As long as you are willing to tell your sister unilaterally, I will give you 30% of the price of the pill that I sell, and I promise not to lose you. Ren Yuqin smiled softly, and the light in her beautiful eyes became more and more dazzling, like stars. Hey, although this woman has performed enchantment, but the proportion is still appropriate, and it does not suppress too much. Qin Feng was still a little unhappy in his heart, but now he is quite satisfied. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for him to be divided only by this point. Who would let this woman use such a small trick? 3-7 divided? Qin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes blank. Yeah, what do you think? Ren Yuqin pursed her red lips lightly, and there was a bit of joy on her enchanting face. In her opinion, this kid Qin Feng absolutely couldn't stop her charm, and would agree to any request or instruction from her. The Qin family, apart from the betrayal Lin Su, there should be no other alchemists. However, this kid's Jinyuan pill is very effective, and I don't know who it came from. Although she charmed Qin Feng, Ren Yuqin didn't dare to despise it at all. If Qin Feng was backed by a master alchemist, then this transaction would definitely be invalidated. After all, even if they had an extraordinary foundation in the end of the world, once annoyed the alchemist behind the Qin family, they would definitely not be profitable. Wow! All of a sudden, Qin Feng stood up. What? Such actions by Qin Feng caused Ren Yuqin to be stunned. It should be impossible for a person who is deceived by the charm to move voluntarily. However, the next moment, Qin Feng walked in front of her and looked at herself tightly with a pair of eyes. Just when Ren Yuqin was very puzzled, Qin Feng's mouth suddenly drew a strange arc. Doesn't this kid have a charm? Upon seeing this, Ren Yuqin was shocked and suddenly reacted. Unfortunately, just when she was about to scream loudly, Qin Feng had already acted first. Looking at the beautiful and moving corners of his lips, Qin Feng felt a strange feeling of birth in his heart, and he actually kissed him cruelly. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world had solidified. Ren Yuqin looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. His brain was blank, and his originally calm and enchanting eyes opened wide. She became even more stiff. This is more than that. Just in the gap of her dazedness, Qin Feng's tongue rushed away from her jade teeth domineeringly and greedily broke into her mouth. Tsk tut. A light and beautiful feeling filled Qin Feng's heart instantly. This feeling makes him refreshed, and he is willing to indulge forever, surpassing any enchantment in the world. Unconsciously, one of Qin Feng's arms was wrapped around Ren Yuqin's thin waist, and the other hand moved restlessly. At this time, Qin Feng was not affected by the charm, but his inner instinct. Ren Yuqin's beauty moved his heart. What's more, if there is no advantage, it is definitely an idiot. With such thoughts, Qin Feng felt more at ease and unscrupulous. When Ren Yuqin felt that the buttons of her clothes were being unbuttoned by Qin Feng, she finally reacted. At this time, her pretty face was red, and she was ashamed and annoyed. It was the first time that she was so bullied by a man when she grew up. This nasty brat. Hiss. When Qin Feng was enjoying himself, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly let go of the beautiful woman in front of him. He only felt that his tongue was extremely painful, and a faint smell filled his mouth. This woman actually bit his tongue. You. Ren Yuqin stared at Qin Feng, so angry that she couldn't speak. She was really enchanting. Even if she was angry, it was so exciting. Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, Ren Yuqin gritted his teeth. Her bitter eyes seemed to kill. Her first kiss is about to be taken away. How can she not be angry? Sister, this is the pill of Jinyuan pill. Tianya Tower only needs to provide 10,000 Jinyuan pills to the Qin family every month, and then the total pill sales will be distributed to me for 3 more achievements every month. Then I have something to do. I will go back first. After Qin Feng took advantage of it, he threw down the pill and slipped away with a slap on the butt. Chapter 77 Strengthening. Qin Feng, you bastard. Ren Yuqin didn't expect Qin Feng to be so slippery. He would run away after taking advantage of him in vain, even without a chance for revenge. She was so angry that she kept gritting her teeth, staring at Qin Feng's back fiercely, and shouted angrily, "Smelly boy, you show me." At this moment, her pretty face was flushed, her hair was messy, her eyes were glaring, and her robes were untidy. Such appearance made Ren Yuqin really embarrassed. After a while, old Chun came to the room again after getting the order. "Miss, the formula of Genuine pill is normal, but the refining method is a bit strange. Should we check the Qin family more?" "No need. It doesn't matter to us whether the Qin family is backed by an alchemist or not. I have intuition that this Qin family is definitely not ordinary. According to the cooperation of that kid, we should be able to cooperate for a long time." I don't know why. Chen Lao always felt that when Ren Yuqin mentioned that kid, his eyes were full of anger, as if gnashing his teeth. It should be my illusion, right? Old Chen thought secretly in his heart. After leaving the Tianya Tower, Qin Feng quickly returned to Qin's house. Thinking of his rude behavior just now, he also smiled helplessly. I am afraid that Ren Yuqin hated me this time. However, such a beautiful and charming woman is indeed difficult to control. Anyway, he is also 16 years old. It's normal to be impulsive in that regard. At the same time, after Qin Feng perfectly resolved the crisis of the Qin family, the Ouyang family became restless. In a hall of Ouyang's house, Ouyang Xianxian sat in the top high position, and there were dozens of people sitting beside him, all of whom were high-level elders from the Ouyang family. After several days of suppression, the Qin family has now completely lost its pill supply. I wonder if you have any other news from the elders. Glancing around at everyone around him, Ouyang Xiao spoke slowly. Report to the patriarch that our Ouyang family is the first family of Tiangang City, and other forces dare not disobey us at all. Even those forces that have good relations with the Qin family on weekdays can only refuse to provide medicinal pills under our coercion. To the Qin family. An elder from the Ouyang family spoke very excitedly. Yes. The same is true for the forces I am in charge of. Those forces dare not fight against our Ouyang family at all. Some even betrayed the Qin family and took refuge in us. This time the Qin family is probably going to be destroyed. We don't need to act at all. Without the supply of pills, the Qin family's overall strength will be stagnant. When the time is right, we can easily occupy the entire Qin family. The faces of the famous elders were filled with unconcealable joy, as if the Qin family was already in their pocket. Father, when we annex the Qin family, I will let Qin Feng taste all the pain and torture him severely. Ouyang Nian, the young master of the Ouyang family who had been silent, suddenly roared with a hideous expression on his face. Don't worry, this time, I will do what you want. Ouyang Xiao said with gleaming eyes. Barren Feather Mountain Forest. The fog was all over the sky, and the roaring sounds of monsters and beasts continued to echo in it. With the breeze blowing, it seemed to smell a little bit of blood. Wow! A sword light passed. The sword energy is like a front. It seems to be a whirlpool, and in a blink of an eye, it condenses into a huge wave, madly impacting. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound, only a rain of blood dispersed. A corpse torn to shreds by sword energy fell heavily from the void. Call. Qin Feng let out a foul breath and walked out of the wood slowly, a little bit of blood from the long sword in his hand. Looking at the corpse of the monster in front, Qin Feng's face was very calm, without any waves. The second-order fierce beast, anger, barbaric bull, is really extraordinary, and it is so powerful by its physical defense power alone. My Chi-Ju's sword of killing, using the sixth sword, can only barely pierce its physical defense. Seeing an imperceptible gap appeared on the long sword, Qin Feng frowned slightly. The quality of this long sword is already very good, but now there is a gap. It seems that you have to get a better sword in the future. Chi-Ju Sword Art of Killing God. This is a very good sword art. Qin Feng has now learned the seventh sword. Primordial True Dragon Ju, Chi-Ju Sword Technique, Invincible Sword Intent. These three, no matter which one, can make Qin Feng's combat power far surpass the martial artist of the same rank. Especially the Primordial True Dragon Art and Invincible Sword Intent. These two are definitely Qin Feng's most powerful killer moves. This time I practiced in this barren Feather Mountain Forest. Although my cultivation level has not been improved, My combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Even if it is a martial artist with 9 levels of body refining, I can kill with a single sword. As for the real spirit realm martial artist, I am sure to contend with it, even beheaded. In the past 6 days, he has been cultivating hard by killing the demon in the wild Feather Mountain forest. Qin Feng has improved a lot of strength, which made him quite satisfied. The Furious Bull is considered to be the most ferocious of Tier 2 fierce beasts. It can be seen that Tier 2 fierce beasts can no longer pose a threat to me. Now that so many days have passed, the entire Tiangang city must have known the terrible efficacy of Zhenyuan pill. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Feng moved his sword and left the barren feather forest. Chapter 78, Ouyang's Anger. Zhenyuan Dan. Without knowing what was going on, this medicine pill suddenly became famous and spread throughout Tiangang city. It is several times stronger than the effect of Lingyuan pill, but the price is only about twice higher than Lingyuan pill. This is definitely great news for all warriors. Suddenly, the entire Tiangang city shook. Pills are absolutely vital to every warrior, especially those who do not have a family or influence. If a warrior wants to quickly improve his own strength, pill is indispensable. Although the price of Zhenyuan pill is higher than that of Lingyuan pill, the effect is too amazing, so the sale speed can almost be described as horrible. This situation has created a sense of urgency for many shops that mainly sell elixirs. You should know that in Tiangang City, many families will sell pills and make money for family development. But after Zhenyuan Dan appeared, the warriors in Tiangang City chose Zhenyuan Dan, which led to the power of selling Lingyuan Dan, and the business was getting worse and worse. Although many forces are very jealous, they want to meddle with the Yuan Dan. But when they found out that Zhenyuan Dan's selling power was Tianila, those families and powers had no choice but to endure it. There is no doubt that the Tianya Tower is powerful. This behemoth with the mysterious power behind it is not something that the families of Tiangang City can contend. Want to seize the Zhenyuan pill from the Tianya Tower? That is simply looking for death. However, what really surprised everyone was that in addition to Tianya Tower, Qin household was also selling this Zhenyuan pill, but the quantity was relatively small. Some smart people quickly figured out that it was probably the cooperation between the Qin family and Tianya Tower. It's just that the strength of the Qin family is also very strong. Among so many families in Tiangang City, the Ouyang family can suppress it. No one would have thought that the Qin family would have a cooperative relationship with Tianila. Therefore, the other clan forces did not dare to deal with the Qin family and seize the Zhenyuan pill. At the same time, many small forces that betrayed the Qin family under the persecution of the Ouyang family regret it now. If they did not choose to betray the Qin family, or even help the Qin family tide over the difficulties, I am afraid that they would also get a lot of benefits. Suddenly, all the forces in the entire Tiangang city began to plan, and many families began to quietly send people to discuss with the Qin family. As for the Ouyang family, many forces are also very angry about it. If it hadn't been for the Ouyang family to force them to suppress the Qin family, their relationship with the Qin family would not have been so stiff. Damn it! Damn it! What is going on? Who can tell me? What's the situation with Zhenyuan Dan? Ouyang family mansion. Standing on the hall, Ouyang Xiao shouted angrily. That fat face became extremely hideous and ugly, and his eyes were full of spitefulness. This violent appearance is so different from the usual smiling tiger. Patriarch, we have checked, but we haven't found any useful information. An elder Ouyang said in a low voice. Not found. Ouyang Xiao squeezed his fist, opened his eyes fiercely, stared at the elder Ouyang, and asked with a loud growl. This kind of Zhenyuan pill, even if there is no one on the entire Tianwu continent, this is a newly researched pill. Do you know what this means? Even if we get a little benefit from it, it will allow our Ouyang family to develop rapidly. Ouyang Xiao breathed violently, trying to calm his heart, but when he thought of the huge benefits, he couldn't calm down at all. In the entire Tiangang city, among countless large and small family forces, their Ouyang family has the most alchemists, so they account for 50% of the entire Tiangang city's pill business. But now the Zhenyuan pill that appeared out of thin air caused all the pill business of their Ouyang family to be greatly affected. Patriarch, after our investigation, The Qin family did cooperate with Tianila. They have the right to sell Jinyuan pills on behalf of them, and we have also observed that the people in Tianila have very close contact with the Qin family. The Qin family now sells more than 100 Jinyuan pills every day, and other family businesses have improved as a result. What? Can you sell so much? Ouyang Xiu's body was trembling with anger. That is to say, the Qin family still has more than 100 pill for sale every day, and the other pill are all used by the Qin family. Why is this? The Qin family is no more than a small family. How could Tianila give the sales rights to the Qin family? Chapter 79 Track. We are still investigating, but we haven't got any effective information. The elder Ouyang replied timidly. Report to Patriarch, I have a piece of news about Qin Feng. Another elder Ouyang shouted suddenly. What news? Hurry up. Ouyang Xiu, who was about to roar, suddenly his eyes lit up. The young master Qin Feng of the Qin family will go to Tianila every 3 to 5, and every time he comes out, the people at Tianila respectfully send him out. This elder told Ouyang Xiu about the information he inquired about. From this point of view, that kid Qin Feng is afraid that there are some ulterior secrets in him. Ouyang Xiu squeezed his fist. A grinning smile appeared on his face, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Floating cloud fragrant wood burns a little bit, emitting a faint fragrance. Although it is not the first time I have met Ren Yuqin, Qin Feng's heart beats faster every time he sees it. These are the herbs you need. Ren Yuqin snorted slightly and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, not knowing why. Every time she saw this guy, she would ignore Qin Feng's age in her heart. Because the temperament of this guy really doesn't look like a 16-year-old boy. Especially when she thinks of her being taken advantage of by this stinky boy, she feels even more angry and embarrassed. Hey, thank you very much. I will leave first. After receiving the medicinal materials, Qin Feng said with a smile. You guy? Seeing that Qin Feng was about to leave after getting something, Ren Yuqin immediately stomped his feet with anger. Since this stinky kid took her first kiss away, he hasn't said anything. Is it really that something didn't happen? What? Beautiful girl, are you reluctant to bear me? Qin Feng suddenly turned around and said with a smile on his face, with a teasing look on his face. I don't know why. As long as he saw Ren Yuqin, he couldn't help but want to tease her. Go away. Ren Yuqin's face sank. He grabbed a stool and threw it towards Qin Feng. Whoosh. Qin Feng smiled. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Ren Yuqin. Boom. Qin Feng's mouth moved. He raided her again, and then immediately used his skills and slipped out of the room. There was silence in the room at first. Then an unwilling roar broke out. Qin Feng, you bastard, you must not let me catch you. In the room, Ren Yuqin couldn't help but touch Zhu's lips. Her face was full of red clouds, and she whispered to herself, what a bastard. After bidding farewell to Ren Yuqin, Qin Feng hurriedly left Tianya building and headed back to Qin's house. After receiving Ren Yuqin's medicinal materials, Qin Feng felt very comfortable. With his pill refining strength, these medicinal materials can completely allow him to refine a superior pill. After all, he can now be regarded as a 4-star alchemist. Alchemists of this level can only be owned by large sects and ancient families. Now, Qin Feng is preparing to refine a 3rd-class pill. The efficacy of this pill will be of great benefit to the real spirit realm martial artist. At this time, it was very late and the night was dim, and there were no pedestrians on the road. As he walked, suddenly, Qin Feng frowned slightly. I don't know why. Since he left Tianila, he has an instinct to be spied on. It seemed to have a pair of indifferent eyes, watching him in secret. Someone is following me. It should be from Ouyang's family. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered in his heart. Chapter 80 Kill at Night. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid you won't notice it yet. But Qin Feng's soul power is very powerful. His 5 senses and 6 senses far exceed those of normal people. Even if the other party hides it well, he can't hide it from him. It's about 5 kilometers away from me, and there are other helpers who are constantly surrounding me. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, but he was thinking quickly in his heart that the opponent was clearly prepared for such a big battle and did not intend to let him go easily. Ouyang family, can you finally bear it? Swish swish. It was just such a moment, and there was a sound of breaking through the air around him. A total of more than a dozen people surrounded Qin Feng. The dozen or so people were all middle-aged men, and they were really vigorous, and they didn't even show up at all. Qin Feng is quite familiar with a few of them. He had met these few people when he first went to Ouyang's house. The worst of the group of people in front of them is the eightfold refining body, and there are also two in the ninefold refining body. The Ouyang family's background is really powerful. Just to deal with me, so many masters were used. Qin Feng thought very fast, remembering the appearance of this group of people in his heart. Qin Feng, our patriarch wants to invite you to drink tea. You'd better get to know yourself, otherwise you will have to suffer a lot. One person shouted. Really? I just want to suffer. Qin Feng sneered contemptuously. Do it. The man's face sank slightly, and he shouted sharply. Phantom step. Qin Feng used his body technique at a speed like thunder and lightning, amazingly fast. Hi, what a clever posture. The faces of the Ouyang family all changed drastically. In the information they received, this Qin Feng was a waste, and his cultivation level was extremely poor. But now it seems that the facts are not what you think. However, they still have the confidence to win Qin Feng, because each of them is a master of the Ouyang family. How difficult is it for so many people to win a Qin Feng? Leave it to me. A figure quickly flashed past, attacking Qin Feng. The man's hands are like tiger claws, extremely sharp. Following this person's shot, the void air made a burst of noise, as if its momentum could destroy the rocks. Stop! Blast sword. Another person used his sword technique. The sword energy revolved, and he slashed towards Qin Feng. Domineering punch. The fist is as strong as the wind, rolling up 10 directions of clouds. Shaking the legs. Suddenly, more than a dozen masters from the Ouyang family shot at the same time, and the indignation exploded, and the atmosphere around the hole was extremely depressed. Phantom step. Phantom step. Qin Feng continuously used phantom steps, and under this enchanting body, he kept evading all these ultimate moves. Earth-splitting fist. Suddenly, Qin Feng got a chance to breathe and shot without hesitation. He didn't use swordsmanship, because these people's attacks are powerful, but they are not enough to pick them up with swords. He only needs the divine fist of earth splitting to deal with the attacks of this group of people. Boom! The shadow of the fist that contains the power of horror, like a tornado, with a domineering innocence, slaying all the opponents in front of him fiercely. Puff! What? The man who acted first spouted a bit of blood, his palm cracked, and his body flew out directly. My hand. The miserable wailing sound constantly echoed in the void. Not only that, but Qin Feng's surplus of fist strength also smashed other people's offensives. How is it possible? How can this kid be so powerful? Isn't he a trash? How much did the Qin family hide? Everyone in the Ouyang family was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. Killing a martial artist with 8 layers of body refining in one move, this terrifying strength is enough to make them jealous. Chapter 81. A group of ants. Unexpectedly, in the entire Tiangang city, everyone knows the waste not only is not a weak, but a terrible master. The Qin family is really hiding deep enough. Someone exhaled heavily and sighed. This kid is too enchanting. Everyone must do their best. If it doesn't work, don't catch it alive, just kill it. If they still had a bit of contempt for Qin Feng just now, they would now be treated 100% seriously. It's a pity that they didn't understand that Qin Feng's strength was far more than that. Otherwise, they will run away in a panic. Whoosh! Sword spirit burst out. No one knew what was going on. Suddenly, a sword light appeared. The next moment, Qin Feng appeared in front of them with a sword. Fourth sword. The sword shadows condensed one after another, and Qin Feng's phantom shadow stepped to the extreme. Puff! Puff! Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, blood erupted, only to see that the two masters were actually crushed by sword energy. Damn it! Qin Feng, die for me! Seeing the two masters fall so quickly, those masters of Ouyang's family were all furious. Fifth sword. Qin Feng shouted coldly. The figure flickered and appeared in front of the angry person again. You dare! The opponent suddenly shot, palm wind like a tiger, set off a strong wind, gathered together like a copper wall. Boom boom. Sword chi continuously bombarded the air wall with a violent sound, That is, 2 breaths. It was the sword gas that shattered the air wall. However, at this time, boy, go to hell. A burst of triumphant and arrogant laughter sounded from behind. Qin Feng only felt that his body was slightly stiff, and a person appeared behind him, with his fists slamming on his back. 9 body refining. Hanyu on hand. Boom. Suddenly, other masters also took advantage of the victory and pursued them. One after another displayed their unique skills and blasted Qin Feng's body. Too big. Qin Feng thought secretly. This is a team of more than 10 masters. No matter how strong the body is, it feels a pain in the body. Boy, I admit that you are strong, but today you are going to fall into our hands. Everyone in the Ouyang family was overjoyed, and their true anger exploded even more fiercely. Hee, is that true? Qin Feng sneered in a low voice. If it were someone else, it would naturally be impossible to deal with it, and it would have been bombed into scum. However, Qin Feng's physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people's defenses, and his defensive power is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The primordial true dragon art has long made his physical strength reach a terrifying level. Coupled with the increase of the 2 dragon scales, let alone the attacks of this group of people, even if you use powerful weapons, don't think of easily causing damage to his body. Get out of here. At the moment when he had enough true energy, he tried to kill Qin Feng. A thunderous shout, but it shocked all of them. Originally, Qin Feng, who was controlled by their true pressure, suddenly exploded with a huge force. Boom! This terrible force is like a real dragon rushing into the sky. Puff! A group of people were shaken out. 6th sword. Qin Feng quickly took out his sword and directly displayed the 6th sword of the Qijue sword art. I saw his body at this moment, as if a terrible storm vortex was produced, and those sword auras formed into a tornado, rotating around his body. With him as the center, wherever the sword chi passes, all enemies will be punishable. Puff puff. The silhouettes of the people who were knocked into the air were torn into pieces by the sword energy before they landed. A bunch of ants. Qin Feng's voice, like a high emperor, actually passed through the sky and resounded through the sky. His true spirit is vast and majestic, as if it will not be exhausted. Chapter 82. Negotiate. No, it's impossible. The remaining masters screamed one after another. In their eyes, there was panic, unwillingness, and a touch of deep regret. Qin Feng's terrifying strength, unless it is a warrior in the true spirit realm, can't compete at all. They really regret why they want to provoke this terrifying enemy. With the presence of a master Qin Feng, Ouyang's family might be in danger. Puff! A fierce sword light slashed again suddenly, and all those people were swallowed up by Qin Feng's sword aura. Call. After killing the last person, Qin Feng exhaled heavily. A wisp of sweat leaked from his forehead, and his expression was slightly tired. Although his combat power is amazing, far surpassing the martial artist of the same realm, but in the face of so many masters working together to besiege, he cannot be underestimated, and he must deal with it with energy. After all, these people's cultivation bases are at least 8-fold. This time, he can quickly kill these dozen people. Besides his strong physical defense, there is a more critical factor: these people are too underestimating the enemy. If it weren't for this group of people, who ignored Qin Feng from the beginning, I'm afraid he would still suffer some injuries even if he could win. Qin Feng stood there, slowly regaining the true energy in his body, and then scanned the surroundings. Taking advantage of no one, he hurriedly cleaned the scene, and then hurried away. That is, not long after Qin Feng disappeared, a figure slowly appeared. It was an old man, with a look of surprise on his wrinkled face. He looked at Qin Feng's leaving back, and said to himself, "This kid is terrible. What a decisive character. I'm afraid his status is unusual. I must tell the lady as soon as possible." While speaking, the figure of this old man disappeared like a ghost. Hateful. Does the Ouyang family think my Qin family is really bullying? It's so arrogant. When Qin Feng returned to the Qin family and told Qin Shaodian about the attack on the road, everyone in the Qin family was furious. This is simply an act of contempt for the Qin family. The Ouyang family is a big family in Tiangang City, which has been spread for more than 1,000 years. The background is very terrifying. and we have only developed for more than 200 years. Of course they will not take it seriously. Qin Yong also had a gloomy expression. Feng, I didn't expect your strength to become so strong, so good. A smile appeared on Qin Xiaoyan's face as Qin Feng returned safely. He didn't expect that Qin Feng would kill more than 10 masters of Ouyang's family alone, and he hadn't been injured yet. It was a miracle. Grandpa, the Ouyang family will never give up easily, especially seeing that our Qin family is about to rise because of the vigorous development of Zhenyuan Dan. Qin Feng calmly analyzed. Fenger, do you have any ideas? Qin Yong asked curiously. Well, I do have a plan. The current strength of the Qin family is indeed not comparable to that of the Ouyang family. After all, the Ouyang family is too strong. If I am not mistaken, this Ouyang family is probably the same as our Qin family, and there are ancestors. As soon as these words came out, Qin Xiaoyan and Qin Yong both nodded and said yes, agreeing with Qin Feng's opinion. Seeing the increasingly serious expressions of the people, Qin Feng continued. Moreover, according to my guess, the person who attacked Grandpa was from the Ouyang family. I can also conclude that the true spiritual realm master of Ouyang family is definitely more than that. 1 or 2. This is a great threat to the Qin family. Qin Feng behaved very calmly. Chapter 83 Greedy Wolf Village. Fenger, you're right. Our Qin family really doesn't have the strength right now, and the Ouyang family is completely torn. Qin Xiaoyan let out a helpless sigh and said somewhat unwillingly. Qin Yong beside him was also unwilling, obviously unbearable. But Qin Feng's conversation suddenly changed, and a sneer appeared on his face. They don't know that I can refine the technique of alchemy, and the Qin family's Zhenyuan pill can be used by every family child. As long as the Qin family is given a little time to develop, we will be able to give birth to a large number of masters. Even if the Ouyang family is better at that time, we will be sure to contend with it. Yes. As soon as this statement came out, Qin Xiaoyan and Qin Yong's faces also showed a look of approval and a trace of excitement. They only considered the power of the Ouyang family, but ignored the great potential of the Qin family. The clansmen of the clan must experience some tempering before they can truly become strong. So I suggest that the clansmen of the clan should all go through and improve their combat power. A dazzling brilliance flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Hone, experience. Fenger, are you planning to let the Qin family members experience life and death battles, hardened by blood? That's right. Without a bit of cold, how can the plum blossoms smell scent? If you don't experience the baptism of blood, you just rely on the pill to improve your strength. No matter how powerful the cultivation base is, it will eventually be a paper tiger. Qin Feng had seen so many powerful people in his previous life, and his vision was naturally extraordinary. He relied too much on the elixir for improvement and was definitely not a good strategy. Only by fighting for fighting can we truly train elite masters. But if the people of the tribe are going to sharpen it, it takes a long time to prepare. Qin Yong gradually frowned. Qin Feng's proposal was very good, but where would he go to find his opponent to practice? Greed Wolf Village. Here is a bandit force on the outskirts of Tiangang City. We can use it to experience the family members. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at a place, and said indifferently. As a result, the situation was surging, and a plan that was enough to make a sensation in Tiangang City began to be proposed by Qin Feng. Greedy Wolf Village. Located on the outskirts of Tiangang City, in a mountain range 50 miles away. The terrain of this place is very steep, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. So Grilang Village has gradually become a large organization from a small force. Many warriors in Tiangang City have gone to encircle and suppress, but they have failed. Moreover, Wang Kuei, the master of the village, was a master of 9-layer body refining, and most people couldn't handle it at all. That night, the night was drowsy, with dark clouds. In a mountain range, the lights were brightly lit, and there were bursts of laughter and women's wailing sounds from time to time. Suddenly, the wind is surging. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared, and a group of dark shadows rushed toward the mountain range like a ghost. Hurrah! It's really exciting. Hurry up. In a clearing, several big guys were laughing frantically, and 3 undressed women were lying aggrieved on the ground, defiled by them. Boom! Suddenly, a strong man suddenly stiffened, and his body fell on the bonfire, splashing sparks. Be careful! All the big guys changed their complexions and reacted instantly. Unfortunately, they still reacted too late. As a cold voice sounded, a sharp and murderous atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. Kill. Endless killing intent, as if it can be transformed into substance. After that, black shadows appeared from the darkness and rushed out quickly. Swish swish. Knife light sword shadow, infuriating diffuse. A group of people were torn apart in the blink of an eye, and their vitality was cut off. What? The few women on the ground were so scared that they screamed and turned pale. Young master, none of them are left. One person holding a weapon respectfully reported to the young man in front of him. The young man turned around, showing a handsome face under the reflection of the fire. Qin Feng looked at the women calmly, with a hint of anger in his eyes, and secretly sighed in his heart. These women were obviously caught on the mountain by bandits and suffered humiliation. Send a few people to send them down the mountain, and the others will kill them all the way with me, and none of them can be spared. Chapter 84 Massacre. A few girls, don't be afraid. We are from the Qin family in Tiangang City. This time we are here to suppress the bandits. Qin Feng said comfortingly. Are you really from the Qin family in Tiangang City? A woman was surprised and crying in her tone. Yes. Do you know everything about this greedy wolf village? Qin Feng tried to inquire. We were all caught in the mountains by bandits today, and this is a hill on the outside, just for guarding. Then, every half an hour, there will be bandits here to take care of the guards. Thank you for your life-saving grace. But the bandits have ruined our innocence, and please benevolence must be the master for us. We take revenge. There was a hint of hatred in the woman's eyes. She looked pretty good, and it was a pity that she was so insulted by the bandits. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that when this sentence was just finished, this woman had too strong personality. She actually ran into a stone next to her. Boom! Blood splattered, and the woman instantly disappeared. Hateful! Qin Feng squeezed his fist fiercely. The woman's movements were too sudden. When he found out, there was no time to stop it. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng looked into the depths of the greedy wolf village, and he let out a low-pitched roar. Kill me! Whizzing! Everyone turned into an afterimage in the blink of an eye, and quickly hid in the dark night. It didn't take long for the mountain top to hear a silent breath of killing to the sky. No, an enemy has broken into the mountain. When Qin Feng and others reached the top of a mountain, a fat bandit man finally found them and couldn't help but yell. Dead! A member of the Qin family, holding a long sword, fiercely cleaved a sword energy and instantly cut the opponent's body into two pieces. Has it been discovered? Qin Feng's mouth raised a sneer and said in a low voice, Young master, what shall we do next? This top of the mountain is where the bandits and strongmen gather, and there are many masters in it. Among them there are many martial artists with eightfold body refining. Fighting is the fastest way to increase your strength. If you are afraid, it is impossible to really sharpen a tenacious martial arts heart. Kill. Use the blood of the enemy to pave the way for your future. Looking at everyone in front of him, Qin Feng's expression was extremely serious. Yes. Probably it was infected by Qin Feng's words. All of the Qin family members were full of enthusiasm in their hearts for a while, and they wished to rush in immediately and kill the quartet. The bandit inside, the strongest, is the eighth body refining. Although your cultivation base is not as high as them, as long as you cooperate well, you can definitely fight against it and kill. Qin Feng's eyes were like torches, and the leader rushed forward. Swish swish. The Qin family's popularity is fierce, like a wave, fearless. Kill. What? The battle broke out again, but the Qin family members were like demon gods, madly killing a famous mountain thief, with great momentum, so that those thief had no resistance at all, and they were all frightened. What makes the bandits most unwilling is that the people of the Qin family have enough pill to heal their wounds. Once they are injured, after taking one pill, they immediately become alive again. This is too bullying. He Feng, Jr., so bold. How dare you come to my greedy wolf village to be presumptuous? A burly man, like a chimpanzee, rushed out quickly, holding a huge battle axe in his hand. His aura was amazing. Chapter 85. Nothing is impossible. Humph. Don't care who we are. You just need to know that Greed Wolf Village will be destroyed today. With a sword in his hand, Qin Feng swiftly killed the phantom step. It's ridiculous. It doesn't matter what my greedy wolf village is, my Wang Kuei wants to see. What will you do to destroy my greedy Lang village? This strong man is Wang Kuei, the master of Greed Wolf Village. As soon as he saw Qin Feng rushing involuntarily, his eyes became darker. The wolf is anxious. Wang Kuei directly displayed his own stunts. Although he looked rough in appearance, he was very cautious in his mind. Seeing how many of his subordinates had been beheaded, even if he didn't understand the origins of Qin Feng and the others, he knew that these people were hard to deal with. This greedy wolf frenzy was his unique skill. Once relying on this martial skill, he only used 3 moves to kill the warriors of the same realm. With Wang Kuei's roar, the shadow of the axe filled the sky for a while, and it was like a big mountain pressing towards Qin Feng. That terrible momentum and amazing destructive power directly shrouded everything within 10 meters of the surrounding area. This Wang Kuei was so cruel, completely ignored, and returned to the subordinates of Greed Wolf Village within 10 meters. Retreat all. He will leave it to me. Qin Feng showed off his swordsmanship, resisted, and let out a solemn shout. The strength of this person is too strong, and the other members of the Qin family are simply unable to resist. A teenage boy who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Seeing that Qin Feng was planning to deal with him alone, Wang Kuei couldn't help but sneer. Young people are young people who are too arrogant and impulsive. In his opinion, this Qin Feng is so young, no matter how powerful it is impossible to go anywhere. The reason for being able to get here is purely because of the sneak attack and the large number of people. Boom! The fierce explosion of axe in the sky, as if containing spirituality, quickly swallowed Qin Feng's entire body. For a while, Qin Feng suffered an extremely astonishing tearing force around his body, and those shadows seemed to be about to shred his body. The power of every axe shadow is so amazing, greedy wolf frenzied, really extraordinary. Jia, kid, die for me. Seeing Qin Feng being overwhelmed by the shadow of the axe, Wang Kuei's face showed a smug smile. And then he yelled at the bandits around him. Kill them all for me. What? Many members of the Qin family were shocked when they saw this. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng would be solved by the other party, and they couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Hey, don't look at it. I can easily kill a warrior in the same realm with my attack. What can that kid do to resist? You guys let me die. Wang Kuei chuckled and ran the axe again, preparing to kill the people of the Qin family. Hee, it's boring. Suddenly, among the shadows of axe, there was a faint chuckle. Although the laughter was very light, it was like thunder, exploding in Wang Kuei's heart. Are you okay? How is this possible? Looking into the shadow of the axe in the sky, Wang Kuei yelled in silence. Boom! A fist shadow, terrifying and domineering, as if breaking a barrier, directly blasting those sky-filled axe shadows into powder. This attack power is really too weak. Qin Feng shook his head and stood unscathed, with a sneer on his face. It's impossible? How can you break my attack? Wang Kuei's face changed drastically, and he shouted in disbelief. Impossible? In front of my Qin Feng, nothing is impossible. Phantom step. Qin Feng turned his posture directly. His palms were condensed into fists, and he fiercely bombarded Wang Kuei's body. Chapter 86. Victory. Boom. In just 1 second, Wang Kuei, who was still aggressive just now, was shattered by Qin Feng's punch. Qin Feng, who had cultivated the Prince Ancient True Dragon technique, had such a terrifying physical strength that Wang Kuei couldn't imagine. Kill all the bandits, leave none. Looking at the surrounding mountains indifferently, Qin Feng said in a cold tone. Kill. At this moment, the members of the Qin family seemed to be greatly inspired. Their momentum became even more astonishing, and their murderous aura was even more triumphant. Tonight, they are destined to grow up in battles. Massacre. Crazy slaughter. All the bandits in Greed Wolf Village were all killed by the Qin family. After decades of arrogance, Greed Wolf Village was wiped out by the Qin family in a single night, with blood all over the sky. Young master, there is not a single bandit left. Only part of our Qin family was injured. No one has fallen. When the morning sun was about to rise, the Qin family members had settled everything and reported to Qin Feng. At this time, the Qin family members are full of murderous air, which makes people feel extraordinary at first sight. Kill. Fighting. This is a fast way for warriors to grow up. Although it has only passed overnight, their xinqing has been tempered, and they will never be afraid when they encounter enemies. Very well, tidy up this place and bring back all the wealth inside. When you return to Qin's house, you must digest your understanding last night. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and ordered. This time, no one fell from the Qin family. The main reason for this was Qin Feng's Jinyuan pill. In the battle, the role of Jinyuan Dan must not be underestimated. Every fight is a real life and death battle, and everyone's potential will be tapped at this time. With the help of the medicinal power of the Jinyuan pill, many people have exploded with their potential and raised a realm. Even for those who have not improved their realm, their overall strength has improved a lot. Now, Greed Wolf Village has been wiped out by us, but this is not the only place for you to experience. Ouyang Family Mansion. Dozens of people are standing in a hall with anxiety and doubt on their faces. What is going on? One night passed. Why didn't the dozen or so people sent out come back? There was no news at all. Ouyang Shou walked back and forth in the hall. The expression on his face was very gloomy. Patriarch, this matter is probably not easy. Is it possible that the person we sent out encountered an accident? It's impossible to be killed by Qin Feng. An elder of the Ouyang family began to speculate. Fart. Ouyang Xiu cursed directly. Among the people we sent out, there are 9 body refiners. Do you think they will be so easy to be killed by a trash kid? Ouyang Xiu stared at the elder fiercely, only thinking how stupid this person's head was. However, Ouyang Xiu really didn't understand. Where did those people go? Not even the dead bodies were left. Check. Go and check it out for me. With a roar from Ouyang Xiu, all the elders walked out of the hall with gray heads and faces. Father, do you think that Tian Yalu is playing a trick on it? Protecting Qin Feng's safety. In the main hall, only Ouyang Xiu and Ouyang Nian were left. Looking at his extremely anxious father, Ouyang Nian guessed. Impossible. What kind of background is the Tianya building? How powerful is the Tianya Chamber of Commerce behind it? Would you care about a small Qin family? Ouyang Xiu immediately shook his head and retorted. Now, the business of the Ouyang family has been suppressed by the Qin family, and more than a dozen of our masters have disappeared strangely. If it is not possible, I can only invite a few ancestors to appear and destroy the Qin family. In Ouyang Xiu's eyes, there was a cold, killing intent, and he said in a low voice. Hearing this, Ouyang Nian also raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, with murderous intent in his eyes. As long as a few ancestors took action, the Qin family could not stop it. Chapter 87 Reborn. Just when the Ouyang family was anxious, the Qin family began to prepare for the next massacre. The people of the Qin family, under the leadership of Qin Feng, concealed themselves and quietly began to wipe out the bandit forces near Tiangang City like a ghost. Kill. Constant killing. With the support of a large number of Jinyuan pills, all the members of the Qin family have obtained amazing benefits, and their forces have risen wildly at a leap. Finally, unknowingly, after half a month of killing, the Qin family members have been reborn without the knowledge of other Tiangang City forces. With the return of the killing again, a large number of Qin family members began to break through the current cultivation base, increasing their strength several times. Every member of the Qin family will absorb 3 Jinyuan pills almost every day. This is something that no family in Tiangang City can do. Only the people of the Qin family can enjoy it. With the support of such ample pill, and with the fighting, how could the Qin family members not be strong? Amazing, really amazing. Seeing a member of the Qin family who had grown up, Qin Shaodian and the elders of the Qin family were filled with emotion. The ability to increase the family's overall strength so much within half a month was something they had never thought of before. Today, of the more than 1,000 people of the Qin family, half of them have reached the 6th level of body refining, 1/5 of the 7th level of body refining, and more than 60 martial artists of the 8th level of body refining. What an exaggerated combat power. Even the Ouyang family, known as the strongest family, does not have such a powerful force. However, everyone understands that such changes in the Qin family are all because of Qin Feng. Fenger, I can't see him anymore. Looking at Qin Feng, who was guiding the Qin family members to practice, Qin Xiaodian said to himself, "Yeah, this little guy is simply unexpected. If he hadn't been paying attention since he was a child, I would have doubted whether he was Qin Feng of the Qin family." Qin Yong nodded and sighed. Now it should be almost done. Looking up at the sky, Qin Xiaoyan's face suddenly condensed with a cold, killing intent, and he calmly said, "Well, it's time to start with Ouyang's family." Qin Yong spit out these words coldly when he heard the words. Perceiving the murderous aura emanating from the two of them, Qin Feng's heart moved slightly. His eyes swept towards the two Qin Xiaodian, and he nodded in his heart. It's indeed time to do it. The sky is dim. Qin family. Linger seriously put on clothes for Qin Feng, combed his long hair carefully. A trace of worry was revealed in his smart eyes. Little lord. Looking at the man in front of him, Linger was a little flustered. After a while, when the sun rises, the Qin family will start. Linger, don't worry, I will be back. Qin Feng gently stroked Linger's hair and smiled softly. Among so many people in the Qin family, it was this girl that he cared most about. Then your words must be counted, and you must come back. Linger bit her lip and said seriously, "Well, don't worry," Qin Feng said with a smile. After that, Qin Feng got up and moved and pushed open the door. Lu Xianqing had long been waiting outside for Qin Feng. Since the restoration of Qin Feng's young master status, Lu Xianqing's status has also improved a lot, and few people can match it. Protect Linger. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Xianqing and instructed lightly. Young master, don't worry. Lu Xianqing replied respectfully and respectfully. He was sincere respect for Qin Feng, because he had witnessed the rise of Qin Feng step by step. As long as today passes and the Ouyang family is destroyed, the Qin family will be the true king of Tiangang City. Chapter 88. Do it. When Qin Feng and his party arrived at the main hall, the Qin family had long been waiting there, including all the elders of the Qin family. Fenger, are you ready? Qin Xiaoyan's face was full of solemnity. Grandpa, don't worry, we will definitely wipe out Ouyang's house this time. Qin Feng said confidently. I have already let the two ancestors out. As long as the ancestor of the Ouyang family takes action, both of them and I will try our best to stop them, and the others will be handed over to you. Do not worry. Qin Feng said slowly. Ouyang family, the most powerful trump card is their hidden ancestors, and the number is definitely more than 1 or 2. Although the Qin family had Qin Xiaodian and 2 ancestors, they must have been fighting hard. Rao is so, the Qin family can only make a move first, because the Ouyang family has long been eyeing the Qin family. Go! Qin Xiaodian screamed, and all of the Qin family members began to act. The sky is gray, as if breaking through the gray before dawn. Unknowingly, a ray of sunlight broke through the sky and fell down. The sun finally rose, and this ray of sunlight seemed so charming and sacred. At this time, it seemed that everything in the sky was full of vitality. Boom! Ouyang family mansion. That tall house collapsed. An astonishing blast sounded instantly throughout Tiangang City. In that deep city lord's mansion, Yi Tian carried his hands on his back and looked at the sky in the distance with cold eyes, muttering to himself, "This day, it will finally change." Kill! A crazy roar, with an endless killing aura, resounded through the entire Tiangang City, like 1,000 thunder rushing, shaking the sky trembling. At this time, the sky was just getting bright, and the entire Ouyang family mansion was quiet and defenseless. This roar made the Ouyang family overwhelmed. Swish swish, the waves are rolling. It seemed as if an endless wave of air suddenly turned into a rain of arrows, swept towards Ouyang's house. What? There are enemies. Help! This sudden attack caused all the sleeping people in the Ouyang family to wake up and shout, but before they could react, the terrible attack wiped out their vitality. Kill! The Qin family members were murderous, and with Qin Yang's command, The eyes of all the Qin family members exuded an indifferent killing light. The training for half a month has made them strong and decisive. Regardless of the state of mind and cultivation level, they have far surpassed the previous ones, and the improvement is huge. Body like a dragon and a tiger. Majestic. Fearless. This is the current situation of the Qin family. Who would dare to kill my Ouyang family member? An elder of the Ouyang family was furious and blasted a sword aura, folded his palms together, and blasted countless palm prints towards the surroundings with a magnificent momentum. The one who wants your life. Qin Yang's figure flashed past, and he pointed out a finger. Nebula means. The stars flickered, seemingly ordinary, but like that spark of fire could start a prairie fire, and the sky full of galaxies shrouded toward this person with vast power. The palm print of that elder was instantly shattered. Puff. The elder of the Ouyang family was blasted by the nebula fingers with countless holes in his body. Blood was flying, and his body collapsed to the ground weakly. You are from the Qin family. When you see Qin Yang's face clearly, the elder of the Ouyang family yelled unwillingly. The next moment, both eyes widened, but there was no sound. Sanshu is so powerful. Qin Feng followed, with a slightly startled expression. He didn't expect that Qin Yang, who acts in a low-key manner, would have such a terrifying combat effectiveness. His strength is so strong that even if it is not comparable to those of the true spirit realm masters, it is definitely not much different. Damn it, Qin family. You are so brave. You dare to attack my Ouyang family. You are simply seeking your own death. There was a roar, and only a group of people were seen rushing out of Ouyang's mansion like lightning. The headed person, fat as a pig, is Ouyang Xiao, the head of the Ouyang family. At this time, Ouyang Xiao was furious. His face was full of hideous anger. Ouyang Xiao didn't expect that a tiny Qin family would dare to come to Ouyang's family to commit crimes so boldly. Qin Yang, you are looking for death. Ouyang Xiao, I swear, your Qin family will no longer exist in Tiangang City from today. Is it? Qin Yang sneered indifferently. You have all started to count people from my Qin family secretly. Is it possible that our Qin family still has to sit still? As soon as he said this, Ouyang Xiao suddenly changed his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced gloomily at Qin Feng beside his eyes and said coldly, Unexpectedly, I underestimated you. You can actually be an elite master of my Ouyang family. Run away. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he spoke, the sound of terrible and neat steps suddenly came. I saw the people of the Qin family, armed with weapons, surrounded by real energy, and gathered toward Qin Feng and the others with a vigorous aura. They were covered in blood, like soldiers who had gone through the battlefield. Chapter 89 Not qualified enough. How can that be? Originally, Ouyang Xiao was still calm, but when he saw this group of powerful Qin family members, his heart trembled. Wow! A burst of air suddenly sounded. In the blink of an eye, the sky was full of stars, turning into a galaxy, blasting towards Ouyang Xiao fiercely. Nebula means, Qin Yang, how dare you attack me? Ouyang Xiao's ferocious roar, when he noticed the attack from the opponent, his bloated body escaped quietly and escaped dozens of meters away. Do not. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a scream came one after another. I saw Qin Feng's figure like a charm, and the long sword in his hand had actually smashed Ouyang's body. My son! Ouyang Xiao screamed out loud, showing fierceness. Qin Feng, I want you to pay for my life. Staring at Qin Feng fiercely, Ouyang Xiao's face showed an expression of incomparable resentment, and those eyes were like poisonous snakes, full of cruelty and killing intent. Crunchy. Accompanied by Ouyang Xiao's roar, the muscles on his bloated body actually began to twist, and the fat all over his body seemed to be stimulated and began to shrink crazily. Huangzhanju, I didn't expect you to practice such a magical skill. Seeing such changes in Ouyang Xiao's body, Qin Yang's face changed drastically. Mad fighting art is a martial art that explodes in combat power. Usually, it can continuously accumulate and store energy in the body. As long as the exercise is activated, those energy will burst out instantly, making the martial artist's strength rise. It's just that cultivating this technique is too difficult and painful, so few people practice it. Fenger, Join me to kill him. With the increase of the mad fighting technique, Ouyang Xiu's current strength is comparable to a true spirit realm warrior. Qin Yong reminded him seriously. It is good. Qin Feng squeezed the long sword in his hand and agreed with a deep voice. Die all to me. Ouyang Xiu grinned. His body moved suddenly, and he suddenly disappeared in place, and the floor under his feet opened a dense crack, spreading like a spider web. What? A member of the Qin family was suddenly torn into two halves by a terrible force. Blood was spattered, and blood was blurred. Jia jia jia. The icy laughter gradually sounded, as terrifying as a killer, only to see that the body of the Qin family member was actually grabbed by a thin man. Around this person's body, the real aura is majestic, and the aura is as strong as the real spirit realm. Is this the change brought about by that mad fighting technique? Seeing this thin figure in front of him, Qin Feng also began to secretly be cautious. Naturally, this man was what Ouyang Xiu looked like after running the mad fighting technique. Although his appearance had changed tremendously, his shadowy eyes remained unchanged. Perceiving the terrifying aura radiating from Ouyang Xiu's body, Qin Feng also had to sigh with emotion the power of the mad fighting technique. I only used this mad fighting technique 30 years ago. After 30 years of accumulation, the increase in power it brings is terrible to me. Today, all of you from the Qin family stay for me. Looking at Qin Feng and Qin Yong, Ouyang Xiu smiled incomparably. Boy, take your life. Ouyang Xiu grinned at Qin Feng, and suddenly, his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. Not good. Feeling Ouyang Xiu's movements, Qin Feng was slightly startled. Before he could react, he felt that a strong wind was coming and he wanted to destroy his body. Earth-splitting fist. At the most dangerous juncture, Qin Feng suddenly displayed the earth-splitting fist and greeted the opponent. Roll. Boom. Two powerful forces immediately collided together. Damn, Qin Feng, do you know how strong I am now? Your resistance is just in vain. Ouyang Xiu smiled crazily. His true energy was rolling, and the city was condensed like sword energy. After that, the power Qin Feng felt doubled again. In the blink of an eye, a majestic force actually rushed away from his fist and hit him fiercely. Puff! Qin Feng squirted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole person was shaken out. Boom! The powerful force blasted Qin Feng for several tens of meters and hit the wall. The collapsed wall and gravel instantly obliterated Qin Feng's body. Finger! Seeing Qin Feng being blown away by Ouyang Xiu, Qin Yong's face changed drastically and he roared out a voice. Stop yelling. You will go to see him soon. Looking at Qin Yong in front of him, Ouyang Xiu sneered contemptuously. He patted his palms and looked at the ruins where Qin Feng was. Unexpectedly, the Qin family trash that everyone ridicules is actually a peerless arrogant. It is terrifying to have such skills at such an age. It's just that the old man has accumulated strength for 30 years, especially what he can resist. I'm afraid this kid is already broken. Ouyang Xiu is very confident of his strength. TSK Tusk, the power is indeed strong, but it is not enough to kill me, Qin Feng. A sound that was almost mocking suddenly came from the debris of the wall. Chapter 90 Powerful Ouyang Xiu. Click. As the debris was rushed away, Qin Feng's figure slowly stood up and appeared in front of Ouyang Xiu. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. His face was indifferent, and the corner of his mouth raised a faint smile. What? This kid is all over, except that his clothes are a bit worn out, but his body is not hurt at all. When Ouyang Xiu saw Qin Feng's appearance, his face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes widened, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief, as if the person in front of him was a monster. How is this possible? How can you be unscathed? Even if the martial artist of the 9th layer of body refining is hit by me, he will definitely fall directly. You are all right. Looking at Qin Feng, Ouyang Xiu's expression changed drastically, full of horror. He couldn't believe that this killer move had not killed Qin Feng. This brat. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance safe and sound, Qin Yong let out a heavy sigh. His mind relaxed. Your offensive power is indeed very strong, but if you want to hurt me badly, it's a far cry. Qin Feng patted the dust on his body and said lightly, Huh, I didn't expect that the real enchanting character in the entire Qin family would be you. Hidden too deep. Who can expect the trash that everyone in Tiangang City laughs at is actually a monster genius who has never met in 1,000 years? Even the ninefold body refining is not as good as you. You have already taken action. It's my turn next. Qin Feng shook his head slightly and slowly smiled. His brows were slightly furrowed, and the body burst out with a murderous air, as if it could be condensed into substance, making the air tremble. Wow! The figure flickered, and everyone present could only see an afterimage passing by, and Qin Feng appeared in front of Ouyang Xiao in the blink of an eye. Drink! A fist, carrying the terrifying true energy, blasted out quickly, revealing an irresistible momentum. So fast, so strong. Ouyang Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, like sharp sword lights. Boy, do you really think you can defeat me? Go to hell. Ouyang Xiao's current real strength can completely contend with the true spirit realm. Even though Qin Feng is very enchanting, he is not afraid. When he saw Qin Feng rushing to him so arrogantly, he couldn't help but raised his head and laughed. This kid is really tired of his life. Fenger, watch out, Qin Yong exclaimed. He did not expect Qin Feng to dare to rush forward so boldly. In his opinion, no matter how powerful and talented Qin Feng is, he is only an eightfold martial artist. How can he deal with Ouyang Xiao, who has performed the mad fighting technique? Boom! A terrible energy burst out, and it instantly clashed with Ouyang Xiao's fist. At this moment, with the two as the center, a majestic airflow suddenly burst out, spreading towards the surroundings. Boom boom! Accompanied by a more frightening explosion, a figure suddenly and quickly flew out. Jia jia jia! What a powerful punch! Ouyang Xiao's figure was gradually revealed, and Qin Feng was blown out more than 10 meters away. Just when he confronted Ouyang Xiao's fist, Qin Feng felt an astonishing force of fist strength, and it struck his arm. That is, he was knocked out in an instant. Ouyang Xiao, whose strength is equal to that of a warrior in the real spirit realm, is obviously better than Qin Feng. Shoot together! Qin Yong shouted loudly. He had already decided in his heart to keep Qin Feng even if he couldn't destroy Ouyang's house this time. Because Qin Feng is the hope of the Qin family, with Qin Feng's talent and Qin Feng's age, given him enough time to grow up, he will have unlimited potential in the future. Everyone protect the young master. Many of the Qin family members also shouted in unison, and at the same time killed Ouyang Xiao. Haha, Mantis arm is a car. You trash, how could it be Ouyang Xiao's opponent? Give me death. While speaking, Ouyang Xiao's body suddenly radiated a more powerful force. This is the strength he has accumulated over the past 30 years. Under his full burst, how amazing it is. Give me all to die. Ouyang Xiao's body is like electricity, quickly moving through the crowd, where no one can reach. Boom boom. One by one Qin family members were lifted up fiercely by the enormous power, all vomiting blood, and their breath was disordered. Nebula means. Qin Yong performed his stunts continuously with both hands, turning into a little bit of starlight, curling towards Ouyang Xiao. Scatter! A majestic force was violently slammed by Ouyang Xiao, and the starlight was wiped out instantly. Humph! Ouyang Xiao quickly grabbed one of his hands, pinched Qin Yong's neck like a ghost, and said with a grinning laugh, "You are nothing but that." He locked his right hand firmly, causing Qin Yong to completely lose his resistance. Let go of patriarch. Hateful. The people of the Qin family suddenly exclaimed, and Qin Feng gritted his teeth with anger. Qin Feng, if you kill my son, then I will kill all your relatives and clansmen. Let you try the pain I have suffered. Crunch. As Ouyang Xiao's strength increased, Qin Yong's neck became more and more red, and he made a harsh sound. Stop. A burst of unwilling roars sounded again and again, and all the Qin family members attacked Ouyang Xiao with their stunts, trying to rescue Qin Yong. However, under Ouyang Xiao's strong strength, all of their attacks had no lethality at all. Chapter 91 True Spirit Realm. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Xiao laughed grimly. Seeing Qin Yong's breath getting weaker and weaker, Qin Feng's eyes burst out with a strange luster. Ouyang Xiao, you are looking for death. Boom. Qin Feng slammed on the ground with a violent earthquake, accompanied by a harsh rubbing sound. Before Ouyang Xiao recovered, a terrifying shadow of the fist had already attacked him. Boom! Ouyang Xiao's whole body was beaten into flight, naturally let go of Qin Yong, and he let out a painful wailing. Roar! At this moment, in a trance, Qin Feng's body heard a stunned dragon roar, resounding through the entire Tiangang city. Qin Feng, he actually blasted Ouyang Xiao with a punch, causing him to be hit hard? Buzz! The real energy lingered around the body. A powerful pressure gradually spread from Qin Feng's body, making people afraid to face it. The power of the true dragon. Qin Feng displayed the biggest ultimate move. In that fist attack, just now, there was a strand of true dragon power released by dragon scales. The power of the true dragon is so overbearing, even a true spirit realm warrior may not be able to resist his move. It's impossible, you are so strong. Have you practiced the technique of refining the body? Ouyang Xiao let out an incredible roar, his face pale and bloodless. His combat power is already terrifying, and Qin Feng can severely injure him. This can only be done by practicing the technique of body refining. Hearing Ouyang Xiao's roar, Qin Yong and others couldn't help but frown slightly. The Qin family didn't have the technique of refining the body. Where did Qin Feng get it? Old stuff, you are so nonsense. The power of the true dragon erupts. Boom! Qin Feng had a terrifying aura, like a true dragon. His fist gene exploded with earth-shaking power, and he slammed into Ouyang Xiao. Boom! In a burst of frantic attacks, Qin Feng's divine earth-splitting fist became more and more overbearing. Although the fist intent of this move was not suitable for him, the power he displayed was equally extremely powerful. Puff! Ouyang Xiao could barely resist at first, but the more he went back, the less he could fight back. Qin Feng's fist attack was really too tyrannical. It was just a moment of effort. Qin Feng suddenly seized a good opportunity, and his fist suddenly hit Ouyang Xiao's vital spot. Puff! Ouyang Xiao suddenly spewed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body was directly shattered by Qin Feng's fist and completely collapsed. Old ancestor, don't you guys still take action? Ouyang Xiao roared frantically, his voice resounding throughout Ouyang's house. Qin family, you are so brave to wait. A soaring momentum suddenly appeared, covering it like a mountain. Boom! Only seeing the void collapse, a black shadow quickly called. This person's voice is cold, with endless anger. This figure slowly approached, exuding a terrifying aura and killing intent, and the target was the Qin family. Puff! 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 Where this person's true chi passed, countless Qin family martial artists vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. Too strong. True spirit realm warrior. Unexpectedly, Ouyang's family finally used his whole cards. This person's breath is much stronger than Grandpa and the others. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked in his heart, holding the long sword in his hand tightly, and began to mobilize the power of the true dragon in the two dragon scales in his body. He must do his best. A series of cold chi radiated from the body of the person, and the space around his body seemed to be corroded, making a creaking sound. Humph! Such a vicious innocence. You attacked me in the first place, right? An angry shout came, showing endless momentum. Whizzing! The space changed again, and three figures appeared one after another. Qin Xiaodian and the two elders of the Qin family finally showed up. Chapter 92 Discovered by Accident. A trace of murderous aura filled Qin Xiaoyan's face, and a pair of tiger eyes locked on the comer. I saw that the other party was about 50 years old, and his whole body exuded a horrible atmosphere, which continued to spread out, raising dust on the ground. A cold face, long hair fluttering, an extraordinary demon. That delicate body made Qin Feng slightly surprised that the ancestor of the Ouyang family was actually a woman. Qin Xiaodian, you are so fateful, you are still alive. The old woman made a surprised voice, but it was more of a kind of indifference. Boom! The three of Qin Xiaodian took a step forward, with three powerful auras, bursting into the sky, and severely suppressed the old woman in front of him. Suddenly, all the warriors are going backwards. It is not that they do not move forward, but that the real spirit realm is too powerful, and it is not what they can resist. Something's wrong. standing far away. Qin Feng frowned suddenly and let out a low cry. Very abnormal. Qin Feng frowned more tightly, seeing that the four terrifying auras were fighting frantically, but he felt very abnormal in his heart. The Ouyang family is a family with a strong foundation. It has been developed for more than 1,000 years. If it is not compelling, the Qin family will never attack it lightly. Even at the very beginning, Qin Xiaotian and others were prepared. Once they failed, the Qin family would have to be removed from Tiangang City. After all, the Ouyang family is too powerful, and there must be some powerful ancestors hiding in the dark, and no one knows how terrible they are at the end of 1,000 years. There is only one ancestor in Ouyang's family. What about the other ancestors? It's impossible for Ouyang's family to be such an ancestor, right? This is absolutely impossible. And many more. Suddenly, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and he looked at the ancestor of the Ouyang family with a sudden shock in his heart. This ancestor of the Ouyang family, although his true energy and awe-inspiring aura were astonishing, there was a slight disorder. True qi disorder? Could it be? Qin Feng's mind moved quickly, and soon he had a bold guess. If what he expected is not bad, the other ancestors of the Ouyang family must be unable to show up in time at the critical moment of cultivation. The ancestor who appeared in front of him, his true energy was disordered and not solid. He was obviously suppressing and supporting him. Qin Feng, who had cultivated the primordial true dragon art, felt that he was naturally stronger than ordinary people, many times stronger. With his keen vision, Qin Feng could perceive that the body of the ancestor of the Ouyang family was trembling slightly. Grandpa, the two elders, this person's true energy is disordered, and his body is not in good condition. You must seize the opportunity to kill her. Qin Feng fiercely shouted for reminder. What? As soon as these words came out, whether it was Qin Xiaotian or the two ancestors of the Qin family, both their complexions changed slightly, and their eyes were tightly locked in front of the old woman. Fenger is right. This old woman's true energy is disordered, and her strength is obviously not in her heyday. After careful investigation, Qin Xiaotian and others also noticed the strangeness of the old woman. Kill. Qin Xiaotian's eyes condensed, and they roared together, and the true energy in their bodies turned more majestic. At this moment, it seems that the entire space is a stop. 3 astonishing auras hovered, shaking away the white clouds above their heads, making the warriors of the entire Tiangang city feel excited, and looked over. Damn little bastard. The ancestor of the Ouyang family gave Qin Feng a fierce look, his eyes filled with resentment and killing intent. But at this time, she had no chance to retaliate against Qin Feng, because the attack of Qin Xiaotian's trio had formed a killer move towards her. Rumble. The 4 clashed again. At this moment, everyone only heard thunderous noises. Qin Feng secretly marveled in his heart. The warriors of the true spirit realm were indeed much stronger than the body-refining realm. However, he was not too shocked. In his previous life, let alone a true spiritual realm, he had seen even a stronger power. Boom, boom. With the impact that shook the sky and the earth, the terrifying true qi burst out with countless waves of air, which completely shattered the Ouyang family's mansion. Chapter 93, Kill Ouyang's House. With the 4 Qin Xiaotian as the center, potholes quickly appeared, and the entire ground was in a mess. The power of the true spirit realm is indeed amazing. Even if I use the power of the true dragon to fight against the invincible sword intent, I can barely resist at most, and it is difficult to win. In Qin Feng's eyes, the golden light flickered, constantly watching the battle of Qin Xiaotian's people. The strength of the ancestor of the Ouyang family is stronger than that of Qin Xiaotian and the 2 ancestors, but now she is unable to display her true strength, so she has always been at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Ouyang family was beaten with no power to fight back. Black mist shrouded. Seeing that she was about to be defeated by the 3 of Qin Xiaotian, the face of the ancestor of the Ouyang family was distorted, and a scream was made in her mouth. She waved her palm, and a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared. The black mist seemed to be spiritual, and it moved with the wind, and it spread out with a bang, and every trace of the black mist revealed amazing vigor. Cracking tiger magic. Shuihan divine art. Yin-yang magic. Qin Xiaodian and the three of them all changed their complexions and displayed their unique skills one after another. Suddenly, within a kilometer, there was a gust of smoke and dust, and all the warriors closed their eyes and covered their faces. There were bursts of dazzling light, constantly flickering, and the terrifying air currents, even making their entire bodies continue to regress. Qin Feng didn't move at all. His body was far beyond the others, so he could still watch the battle clearly. The black mist is lingering. I didn't expect that there is such a terrifying power in these black mists. What is even more strange is that this kind of innocence is like a ghost, which can quietly corrode the opponent's innocence. In the long run, the ancestor of the Ouyang family may be afraid will regain the advantage. Chong. Qin Feng suddenly waved the long sword in his hand, the sword intent swirling around the blade, ready to step forward to help at any time. The sky was filled with black fog, occasionally mixed with fire and water, and a shadow of a tiger, all with terrible killing intent. Not good. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Ouyang family let out a scream, and the true energy in his body violently violent, and then his body trembles violently. Obviously, the situation is not good. Dead. How can you despise the master clash? Although it was just a blink of an eye, it was enough for the opponent to seize the flaw. In an instant, Qin Xiaodian and the two ancestors had their eyes flashed and quickly displayed a killer move, blasting towards the Ouyang family ancestor. Boom! Accompanied by three terrible attacks, the ancestor of the Ouyang family was finally shattered to pieces by the three, and a rain of blood fell. Cul. Qin Xiaodian and the three people withdrew their true qi at the same time, all panting. Unexpectedly, we can really kill a real spirit realm 4-tier warrior. Qin Xiaodian let out a sigh of emotion. Yes, this time we are all lucky. I didn't expect Qin Feng to detect the anomaly of the Ouyang family ancestor, so that we can take action without any scruples. Elder Qin family nodded in agreement. It is no wonder that Ouyang's family is so arrogant. It is indeed the strongest family in Tiangang City. If she can exert her full strength, I am afraid that the three of us will not be able to survive together. The second elder of the Qin family sighed. The three strong men slightly closed their eyes and adjusted their breath for a while, and then began to search Ouyang's mansion, but no other masters were found. It seems that this Ouyang family really only has one true spiritual realm master. This also made Qin Xiaodian and the three people finally breathed a sigh of relief. It can be said that this time they raided Ouyang's house. They were lucky. However, Qin Feng always felt something was wrong. He always felt in the dark, as if he had a pair of eyes staring at them indifferently. What happened? Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Is this an illusion or something else? Take all the property of the Ouyang family, and all Ouyang family members who dare to resist will be executed. Qin Xiaodian roared loudly, his face full of excitement. This time, there will be no power that can stop the rise of the Qin family again. Yes, the people of the Qin family are equally happy. When Qin Feng and his party left and began to raid Ouyang's house, a low, unwilling roar came out in a very hidden place. Qin family, I will never give up this hatred. I must make all of you hard to die. In the void, there was a violent shock, and the pervasive true energy was very disordered, but the voice was as terrifying as a devil. Qin family, really destroy the Ouyang family. When the Qin family came out of Ouyang's house with great popularity, those families who were watching were all stunned. They couldn't believe that a Qin family that had developed for 200 years could actually destroy the powerful Ouyang family. Isn't this a dream? However, besides being shocked, everyone felt a panic of fear for the power that the Qin family had burst out. There are 3 warriors in the real spirit realm in Qinjiao. Moreover, those members of the Qin family are all decisive, and the strength of each one is that powerful. Such a powerful Qin family is enough to shock all the forces in Tiangang City. Who dares to stop? Unmanned. Suddenly, all the Tiangang City families began to congratulate the Qin family, form alliances, and apologize. All the forces understand that now there is no one who can compete with the Qin family. Not long after that, the Qin family gave a big banquet, and what made everyone's face changed again was that the city Lord Yitian was also invited. It is obvious that the Qin family and the city lord's mansion may also have something to do with each other. The movement of the battle that day was so huge, but the city lord's mansion did not show up to stop it. If it was not intentional, it would not make sense. As a result, other forces would not even dare to oppose the Qin family. However, during the banquet this time, everyone showed face, but there was still a family that did not participate. This family is the Chu family in Tiangang City. Chapter 94 Chu Family. Unexpectedly, the Ouyang family's background is so terrifying, and the wealth and resources they have are simply scary, far more than our Qin family. In just a few days, all the resources and property of the Ouyang family were all annexed by the Qin family. Sitting in the main hall of the family, Qin Yong smiled at everyone in the Qin family. Yes, since we annexed the Ouyang family, the status of the family can be said to be in such a high level, no one dares to mess with it. Now, not only is Tianila cooperating with us, but even the city lord's mansion is behind us to support us. Just ask who else dare to disrespect the Qin family. The elders of the Qin family also laughed and said, "By the way, with the powerful exercises and martial arts of the Ouyang family, the overall strength of our Qin family will be further improved." Yes, Ouyang's family also treasures a lot of weapons. During the discussion, it can be seen that everyone seemed very excited. However, even though our Qin family has the potential to become the first family of Tiangang City, there are still people who are provoking us. An elder of the Qin family, with a bit of indifference on his face, said in a deep voice. This person is an elder of the Qin family, named Qin Shun, who is very loyal to the Qin family. He has a mild personality and rarely gets angry. Qin Shun, what's the matter? Qin Yong frowned and asked. Yeah, Qin Shun, who else dares to provoke our Qin family so boldly? Some elders questioned one after another. Chu family in Tiangang City. Qin Shun replied with a very gloomy expression. The Chu family? Lu Xianqing, who was waiting next to Qin Feng, seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Lu Xianqing, don't you know this Chu family well? Qin Feng asked casually. At this time, the other people in the main hall looked at Lu Xianqing at the same time, showing curiosity. Tell the young master, I do know something about the Chu family. Although the Chu family is not as arrogant as the Ouyang family, and it has never been related to our Qin family. But their background is definitely not to be underestimated. On this day, Gangsheng has been low-key development for 600 years, and it can be called a good force. Well, I have heard of this. The Chu family is indeed very low-key, and there is almost no news. However, the Chu family and my Qin family are both well-watered and not offending river water. Why is the Chu family returning now after the Qin family has grown more rampant? Qin Yong frowned and said in a deep voice. After naturally taking over as patriarch, Qin Yong's majesty gradually increased, and his words and deeds showed a bit of momentum. To tell the patriarch, the Chu family was really low-key before, but recently it has become extremely high-key. When our Qin family took over the Ouyang family's properties, the Chu family always made things difficult. Moreover, there is a mine that was directly occupied by the Chu family. I went to find them to return it yesterday, but was rejected. When talking about this, Qin Shen's face had already turned green, obviously not reconciled. Huh. Even though the Chu family has developed for more than 600 years, it is impossible to be so rampant. I am afraid there are other reasons for this. Qin Feng said in a deep voice. For Qin Feng, a young junior, and the elders present, no one dared to despise him. At this time, upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, Qin Shen hurriedly replied respectfully. Young Master Qin Feng, you don't know that, although the Chu family did not have a long development time, they have something to do with the Qingyun City Lin family. It is said that not long ago, the Chu family's lady had already made an appointment with a certain genius of the Lin family, so their Chu family became such a high profile. Qingyun City, Lin's house. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the main hall of the Qin family frowned slightly. Qingyun City, it was even more powerful than Tiangang City. For the entire Sacred Dragon dynasty, Tiangang City was just a trivial small city, as small as an ant. However, Qingyun City was the largest city in the Sacred Dragon dynasty. In addition to this, in the Qingyun city, the Lin family is a very powerful ancient family, whose background is many times stronger than the Ouyang family. At this time, everyone in the Qin family understood this situation, naturally a little embarrassed. Fenger, what do you think? This fact is difficult to resolve, and Qin Yong cannot make a choice. Since the last battle, Qin Shaodian and the two ancestors began to retreat again, so now the entire Qin family can only rely on him and Qin Feng. Although Qingyun City is not weak, the Lin family is indeed strong. However, this is not Qingyun City, but Tiangang City. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a low sneer in his mouth. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the Qin family present only felt a chill, which spread out from Qin Feng's body. During some discussions, Qin Feng gradually left the main hall, and now Qin Yong presided over the Qin family, and he believed that Qin Yong would make the best choice. You must know that the current Qin family is backed by Tianya Tower and sheltered by the city lord's mansion. No matter how presumptuous the Chu family is, they will never act rashly. Young master, Miss Linger's sweetheart, I have already investigated clearly. That kid is a guard in the city lord's mansion, named Yi Linyu, has 8 levels of cultivation base. And he is also the righteous son of city lord Yi Tian. Lu Xianqing, who followed Qin Feng, whispered truthfully, telling all the news of the investigation. Yi Linyu. Qin Feng nodded and nodded, with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. Linger is the person he cares most about, and the debt he owed to her in the previous life must be repaid in this life. What is Yi Linyu's behavior? Qin Feng asked again. His character is loyal and honest, and his heart is not bad. He has been cultivated by the city owner since he was a child, and his character will never be bad. Lu Xianqing said respectfully. Yes, not bad. Hearing this answer, Qin Feng was finally relieved. If Yi Linyu's conduct is not good, even if he offends city lord Yi Tian, he must give Yi Linyu a severe lesson and never let Linger be wronged. No matter how you investigate this matter carefully, after all, it is related to Linger's happiness. You must not rush it. Between Qin Feng's words, there was a momentum that could not be rejected. Lu Xianqing told him that Linger had a sweetheart. This little girl, he has always treated her as his own sister. So in any case, as long as the two are suitable, no matter how difficult it is, he wants to make Linger happy. Chapter 95 Yi Linyu. Although following Qin Feng's side for a long time, Lu Xianqing still felt an inexplicable pressure. He quickly and respectfully agreed. You can rest assured, the young master, I will definitely handle this matter. Qin Feng nodded and said casually, Let's go shopping everywhere. It's still quite lively. Seeing the flow of people in front of him, Qin Feng said with emotion. In his previous life, he had never appreciated the scene of the city so peacefully, and now he is quite happy when he sees all the smiles of those teenagers. Lu Xianqing couldn't help but shocked. He didn't know why. He always felt that Qin Feng had gone through a lot of things, and he would always exude the vicissitudes of life. Suddenly, Lu Xuanqing's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed at Qin Feng, Young master, look there, it's Miss Linger. The boy next to him is Yi Linyu. When Qin Feng heard the words, his eyes swept away. Sure enough, in the crowded crowd, I saw a young girl who was dragging a simple boy in front of a satin shop, talking and laughing. Linger chooses silk and satin from time to time and points to something. Xiao's face is full of joy, and the young man also has soft eyes and nods from time to time. It looks pretty good. Seeing the two of them so happy, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As he spoke, he carried his hands on his back and walked towards the two of them. It seems that young master prefers black clothes. Linger frowned and said, Linger, you have chosen for so long. I think this color is also quite good. How about just buy this? Yi Linyu said helplessly. He was shopping with Linger, but he didn't expect that this little girl was buying new silk and satin clothes for Qin Feng, which made him a little bit dumbfounded. What? You seem unhappy. Linger pursed her mouth, her smart eyes staring at Yi Linyu fiercely. Cough, cough. Dare not dare. Go shopping with Linger. I am 100 happy. Seeing Linger angry, Yi Linyu's honest face suddenly became anxious. It's almost the same. Linger wrinkled her little nose, smiled happily on Xiao's face, and then chose a cyan silk and said with a smile, Well, This should be suitable for you. As soon as this remark came out, Yilin was a little unhappy before and disappeared instantly with a smile on his face. It seems that Linger cares about him very much too. Oh, Linger, you have forgotten me because you have a sweetheart. When the two were choosing, a light laugh suddenly came over. Ah, young master, why are you here? Hearing this sound, Linger blinked her eyelids, turned her head a little embarrassed, and saw that Qin Feng was standing by her side. Hey, Lu Xianqing and I went out for a stroll. I didn't expect to see you guys talking and laughing here, Qin Feng said with a smile. Seeing the happy smile on Linger's face, a stone in his heart finally fell. As long as this little girl is arranged, he can leave Tiangang City with confidence and head to the broader sky. Tiangang City, after all, is not his long stay. However, he couldn't easily hand Linger to a person of bad character. Your name is Yilin? Qin Feng looked at Yilin next to him faintly. Yes, young master Qin Feng, hello. I don't know why, but Yilin, who usually follows Yi Tian and has seen many big people, is inexplicably nervous after seeing Qin Feng. Especially the other person's eyes, like the deepest black hole, seemed to see through his heart. This invisible pressure made him even afraid to take a breath. Do you like Linger? Qin Feng asked earnestly with a full face. A powerful aura on his body instantly enveloped Yilin. Terrible. It is terrible. This powerful momentum made Yilin's complexion constantly change. At this moment, Qin Feng was like a real dragon high above, as if it could smash him easily. Drops of sweat slipped from Yilin's face, and he seemed to lose the strength to move. This guy, he is so young. He has such a cultivation base, such a momentum. I'm afraid that the foster father is nothing but this, right? It's terrible. Yilin's face became paler and paler, and Linger next to him was curious. Seeing him sweating profusely, he didn't know what happened. But she didn't know, but it didn't mean Lu Xianqing didn't understand. Seeing Yilin's support so hard, he was quite shocked. How exaggerated is young Master Qin Feng's strength? Just using his aura makes Yilin unable to move? If he tries his best, I'm afraid the true spirit realm martial artist can also contend. Furthermore, he is very close to Qin Feng, but he is not affected, which shows how perfect Qin Feng's aura is controlled. Chapter 96 by a horse. Do you like Linger? Qin Feng asked again, feeling quite satisfied with Yilin in his heart. His aura was very powerful, and even contained a trace of dragon power, which ordinary people couldn't resist. I like Linger very much. I am willing to take care of her forever. Yilin clenched his teeth and replied with great determination. He endured the pressure on his body bitterly with an unyielding expression on his face. Wow! Qin Feng withdrew his momentum. Yilin's whole body shook slightly and almost fell to the ground. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded very satisfied, then touched Linger's head and smiled lightly. Yilin is indeed worthy of trust. Under the pressure of that kind of aura, it is impossible for him to tell lies at all. If Linger hands it to him, Qin Feng can really rest assured. You guys go shopping, Lu Xianqing, let's go. Qin Feng patted Yilin on the shoulder and said with approval. Looking at Qin Feng's leaving figure, Yilin couldn't help letting out a big breath. At this moment, he finally understood why his adoptive father valued Qin Feng so much, that the other party was too enchanting. Lin, are you okay? Seeing Yilin sweating profusely, Linger couldn't help asking with concern. I'm fine, Linger, young Master Qin Feng, is really powerful. Yilin wiped off the sweat on his forehead and sighed with emotion. Young Master, where are we going? Looking at Qin Feng in front, Lu Xianqing followed closely and asked curiously. Wander around. Hey, what is that? Qin Feng noticed a group of people gathered in the distance and couldn't help feeling curious. Walking over slowly, I saw a fat man who was shouting loudly. Let's take a look. All kinds of mount monsters. Don't miss it. Behind this man, a tamed monster mount was being locked in a cage. Young Master, this person is a small vendor who sells mounts of monsters, but there are enough mounts in our family. As the elder of the Qin family, Lu Xianqing naturally knows everything about the family very well. Okay. Qin Feng nodded, not paying too much attention. Although the monsters looked good, based on his experience, They were actually not strong and belonged to the inferior monsters. Huh? These monsters. Just when Qin Feng was about to leave, a group of dark horses suddenly appeared in his field of vision, with sharp black thorns growing on the eyebrows of those dark horses. Black Wind Dragon Shadow Horse. This Black Wind Dragon Shadow Horse belongs to the fierce beast level, but has a mild personality, so it is often used as a mount, and the price is very expensive. Even the worst Black Wind Dragon Shadow Horse can be bought at a cost of 10,000 taels, and those with good quality are worth hundreds of thousands. What? Only 800 taels. After seeing the selling price of these Black Wind Dragon Shadow Horses, Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Hey, what a pity. The Black Wind Dragon and Shadow Horse at this price. You can imagine how poor the quality is, almost useless. If you look closely, you can clearly find that these Black Wind Dragon Shadow Horses are very weak. There is no divine light in their eyes. They are obviously congenital deficiency, lack of vitality and spirit. Young master, these Black Wind Dragon Shadow Horses are too bad. Even if they spend resources to feed them, they can't ride them. Lu Xinxing looked at Qin Feng's gaze, falling on this group of useless horses, and could not help but reminded him. Well, it's really bad. Everyone is useless. Forget it, you can buy them all. Lu Xinxing heard Qin Feng's words before and was ready to nod her head in recognition, but her eyes widened immediately. What? Buy them all? Of course, this group of horses is useful for me. There was a feeling of eagerness in Qin Feng's tone. These horses might not be of much use to others, but they were different to him. Don't forget, he is an alchemist. Pills can not only be taken by humans, but also by those monsters. The magical effect is extraordinary. Buy it all for me, Qin Feng said again. Yes. Although it cost more than 8,000 taels, to the Qin family, it was not a big price. Naturally, Lu Xinxing would not disobey Qin Feng's will, and quickly walked over to talk to the vendors. At this moment, a very aggrieved voice sounded. Although it was far away and the voice was not clear, it made Qin Feng frown. I really didn't mean it. You ran into it yourself. Who is bullying Linger again? Qin Feng's face instantly turned, and he walked in the direction where the sound was coming from without saying a word. Chapter 97 Conflict. Not far away, I saw a group of people surrounding Linger and Yi Linyu aggressively. A contemptuous anger came out from a woman's mouth. What? You just want to leave like this? Do you know how expensive my fabric is? Can you afford it? You dare to bargain with me here. What a ridiculous thing. The woman who was talking was full of contempt. She looked only about 25 years old. She had a good appearance, a tall figure, and a very luxurious dress. At first glance, she was no ordinary person. Behind her, a total of 7 people are protecting her, and everyone's cultivation is very powerful. They looked indifferent, with a somewhat optimistic appearance, and did not take Yi Linyu and the other 2 in their hearts at all. Your Excellency, are you too much? It's normal for everyone to collide with each other in such a crowded situation now. Besides, it is not our responsibility this time. Yi Linyu guarded Linger's body and shouted in a deep voice with a cold face. Oh, you're so courageous? Don't you think it's Miss Ben, who deliberately collided with this little and wanted to pick something up? The woman's expression became even more rampant. You little bitch, don't think that I don't know your identity. Aren't you a servant girl of the Qin family? Although the Qin family has grown in power, it is not your turn to be a servant girl in front of me. Others will be jealous of your Qin family, but my Chu family doesn't put the Qin family in their eyes at all. This woman took a bite of a little bitch, making Linger her pretty face pale with anger, and she was aggrieved, but after learning the identity of the other party, her body trembled slightly. Not only her, even Yi Linyu's expression became more solemn after hearing that the other party was from the Chu family. As the son of the city lord, he was very aware of the power of the Chu family, and with the relationship between the Lin family behind it. Even Yi Tian would be afraid of 3 points. However, although the opponent's background is tyrannical, it does not mean that Yi Linyu will give in. Yi Linyu's anger has long been angered by this woman's rude words to Linger. Shut up, bull. Seeing that Yi Linyu dared to yell rudely, the guards behind the woman took a step forward, screamed, and released an amazing aura. Suddenly, the onlookers all around felt a majestic pressure covering them. What a powerful strength, The strength of these guards is at least the 8th body refining. Among the onlookers, someone shouted in horror. That kid is in trouble. This woman is Chu Mingyu, the eldest lady of the Chu family, and that girl is just a servant of the Qin family. Even though the Qin family is very powerful now, it is impossible to offend the Chu family for a servant. Yeah, the background of the Chu family is not so strong. It is said that Chu Mingyu's fiancé is the son of the Qinyun City Lin family. Very scary. The surrounding discussion suddenly made Chu Mingyu of the Chu family even more violent, and his tone became more and more arrogant. You are so courageous, you dare to yell at me? Two devilish things, you should listen to me. Either pay me 10,000 taels, or kneel down and kowtow to me. I might also consider bypassing both of you. Despicable stuff. You, how can you do this? Linger's character is weak, and she doesn't know how to scold someone if she wants to scold someone. Her face is pale with anger. This woman is simply hateful. Don't kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, it will annoy me, and the Qin family will not be able to protect you too no matter how powerful it is. Chu Mingyu yelled triumphantly again. The beautiful appearance seemed so ugly. Haha, the Chu family, how domineering. At this moment, a sneer came from afar. As this sneer sounded, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly froze, and in an instant it became extremely depressed. Who? This indifferent voice caused Chu Mingyu's arrogant and pretty face to change slightly. Little Lord. Linger suddenly looked at Qin Feng in surprise, and Yi Linyu, who was about to do it, was also relieved. You know that none of Chu Mingyu's guards can handle it. He was alone, not sure to win. Linger, are you all right? Looking at Linger and Yi Linyu, Qin Feng frowned and asked, We are okay, but fortunately you arrived in time. They are very good. Okay. Qin Feng nodded lightly, scanning the Chu family and the others with a calm face. Yo? Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Qin Feng, the trash young master of the Qin family. Chu Mingyu, who was on the other side, suddenly laughed contemptuously. Along with her ridicule, Qin Feng walked towards her step by step. Boy, what do you want to do? The guards standing next to Chu Mingyu instantly guarded Chu Mingyu's side to protect her safety. Don't care, this Qin Feng's famous trash is still trash after more than 10 years of cultivation. I am a martial artist with the 7th level of body refining. What does he use to deal with me? Chu Mingyu raised his head proudly, his face full of disdain. The eldest lady is right. Let us teach him a lesson and see if the Qin family has the courage to trouble our Chu family. A guard of Chu's house, with a sneer on his face, walked towards Qin Feng. Chapter 98, Are you qualified? Well, the Qin family is really going to be pressured. A mere little maid dared to challenge me here. I must make her kneel down and kowtow to me today. Could it be that the Qin family really thought it would defeat the Ouyang family, and there was no one? Can it be blocked? It's ridiculous. Chu Mingyu laughed mockingly again. Drink. The Chu family's guard uttered a low, stern shout, his body like a mountain, blasting towards Qin Feng. In this person, the true energy is endless, the momentum is strong, and it is not a simple character at first glance. Boom. However, Qin Feng just waved his hand slightly, and the seemingly powerful guard was blown out abruptly. Terrible. It is terrible. This Chu family's guard is a martial artist with 8 layers of body refining. So can't even Qin Feng's move be handled? Puff. The Chu family's guard fell to the ground fiercely, blood spurted from his mouth, and his body collapsed to the ground like mud, even breathless. What? How is this possible? Qin Feng's methods instantly stunned countless people present. No one could imagine that the legendary Qin clan's waist would hit an 8-tiered martial artist with a single move. Is this really that waist Qin Feng? Seeing Qin Feng's strength, all those present were completely ruined. If such people are called trash, then they really want to be trash. So strong. Yi Linyu, who was guarding Linger, had a deep shock in his eyes. He knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, but he never expected it to be so enchanting. What a courage! The remaining Chu family guards roared at the same time and attacked Qin Feng. Roll! Qin Feng yelled in a low voice, walking like the wind. Phantom step. With the mysterious and unpredictable phantom step, Qin Feng turned into a ghost and blasted out with a punch. Boom boom. These menacing guards didn't even see Qin Feng's movements. and they all flew out by Qin Feng, falling to the ground and vomiting blood. Wow! As soon as the figure moved, Qin Feng came to Chu Mingyu in the blink of an eye. You, what do you want to do? Qin Feng, I warn you, I am from the Chu family. If you are a maid, you dare to do it to me. Our Chu family will never die with your Qin family. Looking at the boy in front of him, with a cold smile on his face, Chu Mingyu only felt a chill grow from behind. What she said is also very reasonable. After all, it can be seen from the guards that the strength of the Chu family cannot be underestimated. Qin Feng, you are a smart person. I don't think you will offend our Chu family for the sake of a maid. Now if you hurt our Chu family's guard, you must apologize to us. Otherwise your patriarch will not be able to protect you. Seeing Qin Feng's silence, Chu Mingyu thought that Qin Feng was scared, so he became arrogant again. Haha. Qin Feng shook his head and chuckles, waving a hand quickly. Call. That terrible force made the air roar. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Qin Feng is planning to slap Chu Mingyu? Stop. At this moment, an angry roar sounded from a distance, followed by a powerful momentum, sweeping towards Qin Feng. Snapped. This slap was sharp and sharp, making everyone dumbfounded. Chu Mingyu's eyes widened. Qin Feng, for a little maid, actually dare to slap Chu Mingyu? This slap was really merciless, because Chu Mingyu's face instantly became red and swollen. She stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, as if she hadn't recovered. Do you dare to hit me? This sentence was also a question from everyone present, and no one expected Qin Feng to be so bold. How about hitting you? Qin Feng replied with a sneer. Qin Feng, you trash, just for a little maid. How dare you act on me, Chu Mingyu? Finally, Chu Mingyu recovered and suddenly screamed and roared. Call. Qin Feng raised his right hand again, preparing to slap her again. Presumptuous. The roar in the distance sounded again, only to see one person rushing over quickly, and all the warriors were shaken away by his momentum. This man was a young man. His steps were like the wind, and his spirit was magnificent. It seemed that the whole ground was trembling while running. Obviously his strength was very good. Southern. Seeing this young man appear, Chu Mingyu cried aggrievedly and blushed and rushed towards him. Don't cry, I will avenge you. The young man patted Chu Mingyu on the back and comforted. Immediately, he stared at Qin Feng slowly, his eyes full of arrogance, as if he was looking at an ant, scanning Qin Feng. Young Master Qin family, Qin Feng? You are really young and energetic, too impulsive. Do you know that what you did just now has angered me? Now, I want you to apologize to my Mingyu. Your maid has to kneel down and beg for mercy. This person's tone was very cold, as if Qin Feng would pay a heavy price if he didn't follow suit. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the man in front of him, raised a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, and shook his head calmly. Let me apologize, are you qualified? Chapter 99 Lin Nantian shot. Huh. Qin Feng's words instantly made this man's face gloomy, his eyes as cold as snow and ice. My name is Lin Nantian, the second young master of the Lin family in Qinyan City. Your Qin family is indeed one of the best in Tiangang City, but compared with mine, it is like a cloud and mud. I can forgive your rudeness, but you must apologize to Mingyu and let the girl kneel to beg for mercy. After Lin Nantian revealed his identity, all the onlookers present were shocked and looked at him with awe. Qinyan City Lin family, that's a superpower. It's more terrifying than any family in Tiangang City. Yeah, Qin Feng of the Qin family. I am afraid that he is in a big trouble, and he actually contradicts this powerful young man. How will Qin Feng end up now? How can it end? Of course it's an apology. Who would go to the Lin family for a little maid? I think so too. However, at this age of Qin Feng, his strength is so good, his talent is really a monster. Sooner or later the Qin family will grow. Lin Nantian caught all the people's comments in his ears, and a touch of pride and arrogance appeared on his face. How are you thinking about it? Is it to be an enemy of my Lin family, or to turn fighting into jade? Lin Nantian looked at Qin Feng contemptuously and said. Linger and Yi Linyu behind Qin Feng were already nervous. The current situation was beyond their control, especially Linger was flustered and at a loss. Although she has a simple mind and understands that Qin Feng will not give up on her, she knows better that the Qin family is definitely not the right choice to provoke the Lin family now. Young master, I apologize, Linger said, eyes flushed, and she didn't want to see Qin Feng getting into trouble for her. However, at this moment, Qin Feng's mouth raised a sneer, looking at Lin Nantian. His eyes narrowed slightly and turned into two electric glows. I still said that. What qualifications do you have? What? When Qin Feng said this, even Lin Nanshan's eyes widened. What a powerful family was the Lin family in Qinyan City. If Qin Feng hadn't had a brain disease, it would definitely be impossible to provoke it. However, the fact is that Qin Feng did not constrain at all, as always arrogant. This made Lin Nantian completely angry. Does Qin Feng really dare to challenge Lin's family? No, this kid is too crazy. Even if he is talented, it is not the right choice to offend the Lin family. This way he will hurt the entire Qin family. The Qin family finally had the opportunity to grow and develop, but it was a pity that this kid would cut it off unexpectedly. If you provoke the Lin family, the Qin family can't keep Qin Feng at all, and even the entire family may be destroyed. Everyone's discussion sounded obviously not optimistic about Qin Feng's behavior, and some people took the opportunity to ridicule. Very good. Qin Feng, you are really arrogant. It seems that today, I have to polish for the Qin family. You are a defiant thing. Let you know who you should not provoke. Boom. This Lin Nantian obviously moved the real fire, and as soon as the voice fell, he had enough real energy to attack Qin Feng. When he stepped on the ground, a crack in the entire ground opened, and his fingers turned into a sky full of brilliance like eagle claws, and quickly enveloped towards Qin Feng. What a fast speed! Like lightning. Lin Nanshan's strength is indeed powerful. He is a martial artist with 9 levels of body refining. Having reached this level at such an age, it can be seen how terrifying the Lin family's background is. You must know that many elders in Tiangang City do not have this level of cultivation. Chapter 100 Rush Nantan. Seeing Lin Nanshan's move, Linger's pretty face suddenly changed. Yi Linyu, protect Linger. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he shouted in a low voice. I certainly will. Yi Linyu nodded hurriedly. Boy, kneel down for me. The terrible eagle claws infuriated, tearing the air, making a harsh rubbing sound, and came to Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. You are not qualified yet. Qin Feng sneered, and his right fist blasted out. Regarding Lin Nantian, he really didn't care about it. Even if the opponent was in the true spirit realm, he was sure to contend, let alone just a 9-fold body refining. Roll! Qin Feng's fist was full of vitality and rushed towards Yingkla's vitality like a broken bamboo. Boom! In the shocking eyes of everyone, the attacks of the two clashed together in an instant, and a flow of air madly spread in a horrible blast. Boom boom. The bodies of the onlookers all quit uncontrollably, and some people even vomited blood. Their attack was so terrifying. Laugh. The bodies of Qin Feng and Lin Nantian were all flashed out on the ground, a long trace of friction. Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, Lin Nanshan's face showed a dignified look. This kid seemed to be much stronger than he thought. This also made him feel jealous and unwilling. In order to improve his strength, he spent a lot of resources of the Lin family and put in a lot of effort to allow him to cultivate to this level. But this Qin Feng is several years younger than him. But can he compete with him? He must be killed. Once this idea is born, it can no longer be suppressed. A killing intent filled Lin Nanshan's eyes like a cold light. Oh, killing me. Perceiving Lin Nanshan's indifferent gaze, Qin Feng's heart moved slightly, but he didn't expect the other party to actually kill him. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Immediately, Qin Feng let out a cold snort in his heart and slowly gathered the true energy in his body. Boy, you are able to take my trick. You really have some strength. But I am very upset now. If I am upset, I want to kill. If you want to do it, why not talk nonsense? Qin Feng responded indifferently. Court death. This sentence completely caused Lin Nantian to lose his final calmness. The true energy in his body suddenly recovered, and then burst out instantly. Boom. At this moment, as if behind Lin Nantian, an invisible black hole was produced, and a series of amazing aura fluctuations seemed to shatter everything and make a humming sound. The hand of destruction. Flip your hands, palm up. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the continuous sound, the terrifying breath became more prosperous, spreading quickly towards a radius of 100 meters. Wherever it went, a famous onlooker was knocked out by invisible force and even directly obliterated. Asshole! Seeing such a merciless massacre by the other party, Qin Feng's expression became particularly furious. Does this look at human life like a grass? Frantic. Go to death for me. As Lin Nantian spoke, those terrifying forces gathered together to form a huge palm handprint. The handprints are extremely real, and even the palm prints can be seen clearly, and the shocking waves exudes from it, like the hand of a demon that can slaughter the world. Just when he approached, Qin Feng felt the powerful force in it, and seemed to be able to destroy all opponents. Qin Feng, you fell on top of my move. It's not bad enough. I once used this martial skill to fight a true spirit martial artist once.